For this reason, Lucius often found himself competing for attention with the fox. Much like Crookshanks, who, though mine now naturally had a close bond with Hermione. I finally saw Hermione again, but not during the start of term ceremony. He had arrived at Hogwarts aboard the Beauxbatons ship, and standing beside her was none other than Victor Crumb, the Quidditch superstar, her first love in the original story. Hapless fans, he was no less iconic than Beckham in the Muggle world. Jealous and admiring glances flew from boys and girls alike. Hermione wore an oversized men's coat and a warm fur hat, perfectly adapted to the cold climate. Beauxbatons headmaster Igor Karkaroff looked haughty, but after seeing Lucius, he immediately reversed his demeanor, suddenly overly attentive. "My dear old friend, I never imagined we'd meet here," Karkaroff said, almost obsequiously. Lucius merely nodded slightly, exchanging a few polite words, then turned his attention to the approaching Beauxbatons headmistress, Madame Olivine Maxim. Madame Maxim, despite her unusually tall stature, moved with elegance. Lucius, towering over 6 feet, still had to tilt his head slightly to meet her gaze. Narcissa stood nearby, looking even more petite. Lucius's fluent French made Madame Maxim feel instantly at ease. "Lucius, Narcissa, it's been a long time," she said warmly. The Malfoy family's business extended worldwide, and France was a key region for their operations. "Fudge really sent someone to the party," Dumbledore muttered, fiddling with his nearly floor-length beard. Old Bartemius Crouch rubbed his hands awkwardly, turning his blank expression away. Even in this situation, he insisted on attending the Triwizard Tournament briefing. As a former head of the International Magical Cooperation Office, he now seemed entirely sidelined. He still resented the Malfoys' indirect role in his son's death, but there was nothing he could do. His only son and frail wife were gone. He was now utterly alone. Out of respect for his past contributions, they hadn't stripped him of his position entirely. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang came well prepared for the tournament, bringing their strongest students. Aside from the much-anticipated Crumb, the widely recognized beauty Fleur de Lacquer also drew the attention of many young men. Madame Maxim held her in high regard, positioning her close to her own headmistress. Her radiant, delicate features were impossible to ignore. She studied Lucius, who was deep in conversation with Madame Maxim, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Since Lucius and Narcissa had awakened their elf blood, time seemed to have stopped around them. Their appearances remained at their peak, looking no older than 20. Lucius's handsome face, elegant posture, and charming, witty manner were utterly captivating. She had even mistaken him for an outstanding student representative from Hogwarts. Her name, Fleur, meant flower, evoking images of courtly blossoms or delicate greenhouse blooms. With her innocent naivety, combined with her half-blood charm, even if she made mistakes, she was easily forgiven an upbringing that left her somewhat spoiled and willful. Seeing this, Lucius skillfully drew Narcissa into the conversation. Fleur's smile noticeably dimmed. She scrutinized Narcissa, as if subconsciously comparing their appearances. Even with Narcissa wearing double confusion curse earrings, she was undeniably as beautiful as Fleur. Her platinum waves, usually cascading over her shoulders, were elegantly pinned up. Light makeup enhanced her striking features, and her eyes shimmered with admiration for her husband. She spoke flawless French, even more precisely than Lucius, which wasn't surprising. Her nominal mother, Drula Rosier, was a pure-blood French witch. Narcissa's wholehearted support and reliance made Lucius appear even more commanding and distinguished. Naturally, Narcissa didn't give the immature young girl a second thought. Linking arms with Lucius, she winked at us sitting at the Slytherin table. "Who's that haughty Beauxbatons girl?" Draco muttered, pursing his lips. Elve's hearing was extraordinary, and we easily picked up the undercurrents of tension radiating from the head table. Mother can handle it, I thought. In my eyes, Narcissa had always appeared with a breathtaking presence, and in Lucius's eyes, it was no different. Fleur de Lacquer, whose beauty J.K. Rowling had repeatedly highlighted in the original story, now seemed rather ordinary to me. Perhaps surrounded by so many handsome and beautiful people, she simply didn't make an impression. However, the arrival of students from the other 2 magical schools was still a novelty for Hogwarts. International Quidditch stars and enchanting half-blood beauties naturally stirred plenty of discussion. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor table wearing Crumb's coat. As she walked through the crowd, every pair of eyes seemed to scrutinize her. I intercepted her and went up to give her a big hug. Lucius and Narcissa were watching. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Lucius frowning slightly, seemingly disapproving of me publicly extending a gesture of friendship to a Muggle-born girl. Yet, he appeared to understand Hermione's status as an exchange student. For the Malfoys, value comes first. Even a Muggle, born if valuable, is worthy of serious attention. As for the long silent Ron, his eyes betrayed a barely concealed disdain. He didn't lash out at Hermione, but instead nudged Neville and whispered, "I wonder if she represents Durmstrang or Hogwarts." Clearly, he was implying she was a traitor to Hogwarts. I suspected he was more frustrated that the exchange student wasn't him. Of course, his thoughts mattered little to anyone. On the Slytherin side, besides me, Pansy radiated great enthusiasm. All of this did not escape the Malfoys' attention. A subtle undercurrent of tension ran through the hall. Soon, Dumbledore used his booming voice to give a brief introduction to the Triwizard Tournament. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he and the other two headmasters together lit the Goblet of Fire. Due to the dangerous nature of the competition, only students over 17 may enter. Dumbledore's sharp gaze swept across the hall before breaking into a mischievous smile. "Do not think you can trick the Goblet of Fire by any means." His eyes lingered on the Weasley twins for so long that they began wiping non-existent sweat from their foreheads. Finally, Dumbledore smiled and withdrew his gaze. "So I won't be representing any school." Hermione's voice was quiet, yet loud enough for Ron to hear. The boy's face turned bright red, like a tomato. Neville instinctively moved his chair back a little. Ron's cynical sulking was almost unbearable. In the original story, Crouch, Jr., and the dwarf Peter Pettigrew, the accomplices trying to use the tournament to resurrect Voldemort, had already been dealt with. In theory, those of us ineligible to compete should simply enjoy the fourth-year Yule Ball. Yet, my heart refused to calm down. Harry sat beside me, focused intently on the instructions for the tournament. Crumb, as Harry and Draco's Quidditch coach, naturally sat at the Slytherin table. But his gaze remained fixed on a certain brown-haired girl at the Gryffindor table, her curly hair slightly tousled. Meanwhile, Hermione wasn't entirely indifferent either. Their eyes met from time to time, only to quickly dart away. Both sets of lips and eyebrows hinted at a smile. "Victor Crumb, what's going on between you and Miss Granger? Speak honestly." Hermione is really impressive. Victor Crumb's buzz-cut framed a solid, muscular build, with limbs that seemed almost overdeveloped. To a stranger, he might appear as a powerful, brutish figure, yet being chosen by the Goblet of Fire as the top student from Durmstrang, his academic record was equally exceptional. After all, this school had once produced a wizard without equal, Gellert Grindelwald. I noticed a peculiar tattoo on his index finger. Sensitive to the gazes around him, he held it up for me to examine. This mark is carved somewhere in Durmstrang's teaching halls. I liked it so much that I had it tattooed on myself. Many students like me who admire Mr. Grindelwald make the same choice. I exchanged a knowing glance with Draco. "That could very well have been left by our great-grandfather, Gellert Grindelwald," I murmured. "I know. It's a shame he's so elusive. Every winter and summer break when I come to Malfoy Manor to tutor you all, I always hope to see him, but it never works out," Crumb said with genuine regret. The tattoo was a symbol of the Deathly Hallows, rumored to be a prototype for a magical summoning circle to call forth demons. "Victor, it might be better to keep this covered," I warned. Crumb had just slipped on a Durmstrang ring, so the tattoo wasn't immediately visible, but if Dumbledore saw it, he might think someone knew his secret. Seeing my serious expression, Crumb finally agreed. "I know Hogwarts tends to be prejudiced against dark magic. Hermione has conveyed this to me," he said. "Magic itself has no inherent good or evil. It's all about the intent behind its use," I offered. "Yes," Crumb stammered, "Hermione believes the same. I mean, we really get along, and I've heard she's very close to you." Usually reserved, speaking little outside of Quidditch terminology, Crumb rarely shared personal thoughts at Malfoy Manor, but Hermione had clearly stirred a transformation in him. "So, haven't you two broken through that thin veil of hesitation yet?" I teased. Harry nearby had a knowing look on his face. Crumb shot the dark-haired, green-eyed boy a brief glance and grunted, a low acknowledgement. "You know, as fourth years, it's our first Hogwarts ball. You have to make the first move," I hinted. Hermione's fluffy curls had been tousled by the wind, creating a wild, untamed halo around her. Among the Gryffindor girls, while not conventionally stunning, she carried herself with calm confidence. Krumm's gaze couldn't leave her. "Thank you, Aurora," he said solemnly. He strode forward, attempting composure, yet ended up tripping over his own feet in a small, clumsy spectacle. I quickly lowered my head, unable to watch. "Aurora, we've been nudging him for days with no result. How come the moment you say something?" Draco asked, confused. "We're no match for Victor," Harry admitted honestly, his vivid green eyes fixed on me. "He's far braver than I am." I couldn't meet his gaze. My fingers clenched the hem of my dress as my mind raced to find a smooth way to change the topic. He used the table as cover, gently freeing my hand from my skirt. Then, effortlessly, he took my hand in his, fingers intertwining. "Harry." I didn't understand how he could be so bold. "Victor already has a dance partner lined up." "Aurora, could you help me out too?" "How am I supposed to help you?" I asked. "Time, Turner." A determined smile curved at the corner of his lips. I was completely baffled. "There's only one of you, of course you can't be in two places at once. But what if it's another you from a different moment in time?" He coaxed patiently. "You know perfectly well that anyone using a time Turner cannot meet their other self. That method simply wouldn't work." "But what if I allow you to appear in different locations?" "What are you two talking about?" Draco suddenly interjected. He wrenched my hand from Harry's grasp without giving me a chance to explain. "Don't put Aurora in an awkward position." Draco naturally understood the situation. "Aurora, remember, I haven't made my wish yet." Of course I remembered. Last Christmas, I had painstakingly brewed a batch of Felix Felicis for my close friends. It took almost half a semester of repeated experiments to perfect the ultimate version. Even Snape, who was notoriously harsh with apprentices, had smiled in approval. One bottle was displayed in the potions classroom as an example of excellence. Everyone around me got one: Lucius and Narcissa, Draco, Harry, Cedric, and Hermione. Unfortunately, Harry's bottle had been smashed by the exuberant Crookshanks. I felt genuinely regretful. Crookshanks was my pet, and I had failed to restrain him. The responsibility was mine. Harry, however, took it lightly. Instead, he promised me that within a year, he would tell me what gift he desired. The only requirement, I had to grant it. "What if it's something impossible?" I had asked skeptically at the time. "Could I ever lie to you?" He pouted, his expression adorably aggrieved. "Well, maybe," I teased, drawing out my words. Seeing his face verge on cracking in frustration, I eventually agreed. But I left myself a safeguard. Draco would help judge whether Harry's request was reasonable. The boy's brow furrowed tightly. "You still trust him more?" "Of course. Draco is family," I replied matter-of-factly. "Don't get any ideas," I heard Draco whisper into Harry's ear. "Same goes for you." "You." As the boys grew older, the sparks between them intensified. I worried that stepping aside might cause unintended trouble. Now, Harry had come specifically to claim this wish from me. "Aurora's dance partner is me, and only me," Draco asserted, staking his claim first. "You're not struggling to find a partner, so what's the point in fighting over Aurora, who's already taken?" he added, exasperation clear in his eyes. Meanwhile, the other girls nearby had perked up, straining to catch our conversation. Over the years, Harry's good looks, humble yet shy personality, strong family background, and tragic life had made him a highly sought-after dance partner. "Aurora, what do you think?" "Draco, I once promised Harry I'd grant him a harmless wish. I can't go back on my word." Draco's face visibly paled. "Isn't what you've been looking forward to the fourth-year ball?" "Harry said we could use the time, Turner." "That's far too dangerous. Imagine having two of you in plain sight." Draco cut him off firmly. "I won't appear in the Great Hall, in the Slytherin common room. I just want to dance with you, Aurora." Harry sounded conciliatory, but he wasn't yielding an inch. "Let Aurora dance with you after the ball if you must." "Why must you compete for the first dance?" Draco's previously pale face flushed red with anger. "I'm just helping him fulfill a Christmas wish." "No need to get so worked up, it's only one dance." And like Draco's flustered tone, Harry spoke calmly, fully aware that it would further rile Draco. I couldn't help thinking inwardly, Harry, after years in the Malfoy household, has definitely sharpened his cunning well beyond canon. Draco seemed to sense my thoughts, and his expression softened slightly. "Aurora, what do you think?" The time, Turner could cause unnecessary trouble. Why don't both of you be my dance partners? What do you mean? They said in unison. I mean, we could choreograph a 3-person dance. It sounded wildly unconventional. I took a deep breath, voicing my honest thought, and closed my eyes, bracing for Draco's lesson or criticism. If this is truly your wish, then I suppose I can accommodate it, Draco said, lifting his proud head, though the corner of his eye never left my face. Really? Brother, that's amazing. He was actually willing to compromise this far for me. My heart was torn between melancholy and gratitude. So you won't be manipulated or pressured by others, the blond boy murmured, caressing my face. His words and actions carried an undeniable intimacy. Not here, so many people are watching. They should already know you're mine, but unfortunately, too few know it yet. Draco's gaze lingered on my lips before settling for a kiss on my cheek. Enough. Your point has been made, he said, glancing at Harry with a mock scowl. You're technically siblings. My presence makes things easier for everyone, right? Harry said, unbothered, shaking the pumpkin juice in his hand, seemingly inspecting its color. If only Felix Felicis were mixed in, I couldn't explain why my thoughts took such a daring turn. Harry, was the Felix I gave you really shattered by Crookshank? I asked. His Adam's apple bobbed. Aurora, does it really matter? I just don't want to see my best friend in pursuit of his goals manipulate me to him. My words carried quiet sorrow. He didn't answer directly. Felix Felicis works well. Anyone who drinks it gets what they wish for, right? I snatched the cup from his hand. Though the dosage was tiny, the scent was unmistakable to me, both as an elf and as the potion's maker. After 6 months of careful daily brewing, there was no margin for error. My labor of love used for such a harmless request. A wave of unspoken disappointment rose within me. In the original story, Harry used Veritaserum to extract the truth from Slughorn about his fabricated false memory. The cunning, talent-collecting potions master had been worried about being discovered, as he had revealed the method of creating Horcruxes to a young Tom Riddle Voldemort in his student days. And now, Harry was using the love potion merely to dance with me at the 4th-year Yule Ball. Could my choice really be that important to him? I felt as if my very presence had spoiled him. I haven't used it all, Harry tried to explain. What? I asked. I mean the love potion. I haven't finished it. There's still more than half a vial. How could I possibly destroy the gift you gave me? He produced the delicate little bottle. The one that Crookshank broke? The answer seemed obvious. It was just a replacement. I had this plan in mind while you were practicing dances with Draco. Harry toyed with the vial of Veritaserum in his hands. This competition isn't decided yet. There's still a long way to go before a winner emerges. Harry, I'm not a prize to be won, I protested. Of course not, but can you truly accept everything once you know all the truth, without any resentment? What truth? What do I need to accept? I instinctively sensed that what he was about to say might have a profound effect on me. My temples throbbed violently. My mind went blank. Everyone knew something that I alone had been kept in the dark about. What secret had Draco gone to such lengths to hide? Aurora, the banquet is over. Let's go back, Draco said warningly, giving Harry a sharp look before placing his hand on my lower back. So, the delicate Miss Malfoy can't even walk on her own? Pansy seemed to have learned that Draco had invited me. She didn't dare complain to Draco, so she turned her resentment on me instead. For someone like her, who knew the original story, this must have been a blow. Miss Parkinson, this is a matter for the Malfoys. It doesn't concern you, Draco said, glancing at Crabbe and Goyle. They shoved Pansy aside to clear a path. You! Don't rush. Everything will return to its proper course, I swear. She muttered to our retreating backs. What's wrong with Aurora? Narcissa and Lucius were already back in our dormitory. Seeing Draco helping me, they immediately guided me over. Draco didn't know how to explain. You reinforced Aurora's seal. Lucius gently touched my forehead. I don't want her to remember anything from her past life, Draco said, collapsing onto the sofa, one hand massaging his brow. I've never regretted anything as much as today. The guilt and worry inside me almost devoured me. Draco, running away won't solve the problem. You should lay everything out honestly and let Aurora decide, Narcissa advised. How could she bear the crimes I committed against her in my past life? This time, Narcissa fell silent. Draco, this isn't something you can fix by intervening. As time passes, those memories will inevitably return to her body, Lucius said, gently massaging my scalp with his fingertips. A warm, powerful magical energy poured into my forehead. I felt as if I were sinking into the Malfoy family's enormous bathtub, countless bubbles enveloping me, the warm waters cleansing my exhausted body. Tonight, Aurora will break through your seal. Draco swept me into his arms, murmuring, "Has this day really come?" "Everything is Aurora's choice. Now you can only accept it," Narcissa said, patting her son's back. I could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. One nightmare followed another. I couldn't help but let out soft moans, and Draco beside me was frantic with worry. "If you're truly concerned, Draco, delve into Aurora's mind and go through this with her," Lucius suggested. "You did the same with Mother back then." "I wasn't nearly as bold as you. You would have marked her long ago." Lucius shot Draco a sharp look, still bitter about Draco taking the initiative. "Your father, being the first to awaken his past life memories, bore that pain. Sometimes I wish he had remembered nothing at all," Narcissa murmured, leaning against Lucius. Draco didn't hesitate. He gently stroked my brow. "Don't worry, your father and I will watch over you." "Lucius, after knowing everything," Aurora Narcissa's voice choked with emotion. I wanted to wake fully, hug her, and tell her that no matter what happens, I would never stop recognizing her. I would always be her daughter. "Hey, Draco must be heartbroken, but Aurora's reaction is even stronger," Lucius teased. "Why are you even jealous of your own daughter?" Their voices grew low, fading into murmurs. I understood that the path ahead was mine to walk alone. No, Draco was still by my side. I awoke in the elves' sacred grounds. I had secretly reminded myself that everything before me was an illusion. Yet every sensation, birdsong in my ears, the scent of flowers, the feeling of hooves on the ground was utterly real. Yes, in my past life, I had been a unicorn. My long horn had not yet been carved into a wand, and I carried the blood of the Unicorn King. Even Eric, the unicorn leader I had encountered previously in the elves' sanctuary, was my descendant. Beneath their seemingly graceful and serene exterior, unicorns harbored bloodlust and ferocity. They were nearly impossible to tame, save for the allure of something pure and beautiful, a virgin capable of captivating them. The elves' appearance went without saying. They were spirits of all things. Spending time among them had benefited me greatly. Until the elf king, Orifil, declared that he had found his successor. The mother tree rarely bore twin fruits. Only two naturally gifted elves could emerge, eventually forming fraternal twins, waiting silently for the world to receive them. They grew slowly, taking on the first signs of elven form. Fuzzy newborn hair sprouted, golden like their father's, and their eyes were gray. Their aura felt eerily familiar. I realized I had encountered old acquaintances in this other world. I watched over them day and night, just like the other elves, eagerly anticipating their birth. One day, the sky filled with 7 colored auspicious clouds. Birds called in chorus, seemingly celebrating the arrival of the next elf king. All this time, I had thought that such omens were fabrications of later generations or created deliberately by those involved to prove they were chosen by heaven. "O Seldarine, my beloved children." Olorufil held the infant in his arms and gave him a name. Selendrai spread his 5 fingers, gripping the long hair that hung over Olorufil's chest. This was Lucius in his previous life, the elf king I knew. Then, Olorufil picked up another infant. He studied the child for a moment, his brow furrowing in concern. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" One of his attendants stepped forward. Olorufil's expression darkened as he handed the second infant to the attendant. The attendant's face changed in shock. "Princess, she's a dark elf." "You must be mistaken. How is that possible? She's a Sindar elf, just like the king, with golden hair and gray eyes." "But her attributes—" Despite their doubts, the others stepped closer to inspect. "Her appearance is deceptive. It must be because she is Selendrai's twin." Olorufil made a silent decision. He opened his 5 fingers, lightly touching the infant's neck. The so-called dark elf child, unaware of any danger, spread her arms and laughed, showing no fear. Olorufil's fingers, prepared to strike, eventually relaxed. "Exile her from elf territory." "She was just a baby. She could not survive." The compassionate elf king, so merciful to others, was capable of such cruelty. The infant called Selendray cried out loudly, helpless as he watched part of his world slip away. He wanted to intervene, but could not utter a single word. The abandoned infant had no knowledge of her fate. She lay on the ground, while her brother, born alongside her, was held in Olarifel's arms and taken to the heart of the mother tree. From that moment, their destinies would be as distant as sky and mud. In both Selendray and the abandoned infant, I sensed a familiar aura. I dared to speculate boldly, that dark elf must have been my mother Narcissa in her previous life. She had not even been given a name. Perhaps dark elves were not deemed worthy of one. I could not bear to watch my mother's former self die before my eyes. Without food or water, her cries gradually weakened. From screaming in agony, her voice hoarse to the point of silence. Unable to endure it, I pierced my own hoof, squeezing a few drops of blood onto the infant's lips. Her pale lips flushed with life again. Even visibly, she seemed to grow slightly from the nourishment. I continued, feeding her more of my blood. In no time, she had grown into a girl of over 5 years old. "You saved me," she said, her eyes glimmering. Her appearance in childhood closely resembled Narcissa. "How can I ever repay you?" she asked again. "You needn't repay me. I saved you out of my own will. She was my mother. All I wanted was for her to live. How could I ask for repayment?" "Unicorns are all like you? So innocent?" Her face showed frustration, as if at a fool unable to understand. "Your blood, using it on me is wasted. Even my own kind abandoned me." She found a tree and sat beneath it, gazing at the stars in the night sky. "What if I offered you to the elf king? Would they provide shelter for a dark elf like me?" "What did you say?" I stayed cautiously distant. "Fool," she snorted coldly. "Scared now? Haven't you heard the story of the farmer and the snake? I am a dark elf who brings disaster. You should keep away from me." She deliberately wore an expression of icy indifference. But I knew the truth. She longed deeply for my closeness. She tried to push me away, to put distance between us. A unicorn's blood only holds power when offered willingly. If forced, the curse within it renders any creature's life worse than death. That's why unicorns never intervene voluntarily, always fearing exploitation by those with ill intent. And yet, I had broken that rule. She deliberately spoke harsh words to wound me, all to protect me, to keep me away from conflict. Narcissa truly the gentlest of souls. Her kindness lay hidden beneath a carefully constructed facade of hardness, guarding her true self from outsiders. Only then could she protect herself and those dear to her. I picked some moonlight grass and placed it before her. "You!" I reached out with my mind. "Survive. Don't let my blood go to waste. You can now hunt for yourself. This is all the help I can give." Her expression softened ever so slightly. "I will remember you." Then, in the blink of an eye, she vanished from my sight. Long after, she returned, weary and dust-streaked, her face and body crisscrossed with scratches from thorns. She held several fruits in her hands, beaming as she presented them to me. "Not as precious as your blood, but still good things." I recognized the fruit immediately. Spirit fruit. Its core still lingered within me, left there by Draco. "Don't just swallow it whole." Seeing me devour it eagerly, she looked regretful. "What? Isn't it all for me?" I teased. "Course not. I just know it's beneficial for elves, but I don't know if it's safe for unicorns." Before her words finished, heat surged through my skin, my entire body burned, my blood seemed to boil. Could a unicorn not consume spirit fruit? Yet, according to the elves' ancestral memories, spirit fruit was harmless and beneficial to all living things. "Ah, how could this happen?" She stayed by my side, frantic, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I told you, you should have kept your distance early. I'll only bring harm to those around me. I'm a curse, that's why I was abandoned at birth." I wanted to reassure her, to say I was fine, but my consciousness wavered and I couldn't speak. All I could hear was the unicorn's mournful cry. Footsteps approached. "Why are you growing so fast?" came the voice of Aralfiel. He lightly touched my brow. "You've consumed too much spirit fruit. Excess spiritual power floods your body. If not released, it will tear you apart. Your name." He paused as if reading my memories. "Aurora, Will you offer your precious blood to the elf Prince Thalandui, my only heir? No, Narcissa stepped in front of me. Erolfiel didn't even strike her, yet she was thrown aside, gasping for air. I will. Spiritual energy within me surged violently, lashing through every part of my body. I had never felt so close to death. Stop! Narcissa shouted again. But Erolfiel silenced her once more. He grabbed her hair, lifting her effortlessly. You are worthless, unicorn blood is not for you, and now you still try to prevent your brother from gaining its benefit. A long sword pressed against her neck, a grim threat looming. Don't willingly give your blood. You can't. They'll use it against you later. Even bruised and battered, her face barely recognizable, Narcissa risked her life to warn me. I'm willing. I managed to choke out the 3 words before blacking out. As consciousness slipped away, I vaguely saw a smirk curl on Olifair's lips. When I awoke again, 3 days and nights had reportedly passed. This time, I was brought into the heart of the mother tree. Beside me stood the nearly adult Thranduil. Clearly, the benefit he had gained from me far outweighed what the abandoned dark elf had received. You're awake. His eyes were filled with an indescribable eagerness. As if he already knew the question on my mind. My sister is safe. You needn't worry. You saved my siblings. I am grateful beyond words. How could I ever harm you? He paused briefly. My sister did not intend to put you in danger. Spirit fruit has the power to awaken bloodlines. Even a magical being like you, consuming it in moderation, could have the chance to awaken as an elf. Unfortunately, she did not inherit elven knowledge nor understand proper dosage, which almost caused your body to rupture. She feels tremendous guilt, ashamed to face you. This isn't her fault, and I never blamed her. That's a relief. He seemed to exhale. His gaze flickered slightly, as though hiding some important truth from me. He was clearly sharper than Narcissa. You may stay here. We will treat you as an honored guest. His fingers absent-mindedly turned the ring on his hand, a classic Lucius gesture, one he makes unconsciously when calculating someone. I suppose you know, unicorn blood only works if it is willingly given. His words hit me like a bucket of cold water. Thranduil of my past life was not a gentle, noble father. He only cared for Narcissa, his own sister. I was nothing more than a stepping stone for their purposes. Once I realized this, the weakness from blood loss enveloped me. Being allowed to stay in the mother tree's core was, in truth, a kind of soft imprisonment. As long as they could coerce my willingness, they had countless ways to do so. Elves were far from the noble, high-minded beings I had imagined. No wonder Draco had repeatedly warned me not to trust anyone, even family. You seem to have many misconceptions about me, Thranduil sighed. It was never my wish to deprive you of the chance to take human form. What do you mean? You cannot awaken as an elf, nor can you assume human form, he said, rubbing his brow. You mean, I will live forever as a unicorn. His eyes were full of apology and compassion. This was what Eric had hinted at, the real reason I had been unable to awaken all this time. I've become a tool for you. Elves' appearances change with their power. They do not age, always remaining in their prime. Thranduil, who was an infant yesterday, now neared adulthood, all because of the abundant spiritual energy in my bloodline. His eyes narrowed dangerously. How am I to trust that you and your sister aren't conspiring, working together to deceive me? If what you suspect is true, how would you deal with it? I knew what he said was true, yet my blood boiled and anger surged beyond words. I was just teasing you. His spiritual energy poured forth, like waves crashing endlessly, enveloping me completely. How could I ever repay kindness with enmity? It's just that Narcissa doesn't want you to act so recklessly. She wanted me to teach you a lesson. His energy washed over my mind, inexhaustible and overwhelming. Don't. If you return your energy, my newly grown body will shrink back to a child again. I can cultivate on my own. Don't foolishly offer yourself up. The energy flowed over my body, but this time it felt like soaking in a warm spring. Heat spread through me. When I opened my eyes again, I had a human body. Seldaring quickly draped a thin blanket over me. Do you want to see your current appearance? A water mirror appeared before me. My form was identical to my elf form. Narcissa was the first elf you encountered, so it's no surprise that you would take her shape, he murmured as if explaining to himself. Through me, he seemed to be looking at someone else. If Sissy had been lucky enough to survive, she would have looked like this too. Sissy. That's Narcissa's nickname, one I gave her. Her tears when she cried would turn into daffodils. Narcissa's name is a transliteration of daffodil. I understood now. The name had been chosen long ago by Saldarin Lucius's past self. Their fates had been intertwined from early on. But as a prince of the elves, he could never be allowed to unite with an exiled dark elf. Mom, where is Narcissa? I hurriedly asked. You've inherited her appearance, and within you exists an inseverable connection to her. You can try to link with her. I closed my eyes. At the border of the elf territory, a simple wooden house came into view. Small but complete, everything needed for daily life was there. Narcissa could take care of herself well. My heart settled a little. I want to live with her. That was my intention, Saldarin nodded. You just said you were going to leave me at the heart of the mother tree. I deliberately called out his schemes. He looked far younger than his just matured form, having clearly sacrificed a lot to help me assume this shape. I pushed the remaining spirit fruit toward him. You! I didn't finish it all, and if I'm not mistaken, Orifil wouldn't have allowed you to aid me. Returning your energy was your own choice. Like Narcissa, you two are all talk and heart. Even without memory, both had chosen to give everything for me. Eat it quickly. If Orifil finds out, he will surely take it out on you, I urged. You and Sissy are both truly unique fools, Saldarin said, tousling my hair in an old, soul manner despite his youthful appearance. Did we save your life before, like Sissy said? Yet, you pour your heart out to us. You didn't save my life, yet you brought me into this world. How could I explain that to you? I shook my head, unable to hide the loneliness in my eyes. Draco, where are you? Selendrai ate the spirit fruit, and his life force surged once more. I too, as a magical creature awakened with elf blood, lived among them. Yet, I preferred to stay close to Narcissa. Ulrifil allowed it, treating me as an honored guest. Exiling Narcissa was a rule he, as elf king, could not break. Dark elves were far too dangerous. Their obsession with elf blood made them prone to transform into blood kin. And blood kin were the natural enemies of elves. Their blood could corrupt the roots of the mother tree. You're back, Aurora. Narcissa was still so small. Without my blood, she would have to follow the natural order. Grow, age, fall ill, die, and eventually reincarnate. Dark elves lacked pointed ears and wings. Her difference from other dark elves lay only in her platinum hair, gray eyes, and extraordinary beauty. It's wonderful, she said, seeing me awakened as an elf, her happiness genuine. It's also a matter of fate, I reflected. Had I not acted on impulse to save her life, she would never have eaten the spirit fruit or had the chance to awaken. I feel like I know you, even though it's our first meeting. She tilted her head, troubled by the feeling. Consider it a bond from a past life. I held her in my arms. She was so small and soft, and as a dark elf unable to use elven magic, she had faced the dangers of foraging alone at just 5 years old. Her body was often marked with scars. Other elves ignored her, even though healing magic was their greatest skill. I gently caressed her delicate face, erasing the traces of her injuries. Don't waste your life force. I don't want to pick more spirit fruit for you, she protested, reaching out to stop me. Don't worry, I won't. I smoothed her tangled hair, just as Narcissa had once cared for me at Malfoy Manor. For the first time, she rested her head on my lap, closing her eyes. Selendrai stood at the cabin doorway, setting down some supplies. As an elf prince with nearly adult strength, he was highly regarded by Ulrifil. It had been publicly announced that he would be the next elf king. Seeing that he lingered, I called him inside. The boy glanced around cautiously, tiptoeing so as not to wake his sister. Don't hesitate if you need anything, he said, gently touching the girl's face, his fingertip resting lightly on her brow. She's quite alert, he laughed softly, but the momentarily awakened girl immediately fell back asleep. He lifted her from my arms effortlessly. His brow furrowed slightly as he lowered his voice. She's so light. Now that you're an elf, you must be careful with her, Selendrai advised. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. The blood of an elf is extremely tempting to a dark elf. You mean, she won't be able to resist the urge to drink my blood? In my memory, Narcissa had always been a noble, graceful lady. I could never have associated her with the wild, unrestrained blood-kin of legend. Power so strong, the temptation of immortality. Who could resist? I only hate that fate is so unfair. We were born together, two fruits meant to grow side by side, yet our destinies diverge so completely. If she must become a blood-kin, I want the one to grant her that fate to be me, not you. Celandri gently kissed the girl's brow. Why do you have to fight me over this too? I muttered under my breath. I'm the future elf king. If she takes my blood, she can ascend directly to the progenitor of the bloodline, although a unicorn turn, delf like you is also rare, still. I understood what he didn't say. My standing among elves could never match his competitiveness. Yet, Thalanduis was far less tactful than Lucius and cared little for how others felt. He was proud, sharp-tongued, and could make anyone fume with just a word. Fine, I won't compete with you. After all, she's your future wife anyway. What? Crap, I'd let it slip. You mean Sissy is my future wife? El's hearing is extraordinary. Every word I said was etched into his memory. Upon hearing wife, Thalandui's tone softened. Narcissa at that moment couldn't hear a thing. They had formed a bond long before, far deeper than I realized. Elf growth is slow. We've grown together on the mother tree for over 1,000 years and became conscious early. Twin fruits like us are extremely rare. I secretly wished that even after taking shape, we'd never be separated. His gaze shifted to me. You wouldn't understand this kind of feeling. How could I not understand? My bond with Draco was no different. Legolas was chosen by Thalanduis as the next elf king. Whether he was a fruit of the mother tree or born through Narcissa, I didn't know. As far as I understood, dark elves cannot withstand elf power and thus cannot bear elf offspring. Given my understanding of Lucius, Thalanduis would accept no one but Narcissa. The boy was brave and battle-hardened, having participated in countless campaigns under Arulfiel's leadership, earning small accolades along the way. Every time, I could see Narcissa in the forests, gathering rare herbs and brewing potions with properties unknown to later generations. 1,000 years had changed the herb's characteristics, and my knowledge alone wasn't enough to guide her. Everything depended on her own effort. Going to let Thalanduis test another potion? I teased, deliberately pointing out her little scheme. Her pale face blushed red as an apple. Elves have powerful healing abilities. Returning from the battlefield on horseback, wounds could already be healed. I deliberately exposed Thalanduis' little tricks. Narcissa still rushed out. She reached the edge of the elf territory, looking out eagerly for Thalanduis' arrival. Sissy, give me the item. I'll deliver it for you, said Tariel, the captain of the guards, sympathizing with Narcissa's plight, often acting as their messenger. Narcissa shook her head. I want to wait for my brother. Arulfiel will be back soon. You know he doesn't want to see you, Tariel urged anxiously. Tall and athletic, with stunning red hair, she had earned the Elf King's favor. Suddenly, Vines snatched the potion bottle from Narcissa's hand. She was about to scream, but realized it had fallen into Thalanduis' hands. Don't waste your efforts. He frowned, noticing the bruises in her eyes. We are elves, not humans, powerless to do anything. Thalanduis, Tariel protested. Would it kill you to say less? How can you reject someone's goodwill? Your brother doesn't want you to over-exert yourself. I hurriedly added. So that's why Draco's silence is a learned trait from his father. I know. The girl's lips curved into a gentle, warm smile. You really are a level 10 expert in Thranduil linguistics. Thranduil hadn't marked Narcissa, yet he could communicate intentions with absolute precision. Beyond being twins, this mutual understanding was the foundation of their bond. Narcissa's eyes were soft with affection. Time had left no trace on Thranduil, but Narcissa was different. Over 10 years, she had grown into a graceful young woman. Even male elves, fully aware they could never choose a dark elf as a partner, couldn't resist the impact of Narcissa's beauty. Outside her cottage, suitors of all kinds came in a steady stream: wizards, dwarves, anyone eager to win her favor. Her fame spread far and wide. Each day brought new visitors just to catch a glimpse of her. Aurora, stop teasing me. Some of these people are clearly here for you. Our resemblance caused many to mistake us for twin sisters. 2 eligible twin sisters, it only fueled more fantasies. Over the past few days, Thranduil's temper had grown increasingly irritable. He wanted to stop those showering Narcissa with attention, but didn't know how or in what capacity. That day, he summoned me to the heart of the mother tree. What is it? Although Thranduil was Lucius's past self, I didn't feel much respect for him. Simply because that mouth of his could rile the dead into rage. Sissy's identity as a dark elf prevents her from officially becoming my wife. What do you want me to do? I asked directly. You don't even ask, you just agree outright? He looked genuinely shocked. Do you still not know what I'm like after all these years? I replied. You're willing to marry me in Sissy's place? His rare embarrassment was visible. What? That's impossible. The wine glass in my hand clattered to the ground. Of course it's not real, it's a performance for outsiders. You resemble her so closely that, with a veil covering your face, from a distance, you appear as one person. But don't worry, I have no interest in you whatsoever. He might as well have sworn on the heavens. Even knowing Thranduil spoke the truth, it still made my blood boil. You want me to live as Narcissa the Dark Elf? Sissy said you always longed for freedom. Dark elves live no more than 100 years. Once this is done, you'll no longer need to follow the Elf King's orders. I'll let you become a free elf. You mean you want to exile me permanently? I asked softly. I'm sorry, but you'll help me, won't you? His eyes betrayed a sense of urgency. I knew Narcissa's lifespan, compared to an elf's, was fleeting. Within her limited time, Thranduil wanted to give her every ounce of happiness. And yet, the only one who would have to sacrifice was me. I felt my heart bleeding. Without the Malfoy family's connection, I was like meat on a chopping block, entirely at their mercy. Aurora, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Back in the cottage, Narcissa was the first to greet me. I didn't know if Thranduil had already coordinated this plan with her. Could I still trust you? Mother. I held her tightly, seeking the warmth I so desperately needed. Did Seldarine bully you? Narcissa's tone carried a faint edge of coldness. I met her eyes, searching for even a trace of guilt. There was none. Her expression was sincere, tinged with anger. Has Seldarine lost his mind? I recounted the whole story to her. Orifil used his final strength to reinforce the warding over the elf territory. Even if I assumed your form and ultimately united with Seldarine, we still couldn't approach the mother tree or live together. As Orifil's life drew to a close, to prevent the two from joining, he chose not to return his soul to the mother tree and be reborn as an elf again, opting instead for eternal slumber. You've already done more than enough for us. Her presence was soft, comforting, like a gentle fragrance. A determined light rose in her eyes. Don't do anything foolish, or I'll send you straight to Seldarine's bed myself, I warned sharply. Narcissa's cheeks flushed. In this lifetime, the two were entirely innocent, without any intimacy beyond hand-holding and embraces. Seldarine worried that Narcissa's body could not withstand his elf energy and treated her like fragile porcelain. As long as your wedding isn't held in the elf sanctuary, there's no problem, and for life afterward, the mother tree isn't the only tree in the Forbidden Forest. Seldarine and Narcissa had lived in this world since birth. I, however, was different. Elf habitats stretched across the Black Forest of Albania and near German vampire castles. Orifil was gone, but the ward he set up affected only this elf sanctuary. Moving to a new home would bypass it entirely. There was no need to trap ourselves in an endless loop. Perhaps my arrival here could bring some change, making the journey worthwhile. You mean migration? A spark of understanding lit up Seldarine's eyes. Wizards, dwarves, and elves were all vying for resources. With war raging, elf migrations were not extraordinary. After Orifil's passing, Seldarine naturally took the throne. Under his strict rule, the elves recovered, grew strong, and became a formidable force once more. You mean I take Sissy and the others to a new place, and this land stays with you? Yes. Narcissa will continue her life under my protection, while you migrate to areas better suited for living and breeding. The original territory's magical energy wasn't abundant anyway, and the ceremony for the new elf king can take place in the new domain. You've really thought of everything. Seldarine's lips carried his usual sharpness, yet he showed no anger. Do you agree? If so, tell Narcissa soon to ease her mind. You two are as steadfast as a couple. For some reason I saw a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Don't be ridiculous, that's for married couples. You live together every day, it's practically the same. In the future, the only one living with Narcissa will be you. Of course. Pride swelled in his chest, and for once, he said nothing biting. Sissy said I should be polite to you, his fair skin tinged pink. And thank you. You're welcome. It wasn't until this moment that Celandri's image finally merged with that of the father I had remembered. Across lifetimes, his devotion to his mother remained unwavering. I couldn't wait to share the good news with Narcissa. She turned her head and blinked rapidly. How can someone be as foolish as you? She sighed softly. Making wedding garments for others without expecting anything, then selling you off, counting money for someone else. She cupped my face, her eyes shining as if countless stars had come to rest there, leaving a single tear glistening on her flawless cheek. I'm not exactly selfless, I protested. Oh, little unicorn, finally showing some sense? She replied, her voice filled with delight, rather than anger. Celandri said that from now on this land belongs to me. The girl shrugged indifferently. Isn't that what should happen? You still need to protect your own interests, don't be so soft-hearted, agreeing to everything. Stop, you're not even married yet, and you're already nagging like a mother, I laughed. Ugh, so ungrateful, she teased, lightly poking my side and underarm, making me collapse laughing onto her. A knock sounded at the door. Clearly, Narcissa's fiancé, the current elf king, had been waiting for a chance to enter. Should I step aside? I asked with a grin, looking at the pair. No leaving, Narcissa blushed, reaching to stop me, but I deftly dodged her. I locked them inside the cabin, and sat on a stool at the door as lookout. At times like this, I especially missed Draco. Elves lived long lives, and Narcissa could not stay with Celandri forever. Yet love between two people would not easily be abandoned, even because of status. From the moment he chose Narcissa, Celandri had prepared himself for a lifetime of solitude. Still, prolonged loneliness could drive anyone mad. They held a magnificent wedding. Celandri, let us have a proper look at the bride. Using a spell to hide her appearance? Clever. Gandalf, the White Wizard, shook his head in exasperation. Several of the world's great heroes gathered, putting aside old grudges. The concealment spell had been Celandri's invention. Initially, it was to hide Narcissa's dark elf identity. Later, it became a possessive husband's way of keeping others from seeing his wife's face. Of course, the more one hides, the more curiosity it sparks. Rumors about the elf king's wife being a peerless beauty spread rapidly. People began to understand why the elf king would conceal her face to prevent conflict and disaster. From that day forward, Narcissa's identity would never again be questioned. Yet, Celandri's gaze lingered on her prominently rounded belly, filled with sorrow he tried to conceal. Aurora, I've missed you so much. Narcissa opened her arms. Careful. Celandri quickly shielded her abdomen. I'm in the late stages of pregnancy, it's fine. Don't treat me like fragile porcelain, she murmured, a teasing lilt in her voice. She now resembled the mother I remembered even more closely. Her breathtaking beauty, nurtured by love, radiated the mature fullness of a young woman. But I knew this was merely a reflection of light. Dark elf pregnancies are extremely dangerous. How can you ignore her health? It's because I couldn't refuse her. Pregnancy had drained nearly all of Narcissa's energy. She grew fatigued easily. As we spoke, she fell into a deep sleep. Especially since the dark elf bloodline conflicted with elf blood. It was like barren soil, the fetus in her womb desperately drawing nutrients, leaving the mother barely able to sustain it. She's at her limit. Thalandui gently stroked his wife's face, his expression resolute. She dreams so much of the future. How could I be so selfish as to deny her the right to be a mother? His gaze was as tender as water. He was growing ever closer to the father I imagined in my heart. When Narcissa carried Draco, Lucius must have stood silently by her side, just as Thalandui did now. What can I do for you? I understood Thalandui's invitation perfectly. He never acted without purpose. He would not risk exposing Narcissa's identity by inviting someone who resembled her so closely just to share in her pregnancy joy. He opened his mouth, guilt shining clearly in his eyes. My blood, can it save Narcissa? He nodded silently. But, didn't you say elf blood can only turn dark elves into vampires? I furrowed my brows. If my blood could save Narcissa, I would not hesitate for a second. It's not elf blood, It's unicorn blood. He paused, struggling to speak the next words. That's nothing. It's not the first time you've given unicorn blood to you two siblings. I shot him a sidelong glance. But, if that means you must remain a unicorn for life, never able to shift back into an elf, would you still do it? Thalandui's eyes glimmered with hope. Yet he also knew the request was outrageous. Almost no one would agree. Why wouldn't I be able to return? If it were temporary, I could accept it, but if I remained in an animal form forever, how could I face Legolas Draco's past life? This time, a large amount of blood is needed. I don't wish to coerce you into a decision. Thalandui held several spirit fruits in his hands. Of course we'll try to minimize the risks, as long as the internal magical energy reaches a stable level, but the danger must be made clear to you. I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I asked the question I most wanted answered. Have you chosen a name for the child? Sissy wants to call him Legolas, meaning green leaf in the elf language. Thalandui caressed Narcissa's round, pregnant belly, his face full of affection. Even if she somehow survives childbirth, her lifespan will still follow the human cycle of aging, illness and death. Soon, she will wither like a flower, and you will remain as handsome as ever, but she... I didn't continue. I had once been the one who failed to awaken. I knew that feeling well. The gap in life experience is hardest to accept. At first, they are a handsome couple, then siblings, mother and child, even grandparent and grandchild. How could Narcissa reconcile with that? I will obtain her consent. After passing the Elf King title to our child, I will transform her into a vampire, and we will retire together into the mountains. That was not a bad solution. Vampires and elves cannot have children, so the child in Narcissa's womb, Legolas, would be their only heir. You will help me, Aurora. When you invited me, you already anticipated the outcome, didn't you? My eyes rested solely on the sleeping Narcissa. Her pale arm lay across her rounded belly. I never imagined I would witness Legrath's growth all over again. You've done so much for us, a lifetime wouldn't be enough to repay this debt of gratitude. Our entanglement isn't confined to this life alone, so... I left the sentence unfinished. He understood without my words. It's our luck, Sissy and I, that our life paths can intersect with yours. I often recalled Draco's warning before entering the illusion, to focus only on myself. But how could I stand idly by while my family was trapped in peril? For 11 years, I had been taught to prioritize family. What benefits one benefits all. What harms one harms all. Even if they didn't know my identity. Without my help, how could Draco's past self have safely come into this world? How could our bond continue? It was an unsolvable question. Soon, Narcissa approached labor. Thranduil wouldn't allow any elves inside. Couldn't reveal his wife's true identity. I had been waiting nearby. Witnessing a birth for the first time tore my heart apart. Fortunately, Thranduil absorbed most of the pain, allowing Narcissa brief respite. I had been at her bedside for an entire day and night. Thranduil's eyes were closed, brows furrowed, face pale, veins visible on his forehead. Though silent, he had clearly reached his limit. He struggled to rise and reach toward his wife. Sissy, you can start pushing. Sorry, this time you'll have to rely on yourself. Thranduil, stop the pain transfer charm, or I won't know when to push. All right. Suddenly, a scream shattered the quiet. Without any warning, an overwhelming wave of pain swept through Narcissa's body. Don't waste your strength on screaming, push now. I had taken my unicorn form, chewing the flesh of the spirit fruit, silently enduring the surging magic within me. Magic flowed through my veins as if my meridians would burst. Hold on, Thranduil carefully cut my artery. The intensified blood gushed forth. He quickly guided the silver liquid into a sealed vial. This should be enough. He wanted to stop, but I intervened. Collect more, who knows when you'll finally unburden the Elf King. He sighed. Are all unicorns as foolish as you? You can't push them too hard, Sissy would be upset. He still followed the agreement, ceasing the blood collection. Sissy, be good, don't waste Aurora's intention. Narcissa was drenched in sweat from the pain, hair plastered to her face, looking utterly disheveled. Yet, she wasn't dramatic, she obediently swallowed my blood. I'll do my best, for both me and Aurora. Between contractions, she rested, regulating her breath. She turned her head toward me. Suddenly, fear gripped me. Fear that this might be her final farewell. My only wish in coming here was to change the fate of the ones I loved. She smiled brightly at me, a smile imbued with infinite, unspoken meaning. Don't give up. I beg you. I gently licked her palm. Just 99 steps completed. Only one more to go and happiness will be yours. Don't compromise with fate. The blessing of the unicorn, Aurora, you don't have to go this far. May I invite you to be Legolas' godmother? Seldarine suggested. Godmother? Better not, I blurted out. Godmother or mother could both work, but I definitely didn't want to end up a generation apart from Legolas. I've protected you enough, and yet I'm willing to devote the rest of my life for your son, I teased lightly to ease the tension. If you don't wish to be Legolas' godmother, you could be his wife instead. Seldarine's mind worked quickly, and he immediately figured out the next step. He's still in his mother's womb, I blurted, my nerves making me say mother out loud. Thankfully, neither Narcissa nor Seldarine minded. Seldarine, it hurt so much. Narcissa's eyes shimmered with tears. Her once soft lips were cracked and bleeding. Seldarine uncapped a small vial, took a sip of my blood, and fed it to her directly mouth to mouth. Narcissa's complexion visibly improved. She drew a deep breath, her hair almost lifting with effort. Her belly visibly shrank. A chill ran down my spine. Where was the sound of the baby crying? Seldarine's expression grew grave. Once the surface blood was cleaned away, what met our eyes was an egg. What was happening? The egg's surface was covered in intricate, beautiful markings. It looked far larger than an ostrich egg. I laid an egg? Exhausted, Narcissa collapsed. Aurora, you must keep this secret, Seldarine warned, helping clean the traces of her ordeal. You'll rest here for today, he extended his hand, channeling an endless stream of spiritual energy toward me. No, I protested. Seldarine had just endured the intense pain of childbirth for Narcissa, already physically drained, and now he was. I won't be at ease until I see you back to yourself, he said, giving a reassuring smile and gently ruffling my mane. I quietly felt Seldarine's gentle energy guide the scattered essence within me back to its proper flow. Everything was moving in the right direction. I believed in my power to change the world. A warm, burning sensation spread across my brow. I slowly opened my eyes to see long, graceful arms. I've returned to my true form. You can rest easy now. Seldarine's brow furrowed slightly. Aurora, your transformation isn't entirely complete. What do you mean? Your horn. A water mirror appeared before me. The leaf that had been on my forehead was replaced by a long unicorn horn. Then what am I now, elf or unicorn? Panic bubbled in my chest. This long horn completely covered the mark. Without it, could Legolas still recognize me? And even if he could Legolas really be equated with Draco, who loves and protects me? Selendrai gently patted my back. A pair of pure white wings sprouted from my shoulder blades. Elf wings are usually brown, I murmured to myself. So what am I now? A new species? Half elf, half unicorn? Can I even remain in the elf territory like this? Why not? You're the benefactor of me, Selendrai and Legolas. Narcissa opened her eyes. She struggled to sit up, but Selendrai gently held her back down. Legolas, is that the name of this egg? Yes. According to ancestral memory, elves can be either innate or acquired, but none have ever hatched from an egg until we figure it out. Legolas' form must remain a secret. So Narcissa understood immediately. You mean pretending Legolas hasn't been born? The process of incubating the egg requires constant contact with the body. Selendrai held the egg carefully in his hands. As far as I know, roosters and hens take turns hatching eggs. You could think of it as a reverse gender role scenario, I teased. You mean, Aurora, I place the egg on my belly, keep pretending to be pregnant, return home, and Selendrai, you take over my duties, ha. Narcissa. Selendrai smiled helplessly, but eventually agreed. And Aurora can help too, right? He added, dragging me into the plan. I'm not its mother, I quickly protested. I'd heard that oviparous creatures see the first being they encounter after hatching as their mother. Would Legolas recognize me as his mother? Please don't be that cruel. You're not thinking I gave birth to a monster, are you, Aurora? Narcissa pouted, looking glum. Of course not, I answered firmly. It would be mortifying if she misunderstood. Then touch it, she said. She took my hand and lightly touched the surface of the egg. Suddenly, the egg seemed to jump, and I quickly withdrew my hand. See? It reacts to you. I could feel powerful magical energy emanating from the entire egg. At any moment it could break free from its shell. Thalanduis, can you see inside the egg? For some reason, the egg in my hands gradually began to warm. You've married and forgotten your mother, little lecher, already showing favoritism before it's even hatched. Narcissa's teasing words continued, but I felt a thrill in my heart. I wanted to connect with Draco's past life Legolas. Since he reacted so strongly to me, I hoped to reach him. Normally, I slept in the room next to Thalandui and Narcissa. They never neglected their responsibilities because I was there. They simply entrusted Legolas to me whenever they had private moments. The egg, named Legolas, was stunning. Its patterns changed every day. Though there were still no signs of it breaking, I could feel the magic and spiritual energy inside growing stronger. Whether he would be an elf or a beast mattered little to his parents. Thalandui replenished the elf energy he needed daily. In his words, his son was a big eater, consuming every bit of energy he provided. I had once considered adding my own magic to him, but abandoned the idea. They say whoever injects the energy will influence the hatchling's appearance, making it resemble them more. Finally, on an ordinary afternoon, Legolas shuddered violently and rolled off the bed. Narcissa's startled cry came from the next room. I dashed in without a second thought. Legolas's eggshell was riddled with cracks, fragmenting rapidly. I held my breath. Thalanduis, presiding over work at the temple, sensed it as well and dissolved his meeting. He appeared before us out of nowhere. Sissy, Aurora. All eyes were drawn to the small life about to emerge. A flash of platinum pushed the fractured shell aside. Then a slender claw came into view. Could it be, really a chicken? Narcissa touched Thalandui's arm. That's a golden chicken. Suddenly the shell crumbled into dust, vanishing before us. Legolas, it's a dragon. Two bat-like wings hung at his sides, a pair of horns rose high, and a long tail swished behind him. He looked thrilled, his eyes locked on me. His eyes were a striking gray, his body entirely platinum. This was Legolas in his true form. I finally matched the massive dragon I had seen in the Scream Shack with this newborn baby dragon. He flapped his wings and flew straight toward me. He flew at incredible speed, so fast that neither Thranduil nor Narcissa could react in time. Before I knew it, he had perched atop my head. My platinum waves seemed to serve as his little nest. He chuckled, rubbing his tiny face against mine. What's going on? Legreth seems to think Aurora is his mom. Thranduil stepped forward, trying to lift the baby dragon off my head. Legreth roared in anger and turned to breathe fire at Thranduil's face. Careful. Dragon fire is devastatingly powerful. Thranduil had once suffered severe injuries facing dragons, half his face nearly ruined before being healed by the spirit fruit. Ever since, he had an instinctive fear of dragons. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Thranduil, he's our baby. He restrained himself, wrapping Legreth in a protective bubble. Thranduil managed to avoid serious harm, though a lock of his long hair got singed. I hurriedly restored it. Thranduil treasured his hair as if it were his life. His expression softened slightly as Legreth struggled within the bubble, trying to breathe fire but growing short of oxygen and gasping. Legreth, come to mommy. Narcissa popped the bubble and cradled the little dragon in her arms. In the warmth of her embrace, Legreth gradually calmed, closing his eyes obediently. Sissy, still be careful. Sage. Narcissa shot Thranduil a warning glance. Legreth just hatched, he can't control his emotions yet. You nearly suffocated him. She shivered at the memory. Dragon fire is so dangerous, I feared he might hurt you. Thranduil sat beside her, looking both guilty and hurt. This time, I'll let it go. Narcissa's eyes softened with love. I finally understood that a mother's love could overcome any force. Narcissa hummed a gentle, unfamiliar tune. It was said such melodies could grant a child sweet dreams. Suddenly, the baby dragon vanished before my eyes, replaced by a precious, snow-white infant. Thick platinum hair, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, peacefully resting in his mother's arms. A perfectly sculpted face, pouty lips, as if tasting delicious food in his dreams. His elven ears tinged with pink, skin so flawless not a single pore was visible. He is Legrath? Branduel carefully took the baby into his arms. After inspecting him, he let out a long sigh. Legrath. He is an elf. The implication was clear. His son had not inherited Narcissa's dark elf bloodline. He alone was eligible to inherit the throne of the Elf King. But why was he born in the form of a dragon? I asked. Considering Draco's attitude toward dragons, Legolas had abandoned his dragon body and lived on as an elf. Before you, no dark elf had ever successfully given birth to an elf child. Using unicorn blood to extend your life is, in itself, an act against the natural order. Seldarine's face paled. In the end, divine punishment will fall upon us. Don't speak like that. Narcissa quickly covered Seldarine's mouth. What did I just say? Seldarine seemed to come back to his senses. I repeated his words. Could it have been a prophecy? Perhaps. Seldarine's expression, previously indecipherable, softened. Don't worry, I will do everything in my power to protect you. And just now, I think I saw this little one's fate entwined with Aurora across multiple lifetimes. Legolas' position is special. Beyond us as his parents, it's good for him to have more people to care for him. I knew it. Seldarine was trying to coax me onto this pirate ship again. Can you stop treating me like a lamb to shear? I snapped. Legolas seems to have accepted you already. Seldarine looked innocently smug. I am not your cheap labor. How can you speak of yourself that way? Seldarine's gaze was gentle. You came here because your fate is inseparably linked to Legolas. Don't worry. Besides revealing that prophecy, some remnants remain in my mind. He didn't continue. The laws of heaven bound everyone. You are the indispensable other half of Legolas' life. Don't tell me this is another trick to deceive me, I teased. As for whether it's true or not, you know better than I do, don't you? Seldarine's hand came to my brow. This place carries Legolas' essence. Every elf is unique. As his father, I would never make a mistake. Already finding a childhood bride for your son? I almost believed his explanation. The sharpness of his words had a way of rubbing off on me. Seldarine didn't mind. Elves and unicorns live for a long time. Age differences need not be overemphasized. The baby, shifting countless times from little dragon to infant in his sleep, was far too young to control his transformations. For this reason, no stable form could be maintained, and Legolas' identity had to remain secret. Though a true-born elf prince, he was forced to live incognito because of his dragon form. He couldn't even live with his parents. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed like a tiny, burdensome appendage. Legolas likes you just as much, Selendrai said patiently, his tone gentle but purposeful. He was slowly aligning with the image of Lucius the father in my heart. To achieve his goals, he would spare no effort. Legolas seemed to understand Selendrai's persuasion and flew from Narcissa's arms toward me. An elf develops self-awareness even before birth. Don't let his baby-like appearance fool you. He understands everything. Narcissa had drunk my blood and grown into an independent, self-sufficient child in just a single day. There's one more thing I must warn you. When I agreed to keep Legolas close, Selendrai exhaled in relief, though his expression remained serious. Do not give your blood to anyone else again. What, so my blood is only for you two and no one else? Am I your exclusive blood bag? I teased, even though I knew that wasn't what he meant. Of course not. Selendrai hastily denied it. You gave so much blood to Narcissa this time. Even though unicorns can generate blood naturally, you still lost too much. It will take a long time to fully recover. You were lucky to maintain human form this time. If you lose that much again, as I've predicted, you'll be stuck in your unicorn form forever. Why do you have to be so long-winded? I'm worried that you fool will be tricked by that brat again. Selendrai's face flushed with anger. Don't trust elves. What do you mean? Considering what's happened to you, don't you understand? Selendrai said earnestly. Innocent men may suffer because of what they carry. The bloodline of the Unicorn King is also your original sin. Anyway, remember my words, your life belongs to you alone. Legras and I lived together in the old elf stronghold, before the elven army migrated. I set up wards so that outsiders could not enter. Watching him grow day by day filled me with pride. But he could not control his form. His dragon and elf forms alternated unpredictably. Even more terrifying, when he became a dragon, his destructive power was extraordinary. His size was enormous, and a single sweep of his tail could uproot towering trees. His dragonfire could reduce entire forests to ash. Aurora, should I even live here? Their looks are full of fear. Legras was not lacking in understanding. He could sense others' submission or rejection toward him. I don't have a place anywhere. His platinum wings drooped as he looked dejected. Should I find a dragon's lair? Usually, they are on cliffs. Don't be ridiculous. Stay here safely. There's no one else here. And you're different, you're both dragon and elf. You're unique. Like you, an elf and a unicorn? His tone softened. He drew a deep breath and shifted back into his elf form. If I could stay like this forever, how wonderful that would be. Why say that? I think the dragon form is beautiful and majestic. Do you really like it? You're not teasing me? You don't think I'm savage or ugly? Then would you mind my unicorn form? I asked in return. Of course not. When you transform into a unicorn, your whole body glows. It's beautiful. His gray eyes fixed on me, and his long fingers gently twirled a strand of my platinum curls that had slipped onto my shoulder. Then I feel the same, Legolas. No matter what form you take, I will love you just the same. The tension in his body visibly eased. Aurora, I'll learn to control myself gradually. I've realized that when I'm with you my mind feels calm. I can only transform into an elf when I'm fully clear-headed. Legolas, elves are the spirits of all things and dragons are part of that too. He pondered thoughtfully. You're right. I was thinking too narrowly. Other people's opinions aren't so important. What matters is how we see ourselves. Aurora, what would I do without you? He pulled me into his arms. I relaxed against him, as if I had found again the memory of being held tenderly in Draco's hands. While you're still in your elf form, will you practice swordplay with me? Thalanduis had strict expectations for Legolas. Even if he wasn't always around, he assigned him daily tasks. Legolas yearned for Thalanduis' approval. He was talented and diligent. It's such a pity, he was meant to be the next elf king. Narcissa and Thalanduis' only child, but because of his dragon body, Legolas could never be fully accepted by the elves. He had come to accept this calmly, yet the loneliness in his eyes pricked my own heart. As long as you're by my side, the rest doesn't matter. We rode a large stag together, strolling through the forest. Elves naturally radiate charm. Moose and rabbits came to greet us. I held a small rabbit, stroking its fur gently, feeling its warmth. My back pressed against Legolas's chest. Daily training had sculpted his physique. His chest was solid, clad in fitted armor that drew the eye irresistibly. Suddenly, Legolas leapt off the stag, blocking our path. I heard something. I'll go check. He patted the stag's head, signaling it to protect me. He drew his bow, while I smoothed the stag's fur. From afar came the sound of hooves approaching. Human boys. 2 of them led the group, like brothers with jet black hair and striking green eyes. Your Majesty, it seems we've entered the elf territory, one of the attendants whispered. Greetings. The nearby village was attacked by a dragon. Do you have any information? Our master will reward you handsomely. Legolas and I exchanged a knowing glance. You are dragon slayers among humans? I advise you to reconsider, or you'll waste your lives. A dragon's body is covered in tough scales. Ordinary swords and blades cannot harm it. Our master isn't an ordinary muggle. One of the attendants snapped, clearly offended. Muggle? Legolas looked puzzled, so I whispered an explanation. It's what humans call ordinary people without magic. You're wizards? Legrath wore an amused expression, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. No offense intended, but even the elf king has suffered serious injuries from dragons. Among the 2 standing before him, the elder one had flowing black hair. You mean the current elf king Thranduil? He asked. Yes, Legrath nodded. We've heard countless tales about him. He's famed for his courage and combat skill. The younger boy spoke eagerly. Legrath struggled to contain the pride glimmering in his eyes. You've said a lot, and yet you seem very confident in your own abilities. May I know why? Legrath got straight to the point. The two leaders exchanged a glance. Sorry, we don't wish to cause any unnecessary trouble. We still thank you for the information. Very well, good luck to you. Legrath didn't push the matter. They're just another pair of fools coming to their doom. He let out a cold snort once their backs disappeared from view. Even though you did nothing after transforming into a dragon, why do you attract so much blame? I wondered aloud. I quietly inquired, Legrath said dismissively. These wizards want to build a school here. They hope to scare the local muggles away to acquire the land cheaply. So that's why they slandered you? It's a human tactic, the boy said with a nonchalant smile. Dragons are rare in this world, but finding a young dragon isn't impossible. If they stage their play well, they can advertise this school throughout the wizarding world. That's a clever move, but how do you know all this? I sensed the thoughts of the Elder One just now, Legrath explained. Was this the earliest instance of legilimency? Legrath could use it skillfully without any guidance. They come from a family called Slytherin, highly respected among humans. Did you notice their green eyes and black hair? They are half human, half dark elf. Dark elves cannot use spiritual power, but they have great talent in potions and charms. If they survive childhood, their elven beauty ensures a decent life among humans. See the rings on their hands? I suspect the Elder One might be Salazar Slytherin himself. Why are you so certain? I couldn't penetrate his mind, Legrath pondered. Not all human wizards are that fragile. Because of his draconic body, Legrath had never appeared in public. He had never met Gandalf, the most powerful wizard alive, nor had he encountered other contemporary heroes. These regrets were all due to the fact that he shared his body with a dragon. There are 4 of them, Salazar Slytherin and his like-minded companions. Their power is considerable. This world coincided with the era of Hogwarts founders. Perhaps they can help me shed my dragon form, Legrath muttered. Since they seek fame, and can also lend me aid, this might be a perfect solution for both sides. But, can removing the dragon form really work? What if something goes wrong? Finally, we could meet in this world. How could I stand by and watch him place himself in such grave danger? They may or may not have that kind of strength or aura, you know. As the son of the Elf King, though not officially recognized, I've inherited all his abilities, including the power to control plants and animals. For once, Legolas allowed a hint of vulnerability to show. They're about to meet up with the other 3. The sounds of birds chirping reached our ears. They've come prepared. Tonight, they'll draw a massive magic circle in the village. The magic circle is that powerful? 1,000 years later, due to long preparation times and poor secrecy, nearly all methods for creating such ancient magic circles were lost. I was curious about the techniques used a millennium ago. It would be enough to capture ordinary dragons. As for me, Legolas let out a short, derisive laugh. I really want to see them try. No, I mean, don't reveal yourself. The Hogwarts, a history text, made no record of the 4 founders battling dragons. If Legolas' assumption were true that it was just to display the dragons' bodies wouldn't have been trapped in the scream shed for 1,000 years. They must have reached some secret agreement. And the motto "Let sleeping dragons lie" implicitly confirmed not only the dragons' real existence, but also the crucial role their containment played in establishing Hogwarts. I'll be careful. I'll keep track of their movements all this time. Legolas spoke softly, offering reassurance. I knew that no few words could erase the hopes he had carried for so long, nor could I selfishly rob him of his chance. My only option was to silently stay by his side and help if danger arose. I informed Seldarine and Narcissa of the situation. This is far too risky. I don't agree. How can you trust a wizard you've only met once? Father, I've investigated Slytherin's abilities, Legolas hurried to explain. And how do you know he and his companions will choose to help you? Don't you understand the truth of non-kin hearts are always different? Seldarine, calm down. Legolas has never had the chance to understand the dangers of the world. Narcissa gently patted her husband's shoulder. And who caused all this in the first place? Years of denial and suppression by Seldarine had left Legolas' emotions bottled up. Now, they finally found an outlet. Don't speak to your mother in that tone. Seldarine was famously protective. Every race that had dealings with him knew. It was fine to fear him, but harming Narcissa was out of the question. If I had the power of foresight and choice, I would never have wanted to be born in this world. Legolas growled. To hide my identity, not knowing when I'll transform, constantly living in tension and anxiety. Everyone looks at me with the eyes of a monster. His broad shoulders trembled slightly. His pain was innate and would last a lifetime. And as I grew older, I realized I could no longer suppress that blood, thirst, and cruelty. Legolas pressed his hands to his forehead, eyes tightly shut. Slowly, his eyes began to glow red. Narcissa was left speechless. She wanted to step forward and comfort Legolas, but the aura emanating from the boy repelled her, keeping her at a distance. Even she, usually so strong, felt helpless, only able to silently shed tears nearby. Legolas was the precious child Narcissa had risked her life to bring into the world. The union of dark elves and elves was forbidden. Even with the blessing and blood of a unicorn, Legolas surviving until now was already a gift from heaven. There was no asking for more. Yet how could Legolas, ignorant of all this, willingly bear such suffering? I had long noticed that he would hide, observing the healthy elves. They stayed close to Selendrai, becoming his loyal guards. Some distinguished themselves with feats, others fought bravely in battle, earning great honor. Only he, despite his immense talents, could not reveal himself to the world. He had been the most suitable candidate to become the next elf king. I used to not understand Remus Lupin's predicament, thinking he rejected his identity as a werewolf and foolishly tried to integrate into wizard society. But when it came to Legolas, I could not simply stand by and tell him to accept his fate. Truly, double standards at their finest. I wandered aimlessly through the forest. Happiness was right in front of me, yet I felt powerless to grasp it. Chinese, letter Chinese, letter Chinese, letter Chinese, letter. A black-haired, blue-eyed boy appeared, holding a bundle of moonlight grass. He claimed to be Salazar Slytherin's younger brother. Instinctively, I touched the horn on my forehead. Even with the confusion spell in place, he shouldn't be able to see it. He laughed at me. No spell has any effect in front of me. Your horn is beautiful, in wizard terms, it would make excellent wand material. You! I covered my forehead, and leapt 8 zhang away from him. It was the first time I met someone, like me, immune to all magic. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. He approached slowly. Are you Legolas' guardian? He asked. He told me so. I didn't want to merely be his guardian. I wanted to stand beside him as his companion. It had always been Draco pushing our relationship forward. I only needed to enjoy his care and love. You feel for him as a man and woman. His green eyes seem to see through everything, but he's already used to you being by his side. What's your purpose in telling me this? I want to help you, the black-haired boy said, crouching before me. You look almost identical to the elf queen. Could it be that you're Legolas' sister? Like me, any magic held no sway over him, so he could see Narcissa's true form beneath the confusion spell. I shook my head. There was no need to reveal the truth to an outsider. Legolas is close to Salazar. My brother introduced him to several other friends. He stared at my face, reading my micro-expressions. I remained composed. Legolas' childhood was lonely. It's rare for him to have playmates of his own age. 2 of them are female, he hinted. And? Should I prevent him from interacting with the opposite sex? You think I'm jealous? You clearly are. All elves are like this. Selendrai doesn't even allow anyone to see his wife's face, the black-haired boy teased. If he holds me in his heart, then no other woman passing before him will matter. You're quite confident in yourself. The boy examined me with amusement, as if he had discovered an intriguing object. For some reason, hearing his words made a flicker of doubt stir within me. I didn't have complete confidence in controlling Legolas's heart. He had endured too much suffering and injustice. Love for him was the least of his concerns. In this moment, no one could reach him, only those who could aid him mattered. At this point, how was he any different from Voldemort? Draco in Latin, it signifies the constellation Draco. His very name betrayed his connection to dragons. Seeing the hesitation on my face, the boy scolded me sharply. You carry the blood of an ancient, divine beast, yet you're constantly deceived by these self-righteous elves. When I remained silent, he gripped my wrist firmly. Close your eyes. In an instant, the early form of Hogwarts appeared before me. You've never been here. His tone was assertive, not a question. You're planning to build a magical school here? It overlapped faintly with my memory of Hogwarts. Students and teachers alike were involved in the construction, turning the school into their experimental ground. The shifting staircases were Ravenclaw's masterpiece, and Legolas even placed a small turquoise snake in Salazar Slytherin's hands. At this time, the basilisk was newly hatched, soft, cute, and reluctant to leave. It wrapped its tail around Legolas's arm. "Master, I don't want to leave you." "Good, I'll come visit you often," Legolas soothed the basilisk gently, though his tone was perfunctory. I knew that, in time, the basilisk would be confined to Hogwarts dungeons under Slytherin, never to see the light of day again. This was merely his usual way of testing the waters. No one ever truly earned his heart. "Why are you sweating?" the black-haired boy asked knowingly. Only then did I realize that cold sweat had soaked my back. "Aurora, how did you get here?" Legolas approached, his gaze lingering on the hands I held with the black-haired boy. "When did you become so familiar with Harry?" I hadn't even asked the boy's name. His familiar features sent a wave of dizziness through me. "Harry." Legolas took my hand, drawing me into his embrace. "What did he say to you?" "He's nothing but a fallen noble's descendant, not even remotely related to Salazar." He deliberately belittled the boy's background. "I'm not close to him. He just mentioned that you were here." I didn't want to provoke him, not when his heart was so sensitive. His expression softened. "Sorry, did I hurt you?" He noticed the faint bruises on my wrist. "It's fine, it'll pass." Before I could finish, he channeled his magic to heal me. "This time it's my turn to protect you." His gaze burned, and his gray eyes held a seriousness I hadn't seen before. "I know everything." Seeing that I didn't respond, Legrath continued, his tone teasing. "Just like Mother said, you're hopelessly foolish. You've done so much for me, yet never once spoke your mind. Favor would be gone if I asked for it. Besides, how do you know I haven't been scheming?" I muttered. "You're just a fool, can't even play defense to gain advantage. Surviving this long must be a blessing from the heavens." Legrath teased me relentlessly with his words, yet the warmth in his eyes never faded. His hand rested lightly on my waist as he guided me forward to face the others. "So this is the one you keep talking about?" The red-haired youth grinned recklessly, looking disheveled, a stark contrast in presence to the early version of Salazar Slytherin. "Elora will be my future wife," Legrath murmured, brushing a strand of hair from my forehead. The unicorn's horn was highly sensitive, I had explicitly warned him. Yet here he was, in front of everyone. My legs weakened, and he steadied me from behind, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. "I always thought elves expressed affection subtly," Salazar teased. "I grew up in the wild, without all those constraints," Legrath replied nonchalantly. Salazar and Harry exchanged a quick glance, their suspicions about Legrath's true identity deepening. Only the Elf King and his bloodline could communicate effortlessly with animals and plants. The same platinum hair, gray eyes, similar facial features, all undeniable signs of his kinship with Thranduil. "I always thought elves cared deeply about their offspring." Salazar's words carried a subtle implication. Legrath shot a sidelong glance at his sly friend. "If you can even call them offspring." "What do you mean?" Salazar frowned. The small snake in his arms wriggled uneasily. Legrath's eyes reddened, the prelude to his transformation. In an instant, he was enveloped in a swirling blue flame. "Step back, everyone." I hastily summoned my strongest protective barrier. Legrath transformed into a colossal dragon, circling above. "What? Legrath is that dragon?" Godric Gryffindor shouted in awe. Salazar Slytherin's gaze never wavered from Legrath as he silently shielded the others behind him. "Legrath, do you still have control over yourself?" he called out. "Don't provoke him," Ravenclaw warned, but the moment the words left her lips, Legrath's dragonfire singed her robes. The flames were nearly impossible to extinguish. Gryffindor swiftly swung his sword, cutting away the burning portions. Usually composed, Ravenclaw was flustered, while Hufflepuff removed their robes to cover her exposed skin. "Elora, does he always transform without warning like this?" Salazar asked. "Yes," I lied unwillingly. "He could control himself when I was nearby, yet he deliberately revealed his dragon form before the four founders." Legrath's intent was clear. Truly the predecessor of Draco Malfoy, every friendship he forged, every hand of trust he extended, was carefully calculated. He measured everyone's reactions with far more finesse than Draco ever could. He had transformed into a massive dragon, looming over us like we were nothing more than a colony of ants. Salazar Slytherin gritted his teeth, and relying on nothing but his own strength, surged into the air. Voldemort's innate ability to fly stemmed from Slytherin's bloodline. I spread my wings and flew to his side, instinctively positioning myself in front of him as a shield. Legolas immediately noticed my intent, his striking gray eyes narrowing dangerously. "Legolas, it's me." Once in dragon form, his emotions surged violently. I landed in the palm of his clawed hand. "Aurora, be careful." Harry's voice called out from below. "Shut up," I snapped. "Everyone down there may be clever, but surely they could see how much Legolas cared for me." Godric Gryffindor stepped forward, knocking the boy unconscious with a single-hand strike. "Aurora, soothe your fiancé. He listens only to you right now." He helped Harry lie down safely. Under the sunlight, the dragon's slit pupils sharpened into thin lines. He held me gently in his massive hands. A slight squeeze could have crushed me entirely, yet he was careful. His face drew close, and I climbed onto his high, angular snout. His features were covered in hard, metallic dragon scales, with a small indentation at the center of his brow. I relaxed my body and pressed myself against it, a secret only we shared. Whenever I touched that spot, Legolas could revert to his human form, and only I could trigger it. Gradually, his enormous dragon body shrank, and he wrapped me in a waist-hold embrace. That was terrifying. "You finally changed back. I thought you'd level Hogwarts." Godric Gryffindor shivered at the memory. "Quite possible," Legolas admitted shamelessly. "This is also why I travel alone," he added, glancing at Salazar Slytherin. "Sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Of course, it's your secret. I just never imagined seeing a half-dragon, half-elf with my own eyes. It's actually good that you saw it today. In the future, please set up protective wards. This place is the cradle of future wizards. Safety must come first." "Legolas, you—" Godric Gryffindor knew he was right, but how could he openly voice the idea of expelling anyone? "It's getting late. Aurora and I have matters to attend to." Legolas took my hand, and we disappeared together. "Just like that?" Godric Gryffindor scratched his head, bewildered. "What more do you want?" Ravenclaw snapped irritably. "Legolas is our friend. Friends help each other, don't they?" Gryffindor took a deep breath, glancing at Slytherin in hopes of forming a united front. "Do you really believe he can't control when he transforms?" Ravenclaw asked pointedly. "What do you mean?" Salazar frowned. "He approached us through you. Could all of this be part of a scheme he set? And what would he gain by doing that?" Salazar asked patiently, though the furrow in his brow deepened. Anyone who knew him recognized this as a sign of rising anger. Helga Hufflepuff quickly intervened to smooth things over. "Rowena isn't questioning your friend. Salazar, don't take it to heart." The serpent hissed softly in Slytherin's ear, and his gaze softened. "Don't worry. Am I so easily misled? I can discern right from wrong. Rowena, maybe. Put on the Ravenclaw crown. Perhaps the answer will come to you then." Rowena Ravenclaw's expression changed sharply. Rowena Ravenclaw's crown had long ago been stolen by her daughter, Helena. Yet she refused to admit it, pretending the crown was still intact. To be betrayed by her own daughter was unbearably humiliating. When Salazar Slytherin brought it up, her face flickered between pale and flushed, unsure how to respond. Helga Hufflepuff, being very close to Rowena, naturally stepped in first to change the subject. "The Ravenclaw crown is a treasured heirloom of the Ravenclaw family. It shouldn't be taken out casually." "Rowena, Helga, you've been keeping something from us. What exactly is wrong with the Ravenclaw crown?" Godric Gryffindor, known for his fiery temper, couldn't contain himself and demanded an answer. Salazar Slytherin glanced at Godric, his voice gentle. "Godric, don't ask. Perhaps Rowena has some difficulty explaining." He feigned concern for his friend, but in reality, he had put Rowena in an impossible position. Godric, who could never bear to see Salazar show weakness, grew even more relentless toward Rowena. I realized then that Salazar had completely gotten under Godric's skin. He could easily provoke Godric's emotions, and their words and gestures betrayed an intimacy akin to a couple in love. But if Godric and Salazar were a pair, then how did Voldemort, a descendant of Salazar, come to exist? Without him, there would be no Narcissa, and therefore no me. My heart raced as I silently observed their interaction. The basilisk, sensing Salazar's protection over Legra's, pressed its cold, slick body against him in gratitude. The black-haired, blue-eyed man gently tapped the basilisk's forehead in acknowledgement. "Legras is my friend," Salazar said, looking into the basilisk's eyes. The serpent extended its tongue and licked his fingers. Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff both looked on, unable to hide their discomfort. They had little fondness for such cold-blooded creatures. When the basilisk grows, it will be able to protect Hogwarts students. It's impervious to weapons. Even Avada Kedavra won't cause it real harm. Its teeth carry potent venom capable of destroying any alchemical work. Salazar spoke endlessly of the basilisk's power, oblivious to the shifting expressions of the others. "Salazar, the basilisk is so powerful. What if it attacks students?" Godric asked hesitantly. "I am its master. It obeys my commands. The basilisk can live for 1,000 years. Even if I'm gone, it can continue to protect Hogwarts." Salazar's voice was gentle as he stroked the creature's forehead. "You won't go alone, I'll help you search," Godric said, glancing at the other two friends without continuing further. "What do you mean? You two are leaving Hogwarts?" Rowena, cornered by Salazar moments ago and looking for a chance to regain footing, now saw an opportunity. "I." Godric realized he had acted rashly again, causing trouble for Salazar, and wished he could slap himself twice. Godric Gryffindor looked at Salazar for help. "I didn't mean to." Salazar, once a furious lion, he now appeared like a sickly cat. Salazar sighed. "We do not intend to leave Hogwarts. We are searching for the legendary Deathly Hallows." The Resurrection Stone, Elder Wand, Invisibility Cloak. Rowena Ravenclaw's expression softened slightly. Finally, the issue of her missing crown could be set aside. "I'm a descendant of Peveril, and I've obtained some clues." Salazar lowered his voice. "If you collect all the Deathly Hallows, you become the master of death itself," Godric Gryffindor said with awe. "Then Salazar can go alone." "Godric, why are you tagging along?" Rowena Ravenclaw teased. "The journey to find the Deathly Hallows is extremely dangerous," Helga Hufflepuff chimed in. Godric Gryffindor's face flushed crimson. "Leave your hat behind. You can ignore the sorting duties for now." Salazar implanted his intentions for Slytherin students into Godric Gryffindor's wizard hat. Helga and Rowena exchanged glances and, following Salazar's example, infused their own thoughts into Gryffindor's hat as well. "You men sure know how to slack off. Are we women really going to hold up half the sky?" Helga and Rowena sighed wryly. "Of course not. Not that quickly." Godric Gryffindor scratched his head embarrassed. "I have other matters to attend to. I'll be going back." Salazar Slytherin used a floating charm to lift Harry into the air and carried him down to the cellar. "Did we go a bit too far?" Slytherin House was set underground, never exposed to sunlight. "So that's why Salazar became increasingly gloomy," Rowena said, showing a rare moment of conscience. "Should we move him somewhere else?" "He's a snake-tongued man. He likes being around snakes. That place suits him best." This time Godric Gryffindor disagreed. Rowena teased with a smirk. "No one will disturb your little rendezvous." You all knew?" the founder of Gryffindor exclaimed. "We're not blind," Rowena shot back sharply. "You acted so obviously, why worry about anyone knowing?" Even gentle Helga chimed in teasingly. "Good heavens, if I'd known I wouldn't have hidden it all. I worried about being discovered and avoided going to the cellar too often," Godric Gryffindor complained. "Come on, hurry, or Salazar won't leave the door open for you," Helga and Rowena teased. "You too." Godric Gryffindor glared at the two mischievous women and hurried after Salazar. "Isn't Harry a distant relative? He's snake-tongued too?" Gryffindor asked Salazar. "Like Legolas, he's a child the family hides from the world." Salazar's gaze darkened. "He's your father." Under the guise of a distant relative, he was sent to our household to be raised. His abilities are formidable. Not to mention, he possesses extraordinary powers that can save his life in critical moments." "You mean?" "No spell affects him." Salazar looked Godric directly in the eye. "That's incredible. I discovered it by chance. It's one of this boy's survival tools." Salazar gave a subtle hint. I understand. Godric made a gesture as if to seal his lips and swore to the sky. "Of course I trust you. Let's just hope no one exploits him," Salazar said, exasperated. I thought you two were rivals." Godric touched his nose sheepishly. Human, world wealth never mattered to me. As for anything else, do you think I lack it? Salazar said confidently. He had risen to prominence at a young age, serving as the backbone of his family, with vast lands under his control. Now the only thing that can truly pique my interest is the legendary Deathly Hallows, the power to conquer death. Salazar traced the symbol of the Deathly Hallows in the air with his long fingers. The green pattern glowed softly, suspended in the sky, lingering without fading. Legolas has clues about the Deathly Hallows, Salazar hinted. You know elves live far longer than humans. Information lost to human history is easy for them to trace. This is why you've been insisting we help him. Godric Gryffindor finally understood. Of course. Did you think I run a charity? Salazar shot him a sharp glance. I knew it. You're definitely not that kind-hearted. The nature of humans is always a trade. I've told you this before, Salazar scolded, frustrated at Godric's naivete. I'm not an idiot, I know that. I just thought Legrath would be different. Godric's voice dropped lower and lower. You don't even know who is different to me, do you? Salazar countered. Godric's face flushed scarlet. His hair was brilliant gold, not the Malfoy family's platinum, but dazzling sunlight, gold, so bright that up close it almost felt scorching. They stared at each other in silence. Then came a loud thunk. Harry's forehead collided with the Hogwarts gate. He plopped to the ground, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Salazar, Godric. How did I get here? My head feels woozy. He'd taken 2 hits front and back, and 2 obvious bumps were forming on his skull. Back to the dungeons with me, Salazar snapped, breaking the tense atmosphere. I brewed some potions and I'll fix your brain while I'm at it. That's an external injury, Harry yelped. Also a chance to test my potion on you. Salazar's lips curved into a mischievous smirk. No thanks. I'll find somewhere to rest. Won't bother you today. Like someone with hair on fire, Harry scrambled away as fast as possible. Hogwarts really needs to ban apparition within the grounds, otherwise, that guy will show up out of nowhere and ruin everything, Godric said sternly. Your restrictions won't stop him, remember? That guy isn't affected by any spell. One spell at a time is better than none. Who would have thought that Godric Gryffindor, the paragon of justice, would implement rules just to serve his own desires? Not if it weren't for you, the 2 voices trailed into a whisper. Thanks for the hospitality. Harry sat across from me, devouring his meal, while Legrath's expression remained unreadable. You got kicked out by Salazar? Legrath raised an eyebrow. Each asking knowingly, don't you understand what it means to see through something and stay silent? Harry snorted, then turned to me earnestly. What is it? I shivered under his gaze. Little unicorn, can I touch your horn? Absolutely not. Legrath swatted Harry's hand away. It's just a touch, not taking it off. Why such a big reaction? Harry asked, confused. Legrath's fair face flushed pink. He cleared his throat softly, voice low as a whisper. The unicorn's horn is extremely sensitive. No one may touch it except for his future mate. Sorry, I didn't know. Harry hurriedly waved his hands. I was being impudent. It's fine, ignorance is excusable. But touching the horns of dragons, unicorns, or stags carries a meaning of courtship, I added, exaggerating for effect. Even the normally shameless, Harry felt his ears burn. Legrath placed his hand over my horn, stroking gently, as if examining a delicate treasure. His unrestrained closeness took me completely by surprise. My lashes trembled, and he caught me in his arms just in time. Leaning close to my ear, he murmured. Why didn't you tell him that a half-elf, half-unicorn has other sensitive spots besides this one? How could I possibly tell him? I bit my lip, struggling to stifle the desperate, soft gasp threatening to escape. I stubbornly tried to lightly touch his ear. Legolas was faster, clamping down on my mischievous hand. His eyes churned with a storm beneath their calm surface. We haven't even touched yet, I murmured. Could you two be a little more mindful of the occasion? Even among humans, I'm already an adult, Harry protested. Sorry, forgot you were here too, Legolas said nonchalantly, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips, clearly diminishing Harry's presence on purpose. You too, did you, do it? Harry asked, curiosity twinkling in his voice. Do what? Legolas frowned. Like in elves, does a union happen through a ceremony like humans? Of course, but because of my identity, I can't hold a proper wedding with Aurora to announce our union to the world. Legolas pressed a precious, tender kiss to my brow. For staying by my side, never abandoning me. You know I don't care much for rituals. Just watching Thranduil and Narcissa's wedding back then made me nervous enough, so much fuss. Oh, so that makes you Legolas's senior then? Elves live long lives. We don't mind the exact age, Legolas interrupted stiffly. For us, hundreds of years pass in the blink of an eye, where, as humans are already but a handful of bones. He caught the flash of irritation in Harry's eyes. What's this? Found the secret to longevity? Well, makes sense. Dark hair, green eyes. You and Salazar likely carry dark elf blood. Becoming part of a bloodline is one shortcut to extending life. But the cost is isolation. Friends and parents all drift awake, and you endure that? Dark elves, they're a kind of elf, and we like Aurora. You're nothing like Aurora, Legolas interrupted Harry's speculation roughly. Even without transforming into a dragon, why do you get so irritable? I asked, letting my fingertips graze his cheek. He closed his eyes and pressed his face against my palm. I don't know, it's just that they forcefully tried to involve themselves with you, and I can't help but feel angry. I didn't know how to respond. I tried to pull my hand back, but he held it fast. Legolas continued, returning to the previous topic. You humans with dark hair and green eyes carry the mark of the dark elves. I can sense their presence in you, what humans would call certain magical talents. But compared to elves, such talents are negligible. It's like humans don't care whether the flower blooming every summer is the same one as before. Human lifespans are far too short compared to elves. In this way, Narcissa, relative to Thranduil, is both fortunate and cursed. Across the long years, Thranduil's life leaves its mark on everything. Legolas speaks like this only because he is certain I will remain by his side. Harry's bright green eyes darkened. It reminded me of another Harry, someone with the same name. Their personalities were entirely different. That Harry, a Slytherin illegitimate child, was protected thanks to his friend Jang. He was cheerful, outgoing, curious, and always expressed what he felt. The Harry I knew, the so-called savior, grew up as an outsider, sharp at reading people, suppressing desires for years. Even after inheriting the Potter estate, he remained humble and low profile, using restraint as a shield. One day at a time. The changes may not be immediate, but over weeks and months, accumulation leads to transformation. Harry stated the simple truth. Perhaps, Legolas didn't respond definitively. I knew he hadn't taken Harry's insistence seriously. He assumed Harry was merely speaking boldly to save face. I clasped his hand again. The inside of his palm was thick with calluses, proof of years spent training with the sword. He had never abandoned his goals, persevering relentlessly. Using the clues of the Deathly Hallows as bait, he had allied with Salazar Slytherin and the other three greats, freed himself from the dragon's mortal body, and set everything back on course. As the heir of the elf prince, carrying on Celanduil's legacy, he had been planning this day for many years. How could I, for my own selfish desires, ever try to hinder his growth, keep him tethered by my side? Legolas was the father of the first-generation Malfoy. I finally understood why the Malfoys were so devoted to sending messages via golden eagles. A steadfast focus on becoming the eagle soaring across the skies. Patience, in the moment, only allows one to fly higher. What do you need me to do, Legolas? That night, we slept tightly embraced at the heart of the mother tree. I leaned against his chest, listening to the slow, steady rhythm of his heartbeat. He was a young man full of vigor, not indifferent to intimate touch, but he respected boundaries. Still, his slightly tense breathing betrayed his feelings. Just stay by my side. Legolas kissed my brow. Here, I sensed it long ago, the mark, the aura, above was so familiar. It's me, only, I have no memory of this. His lips brushed my brow, warmth radiating across my skin. His breath mingled with the cool night air and the soft chirping of insects, and I closed my eyes. Did I mark you by accident when I transformed into a dragon? Legolas asked. The answer hovered on my lips, but I could not speak it. I could not reveal even a fragment of Draco to him. I heard, being forcibly marked is very painful. His eyes were filled with heartache. It hurt at first. Then it was fine. I recalled Draco marking me for the first time. When he lacked the skill to fully complete the mark, it had been painful for quite a while. But once fully done, the moments of connection far outweighed the initial discomfort. Yet, though my brow bore Draco's mark, it did not allow me to connect with Legras. Whether because he had not opened that part of himself to me, I did not know. I had understood this long ago. Legras could never be equated with Draco. Romantic love had always been secondary for him. If you don't mind. His hands rested on either side of me, leaning over to study my reaction. What are you doing? I resisted his approach. Of course, marking you again while you're awake. Will it overwrite the previous mark? I hurriedly pressed my hand against my brow. I don't know, in my understanding, I've never marked anyone before. Do you want me to hurt twice? Just now you were so worried about me. No. Do you think I'm him? Legolas cast me a sidelong glance. I was too shocked to speak. That person was also me, right? Not my dragon form, but my reincarnation. How do you know all this? Weren't you trying to connect with me mentally? Let me mark you again, and you'll get your answer, you paranoid little trickster. Legolas flashed a mischievous smile. You! That nickname, little trickster, only Draco would use it, could it be? Stopped struggling and instead relaxed my body. Legolas was born an elf, unlike Draco, whose elven form awakened from humanity. His body could withstand the strain of shifting into a dragon, and his mental energy was extraordinarily pure. His dominating, forceful aura enveloped me. Unlike Draco's gradual marking, I felt powerless, like prey on a chopping block, waiting for the hunter to claim me. He quickly sifted through my memories, curiously perceiving information beyond this world. I even suspected he was using the guise of marking to demand 100% of me. I felt like nothing more than fish on a cutting board, utterly defenseless. After 1,000 years, my descendant, so fragile? The Malfoy family has protected you too well. He lifted my chin. In his eyes, I seemed far from an equal. Aurora, you're nervous, afraid I'll devour you. Of course not. I didn't dare speak the truth. Just the pressure of a dragon made me, a unicorn, tremble uncontrollably. That's good. He gave a mischievous smile. I've seen many interesting scenes. My heart leapt again. Was this supposed to feel like being caught in flagrante by Legolas? We didn't do anything. His platinum hair fell like a waterfall. My hands pressed against his shoulders. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare. His hair shimmered like delicate silk over me. His lips touched like a dragonfly skimming water, igniting sparks wherever they went. Draco after his elven awakening and the Legolas before me were indistinguishable. Yet the feeling they gave me was entirely different. Draco was like a clear, bottomless spring, whereas Legolas was a perilous, boundless ocean. Is that so? From awkward at first to practiced later, even with a hint of skill. Thranduil often praises me for learning quickly. What do you think? He didn't seem to care about my answer. My reaction alone delighted him immensely. I also saw. You were implanted with a spirit fruit seed. What's that for? He teased. Supposedly, through it, I can also use fine powers. I felt utterly embarrassed thinking that all I could grow in my palm were tiny, delicate branches. Is that so? He murmured, leaving his words deliberately ambiguous. His hand slid downward, tracing the curve of my lower abdomen. Ugh! He was channeling his magic into me. Inside, the core of the fruit began to grow wildly under his influence. Vines sprouted, twisting and spreading freely within me. You've never explored this use before, have you? The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile, admiring the way I seemed lost in desire. The vines are my eyes and my hands, didn't he ever tell you? To a certain degree I share his thoughts. This is exactly what he wants done, understand? He is far too cautious. Even if he's rehearsed this in his mind hundreds, maybe thousands of times, I'm merely fulfilling his wish. My fingers tingled, curling involuntarily. Aurora, you look so beautiful like this. You'll ruin me. I instinctively squeezed my legs together, brushing my hands along my skirt. The unicorn body isn't that fragile, you have to trust yourself. He was like an uncompromising judge, yet in his arms, he held me gently, soothing me. Do you like it when I touch you like this? Legras pressed a kiss to my brow, and only then did I realize he was distracting me, keeping me from noticing the pain of the soul imprint. I don't know, I admitted truthfully. Don't know what? The fear of the unknown, it terrifies me. I finally tried to open my heart to him. Then remember this, I will not harm you. That is all you need to know. His presence felt like a black hole in the soul, vast enough to consume everything around it. How can I trust you? I whispered. You've already made your choice by coming here, haven't you? This time, without his usual playful defiance, he spoke in the gentlest tone imaginable, words that carried a quiet, suffocating weight. From the very beginning, I was utterly lost. Yet, no regrets could be harbored once the first move had been made. Yes, from the moment I arrived here, there was no room for regret. Everything he did to me, good or ill, I accepted willingly. Aurora, it's my fault. I never knew how to express love. My way of showing it has made you so afraid. I even feel a little jealous of that other guy, because you trusted him unconditionally. With him, before I could finish, I felt the vines inside me, which had just calmed, start writhing wildly again. You never let me speak. My voice had a nasal edge, thick with emotion, choking slightly. Sorry, I didn't mean to. His mischievous gaze clearly contradicted his words. We grew up together, so we know each other inside out. You've also watched me grow, even held me when I was just born. He immediately caught the slip in my words. I can't argue with you. So will you accept me completely? The chaotic vines inside me seemed to pause at his words. Sorry, I'm not planning on taking them back. What? This way, you'll know exactly who is by your side. You. Enough, don't be angry. It won't affect your daily life. He steadied me by the waist, lifting me carefully. My legs weakened, and I nearly collapsed to the floor. He was the one who scooped me up. Didn't he ever do this to you? He murmured into my ear. Legless, he was practically a demon. Now I understood why dragons were likened to the embodiment of evil in the West. The power of darkness was not to be underestimated. Don't bite, or I'll want to tease you even more, he said, licking the drops of blood from my lips. My mother, did she feed on you like this too? You already know. Of course. Otherwise, how could a single dark elf become my mother? He reached out, his long fingers gently tracing my cheek. How can you speak ill of your own mother? My face flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but from sheer anger. It's not what you think. I couldn't grow up beside her, but she risked her life to bring me into this world. I owe her everything. I just don't like her using you. Narcissa didn't use me, it was entirely my choice. I quickly interrupted him. Do you really think that? His eyes widened, as if he'd just heard the funniest thing in the world. I couldn't form a coherent sentence. Only single syllables escaped my lips. Everything you've endured, every hardship, has been a sacrifice of your own interests for the sake of others. Don't make excuses for them, just focus on the outcome. I closed my eyes, recalling truths I had deliberately ignored, truths I was afraid to admit. But, I hesitated. There is no but, Aurora. I've explored your memories, I know your connections with them. You are mine. I allow you to keep sacrificing yourself unconditionally. Legless pressed me tightly against his chest. I will not allow anyone to bully you, not even your biological parents. If anything happens when separating from the dragon body, do not save me. Our fingers intertwined. With every word he spoke, a chain wrapped around our arms. An unbreakable spell. To refuse my help, he had even secretly studied magic from Salazar Slytherin. When did you learn this unbreakable spell? I asked, both surprised and moved. I tried channeling the magic within me just like that person. If they could do it, so can ice. Oh, don't keep thinking about them, okay? That person is clearly you yourself. Jealous of others, yes, but jealous of yourself. Never seen that before, I muttered, shaking my head. I no longer feared his darker side. Though the sea above roiled with wind and danger, it encompassed everything. In the deep waters, every creature, be it large fish or plankton, found its place. Little unicorn, I don't like it when he calls you that. Legless's voice was full of grievance. He could have sensed my true form anyway. Calling me a unicorn is hardly wrong, I teased him on purpose. You're the only one who can be this close to me. Legless lightly stroked my brow, the mark replaced by a long horn. Don't, it'll take a long time to fade. The horn was one of a unicorn's most recognizable features, and also the easiest to display. Normally, I had to go to great lengths to hide it. Why hide it? Your horn is beautiful. His fingertips brushed lightly along the edge of my horn. Especially in sunlight, the color shifts with every angle, refracted by the light, he murmured. A sensation surged through me. Don't, I reached out to stop him, but he gripped my wrist firmly. He pressed a kiss to the base of my horn. I couldn't help the soft whimper that escaped me. Your voice is so beautiful. I thought I was close to losing my mind under his relentless attention. For several days, he kept me confined in the heart of the mother tree, leaving me no rest. Harry tried coming here multiple times, only to be turned away by Legras with all sorts of excuses. I didn't even have the strength to move my fingertips. My wrists were bound by vines, spread wide to prevent me from reaching downward. If Harry saw you like this under me, do you think he'd still pester you day after day? How should I know? I was trapped in his relentless grip. Ignoring him led to teasing, responding only made it worse if I didn't satisfy him completely. Draco's past life had been such a troublesome character. I truly hadn't expected it. Tomorrow, Celandui will be checking your lessons again. You spend all day with me, how will you manage then? No one will be able to help you. I tried invoking Celandui's name to carve out a small respite. But I had miscalculated. Being with you every day, it's twice as effective, he murmured. The magical energy in his palm felt almost tangible. I wish I had discovered your talents sooner, Aurora. You hide them well. Legras's gaze darkened. Another round of trials awaited me. When I finally stepped out of the mother tree into sunlight, it felt like emerging into another world entirely. Hey! A fruit struck my head and I spun around. I thought Legras had assassinated you or something, Harry said, still shaken. Of course not. Maybe it was the sun, but my face felt scorching hot. He said you went out traveling. Why have you been gone so long this time? Aren't you usually inseparable? He chattered on, like an endlessly curious child. He noticed a faint red mark on my neck, and his expression darkened. Bite from a bug? He pointed to it. Yes, a blood-sucking mosquito. I hurriedly covered it with my hand. I made an ointment to prevent insect bites. Want to try it? He produced a small embroidered box from his pocket. Thank you. Magic could not harm me, but the marks Legras left on me were not among those protections. Because those things were caused by any spell. You brought me here too. I guided him to the point. Salazar sent me. He said everything on his end is ready. Then why tell me? I asked, puzzled. If Salazar had figured out a way to separate Legolas from his dragon form, wouldn't it make more sense to deal directly with the one involved? Harry hesitated before speaking. Among all this, you are the key component. What do you mean? This is extremely risky. He looked into my eyes. If it fails, he could be trapped in the dragon form for life, unable even to shift back into an elf. My palms went cold. Then why tell me today? I forced myself to stay calm. Little unicorn, your life, I have never been completely ignorant of it, he said, slowly approaching. Though for me, it's a very distant past. I've found traces of you in the history of the Slytherin family. It can be traced back to the time of the 3 Peverell brothers. He handed me a parchment scroll. Rather than saying that the clue to the Deathly Hallows is Legolas' bargaining chip, it's more accurate to say it's you or your ancestors. How the 3 Peverell brothers created the Deathly Hallows and communicated with death itself without any external aid. It would have been impossible otherwise. Unicorn blood is so precious, not to mention the blood of a unicorn king's descendant. This is your wonder. Your blood can extend life, yet, if given unwillingly, it becomes a curse. I had no idea how long she had lived when I took over this body. His words seemed to open a whole new world for me. I waved the scroll in my hand. May I borrow it for 2 days? Harry hesitated. Better not let Legolas see it. Not let me see what? A voice came from behind. Just hearing it made my legs weaken. These days, he had tormented me far too much. He snatched the scroll from my hands, cast a wary glance at Harry and examined it carefully. The Peverell fairy tales? You wizards really believe this? Legolas smiled, unconcerned, and stuffed the scroll into my arms. Reading it's fine for fun anyway. The scroll clearly recorded the mystery of my origins. How had it become a collection of the tales of Beetle the Bard? Harry winked at me. I realized he had soaked the parchment in a potion. Only certain people or those immune to magic, like us, could read its true contents. Legolas had to attend Thranduil's assessment today, so he only exchanged a few casual words with us before leaving. Before he departed, he cast a warning glance at Harry. So, impressed by my acting? Harry looked expectantly for praise, which was both infuriating and amusing. You really are preparing for every contingency. Given how cautious Legolas is, a little precaution is necessary. Harry lowered his voice intentionally. You mean, I can reduce the risk of Legolas being trapped in the dragon form? I understood immediately what he meant. Harry shifted uncomfortably, muttering under his breath, "It was Salazar who forced me to get in touch with you. Honestly, I'd rather he hadn't warned you in advance. After all, separating the dragon body was his decision too. You've already done more than enough for Legrath and his family." The last words barely rose above a whisper. I have other sources of information too." Harry's emerald eyes drifted elsewhere, avoiding mine. "You're undermining Salazar behind his back, does he know?" I said with a small smile. I'm just looking out for you." The boy's face turned crimson as he stammered in defense. "I know, thank you." I curved my lips into a soft smile. "I'm not trying to stop you two from being together, it's just, you have to think about yourself too. If I'm right, the Elf Queen's successful childbirth must have cost you a lot of magical energy." "How do you know?" His expression said it all, just as I thought. "Someone must have warned you not to use too much of the remaining blood, otherwise, there's a risk you won't be able to maintain your form." Legrath had indeed said something like that. That was why my horn on the forehead often betrayed me, no matter how carefully I tried to conceal it. "I'm worried this time. You might not come out unscathed." Harry's voice carried genuine concern. I knew he meant well. But how could I bear the thought of Legrath being trapped in his dragon form forever? He had already sacrificed so much. But he set an unbreakable curse on me, forbidding my help. He looked at Harry helplessly. "He still has some conscience left," Harry admitted grudgingly. "But..." "No buts. Don't even think about touching an unbreakable curse lightly. Its backlash is brutal. Even though we aren't affected by magic, Legrath, bound to the curse, would suffer from the backlash," Harry warned earnestly. "What kind of backlash?" "Every case is different, but there's a widely circulated warning. It will take away what's most important to you." Harry's face was full of concern. "The most important thing?" I mulled over his words. I hadn't even noticed Legrath coming over. "What are you all discussing behind my back? Is it about me?" "Salazar has found a method, Aurora. You've been worried about him." Harry gestured subtly at me. Legrath extended a hand and effortlessly lifted Harry off the ground. "What are you scheming?" "Nothing, Father," Legrath interrupted. "You explain." Vines coiled around Harry's neck, tightening steadily. "No, Your Majesty, please spare him. Harry means no harm." Thankfully, Legrath hadn't intended to seriously hurt him. When the vines finally loosened, a dark bruise circled Harry's neck. "Ugh!" The boy coughed violently, gasping for air. Under the watchful eyes of the Elf King and his son, I stepped forward and cast a healing spell. "Why isn't it working?" It was only then that I realized I had just released a spell. And just like me, Harry was completely immune to all magic. I had nearly exposed his secret. "I'll take the blame. I must have been too tired these past few days," Legolas said, shielding me. Thranduil's gaze shifted between the two of us. "You too." "We didn't go all the way, I promised you," Legolas murmured. Thranduil naturally noticed the red mark on my collarbone. "Better be nothing serious." The Elven King's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Controlling vines isn't meant to be used here," he whispered into Legolas's ear. "Father, you can see it?" Legolas's expression was as if he'd seen a ghost. Thranduil said nothing, tacitly acknowledging the truth. My heart sank. Does that mean? I shot Legolas a sideways glance. My face must have been utterly ruined. Everyone carried their own thoughts, and the conversation ended quickly. "Why keep this from Father?" That night, I leaned against Legolas's chest and let the question slip out. "Oh, so you're starting to correct yourself and speak properly to me now?" he teased. Thranduil was Lucius's past life. Calling him father was hardly unusual. Legolas had seen my memories, but said it deliberately, clearly intending to make me embarrassed beyond words. I had to admit, he succeeded. "Don't tease me, I'm serious." I picked up a strand of his platinum hair, twirling it in my fingers. I'm afraid they'll use you, Legolas said, his voice low and reluctant. How could they? They are your biological parents. Precisely because they gave birth to me, I understand them better. In the darkness, Legolas sighed. They will do everything for you, I defended the Elven king and queen. Yes, but that should not include sacrificing your interests, he said, mimicking my gesture, spinning a curl of my hair between his fingers. Why can't you ever see eye to eye with your parents? I said, feeling comforted in my heart, though I continued teasing him aloud. I see eye to eye with my future wife, what's wrong with that? His gaze was deep, as if piercing through my body straight into my soul. If I succeed in separating from the dragon's body, we can return to the elf clans legitimately. Even if we don't return, that's fine too. I rested against his chest, listening to the resonance of his heartbeat. I don't want to live a life in hiding forever, and I don't want you to be forced away from your people because of me. Humans live in communities, elves too, unicorns too. I saw your kin searching for you, and you avoided them for my sake. For the first time, Legolas voluntarily revealed his heart to me. He had been bearing so much alone. This is actually the life I've always dreamed of, I said, pressing my face to his broad hand. The rough calluses pricked slightly, yet gave an unshakable sense of security. This hand had always strived to give me the best life possible. Just the two of us, living our little life, having another pair of children, dragon, unicorn, it doesn't matter. Thranduil has led the elven army to migrate, and this will be our own secluded paradise. I finally found the courage to lay my heart completely bare. I watched Legraz's reaction quietly. When I transform into a dragon, I completely lose control over my emotions. Draco's eyes reddened. I heard from Salazar that wizards can also transform into animals through something called an animagus. When they do, they can maintain human consciousness and reason. But I can't. When I become a dragon, even if someone's gaze lingers on you for a moment, I feel the urge to tear them apart. The dragon's body imprisoned Legraz, mind and soul alike. Aurora, the strong do not need pity. Perhaps he sensed the sympathy in my eyes. He covered my eyes with his hand. You only need to stand by me, supporting every decision I make. A silk scarf replaced his hands, leaving me in darkness. I sank into the blackness. Without sight, my other senses sharpened. I wish I could unite with you sooner, Legraz sighed into my ear, instead of using vines as a substitute. You bastard. Today Selendui said he could see, doesn't that mean we? I pinched him hard. He let out a soft groan. He's lying, don't worry. He barely has time to torment his mother, let alone pay attention to us. I felt slightly reassured. I had no intention of broadcasting my closeness with Legraz. I hope you're telling the truth. I wrapped myself tightly in the blanket. He lifted a corner of it and slipped in. Stop messing around. I grabbed his wrist immediately. I'm not messing around, he said, stretching his long arms to pull me into his embrace. The warmth, the scent entirely his enveloped me. I felt my consciousness begin to fade. Aurora, good night. He kissed my brow. I realized I was increasingly able to accept his love calmly. I relaxed my body and fell into a deep sleep in his arms. The next morning he was already gone. Even the spot where he had slept was cold. Clearly, he had left some time ago. He never left without telling me. A faint unease stirred in me. My palm clutching the blankets was damp with sweat. I closed my eyes, the mark on my brow telling me that Legraz was now near the screaming shack at Hogwarts. It was here that we had discovered the dragon's body. Could it be he was secretly performing the separation ritual? I hurriedly activated apparition, afraid of missing a crucial moment. That cunning Legraz must have used a secret spell to keep me asleep until now. By the time I arrived, he was already at the center of the magical circle. An invisible barrier separated us. His long hair floated behind him as if blown by a windless breeze. Salazar and the other Hogwarts founders chanted ancient spells. Harry stood nearby, blocking my approach, his brow furrowed. Legraz clearly said you could sleep until the ceremony ended. The ritual's center turned to me with a faint smile. His lips moved silently, telling me not to worry. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into the dragon. His beautiful gray eyes were now blood red. A deafening wail of pain erupted from him. I felt the scorching burn on the mark on my brow, unlike anything before, and my heart clenched. No, no good. The dragon thrashed more violently with each passing second. The magical array could no longer restrain him. He slammed his horns against the barrier, blood streaming from the impact. "Sit, don't break them, dragon horns are valuable," Salazar muttered, wincing. The dragon lashed out with his claws, swinging wildly through the air. He shattered the barrier entirely. The ground shook violently beneath us. "Legolas is losing control," Salazar shouted. I flapped my wings and rose into the air, locking eyes with the dragon. "Legolas, it's me. Pull yourself together. Stay conscious. This will be over soon." The dragon quieted for just a moment, his eyes clearing. "Aurora." His voice radiated a terrifying presence. Everyone else could barely stay on their feet, straining to maintain their balance. "Legolas, I love you no matter what form you take." The barrier was broken. I perched on his claw, taking advantage of the moment his mind returned. I shouted Salazar now. The four great wizards raised the barrier again, enclosing both the dragon and me. The dragon realized he'd been tricked. His eyes flared red once more. "Aurora, Legolas must remain conscious in order to separate his dragon body. If the separation fails, Legolas will spend the rest of his life as a manic dragon. Then, we would have no choice but to kill him." "No," I rejected without a second thought. "Aurora, this is Legolas' own request." Salazar's face showed sorrow. The serpent he had been given hissed sadly, coiling around Salazar's wrist. "We cannot fail." I gently stroked the dragon's face. He didn't look away. Everyone else held their breath. "Come on, help me please." I leaned closer. The dragon hesitated for a brief moment. I bit into my wrist and poured my blood into his mouth. He instinctively tried to pull away, but I scolded him sharply. "Don't move. My blood is precious. You have to be okay. Do you understand? Or else I..." My voice caught. He became increasingly careful. Though he no longer had human consciousness, he still could not bear to hurt me. As my blood flowed, the dragon before me seemed to blur into multiple images. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed. I felt my waist lighten. I had been lifted into someone's arms. The person holding me had long platinum hair and gentle gray eyes. "It's done!" Salazar's voice shouted from nearby. I finally relaxed. Darkness closed over my vision, and I remembered nothing more. When I awoke, I found myself in a Hogwarts dormitory. Familiar dark green dacres surrounded me. This had to be Slytherin, deep beneath the lake. "Aurora, you're awake." Harry's voice reached my ears. I struggled to rise, only to find that I had reverted to my unicorn form. "Little unicorn, is this the outcome you wanted?" He looked angry. "You may never be able to become an elf again, for the rest of your life. Are you satisfied now?" Though his words were sharp, I knew he was grieving for me. "How is Legrath?" I asked, faintly remembering that the separation had succeeded, so why couldn't I see him? Harry's eyes flickered. "You're hiding something from me, could it be?" Seeing me struggle to get up, he pressed me down firmly. "Legrath is fine," he cut me off. "Too fine, in fact," he muttered quietly. "What do you mean?" I initially relaxed, but the tone in his voice made me uneasy. "Remember what I warned you." Harry's expression was a mix of frustration and exasperation. "You and Legrath's unbreakable curse." I broke the oath, I realized belatedly. The backlash hit Legrath. "And how is he?" I asked with concern. "He's enduring it, but he seems fine." Only, Harry's face showed a trace of helplessness. "Don't keep me in suspense." "It seems he's forgotten you." His voice grew quieter. "What do you mean, forgot me?" "The power of the backlash erased all his memories of you. In other words, he's forgotten you." "No, that's impossible." I instinctively touched the mark on my forehead. "It's useless." Harry gripped my wrist. The mark on my brow had nearly vanished. The link deep in our souls was gone too. I called for him in the depths of my heart, but unsurprisingly, there was no response. The world around me began to blur. "Then cry if you want to." The dark-haired emerald-dyed boy wrapped his arms around my neck. "You won't tease me for being dumb anymore?" My voice carried a heavy nasal tone. "You've always been a bit clumsy," he murmured. His gaze was intense as he ruffled my mane. "Harry, is Aurora awake?" came Legrath's voice from outside the door. My attention shifted entirely to him. He approached lightly, standing beside me. I heard from Salazar thanks to you. Seeing him safe and standing before me, I felt an overwhelming joy, my words tumbling out in a rush. Anything you need, you can just tell me. He gave a polite, slightly awkward smile. He didn't know how shattered my heart felt. He was even speaking formally to me. I heard that when my mother gave birth, she used your blood. Your contributions to the elf clan have not gone unnoticed. Shut up! Harry's loud interruption made my tears spill like broken pearls onto the dark green sheets. Legrath looked somewhat bewildered. Was it due to blood loss? He reached out, gently wiping the tears from my face. Then, his features began to shift, subtly enlarging. He actually kissed the tears on my cheek. You remember now? Sorry. I was rude. Legolas suddenly drew back from me. His fingers traced the edge of his lips. How could I? It was a memory etched deep in his soul. Even if he had forgotten me, his body remembered. Could I believe then, that as long as I stayed by his side, one day he would recall me? Aurora, you are my elder and my savior, and yet I behaved so inappropriately toward you. His eyes were full of remorse. Sometimes, when he went too far, I longed for the restrained respect of our first meeting. But when the memory of our love existed only in my mind, the pain of it was excruciating. I didn't want to be his elder or his savior. I only wanted to be his lover. Aurora, are you in there? It was Narcissa. Mother, how did you get here? I said. Narcissa gave me no glance, pushing Legolas aside and rushing to my side. Why didn't you tell us? Legolas asked to keep it a secret from you, Harry chimed in, adding unnecessary embellishment. No one expected Narcissa to slap Legolas across the face in response. The sharp smack seemed to freeze the air. Legolas held his face, saying nothing. He silently endured the blow. Look at what you've done to Aurora. I'll make it up to her. Make it up to her? With what? How? Narcissa demanded, her voice sharp. Anything Aurora wants. Narcissa turned away from me, her tears wiped from the corners of her eyes as she gazed at my unicorn form. What Aurora truly wants, you could never give her. Harry, furious, added, stop pretending to care. Haven't you already hurt her enough? Get out of here. Harry, I whispered a warning. Not far away, Thranduil stood with his hands behind his back. He heard, and his face turned iron gray. Am I wrong? Have you ever thought, maybe this is all a trap set by her family? They say they worry about hurting you, so they must hide it from your parents, but ultimately, it's just to rely on you to survive. Aurora will come see you another day. Thranduil's gaze toward Harry carried a hint of deadly intent as he forcefully led Narcissa away. I heard, you may never be able to shape-shift again, all because of me. I must be very important to you, right? Legolas spoke, his eyes fixed on me as if I were his entire world. Yet, in them was only guilt, no trace of love. The backlash from the unbreakable spell had exacted a brutal toll. But I can't remember anything from our past, he said, scratching his head in frustration. You were an elf too, and you tell me about our story? Curiosity shone in his face. Aurora is exhausted. We can talk about this tomorrow, Harry said sternly, sending Legolas away. He glanced at me, watching my expression. Seeing that I didn't stop him, he secretly exhaled in relief. I'll come by every day, Legolas called out loudly at the door. The plague's turning into a doorkeeper again, Harry muttered under his breath. I knew he was trying to make me smile, so I forced one. All right, stop laughing, it's worse than crying. Legolas turned away, tilting his head as if studying the patterns on the ceiling. I knew he was trying to hold back tears for me, swallowing his sadness. In this world, only he worried about me completely selflessly. Everyone else always wanted something from me, at least a little. Only he. In my eyes, he was also the dumbest one, bar none. Aren't you going back? It was late, and I was sending him off. Physical injuries aside, mental care is just as important. He glanced at me sideways. Forgot? I'm a healer. He was skilled in both potion making and healing magic. His position at Hogwarts was practically equivalent to Madame Pomfrey. If you want to forget Legolas, I can help you. Why would I want to forget? My voice caught. He has no feelings for you. How could an elf ever fall for a unicorn? Harry held my forehooves. Though, your unicorn form is stunningly beautiful. He leaned closer and kissed my brow. I reflexively tried to dodge, but my horn accidentally scraped his face, and blood immediately flowed. Sorry. I gently licked the blood that had spilled. What are you two doing? Legras appeared again, circling back. Your aura is healing me, Harry said, his smile blindingly bright. Legras froze for a moment, his hands clenched into fists and then relaxed, his brow furrowed. Standing there, is there a problem? Your aura needs rest, Harry reminded. Legras gazed at me deeply, then turned and left. The instant the door closed, his gray eyes drew my full attention. Harry's gaze darkened almost impenetrably. Sleep. He laid a thin blanket over me, then flipped and lay flat on the floor. You have been living like this all these days? I finally noticed Harry's belongings spread on the floor. The unicorn form takes up a lot of space, he murmured, a bit aggrieved. Fine like this. Fine? How so? Because I finally get to stay by your side. You're like a fallen star, always hanging in the distant sky, just out of my reach. You make it sound worse than it is, I chuckled. The first time I transformed into a unicorn, I couldn't return to human form for a long time. I had been anxious, worried I might never change back. After this experience, I no longer felt averse to remaining in my unicorn form. Every day, Hogwarts house elves would deliver delicious food and fresh water. I gradually adapted to life here, taking walks in the Forbidden Forest whenever no one was around. At this time, Eric was not yet the leader of the unicorn herd, he was still just a foal. Aurora, I heard you were hurt. He ran over anxiously. I thought, you might never come back. How could that be? Young Eric was incredibly considerate. Will you live with us from now on? His eyes were cautious, as if afraid of my answer. It seemed everyone already knew my situation. So, would you welcome me? Of course. He happily circled around me. Perhaps, being far from Legolas would allow me to live the rest of my life in peace. I could not persuade myself to chase after his love, to cling to him and prove my presence. During this time, the Elf King and Queen, as well as Legolas himself, had advised me to live in the elves' sacred land, but I politely refused. The next Elf King could not be a unicorn, who could not take human or elf form. Why make a fool of myself? Eric glared at the elves who came to visit. He seemed afraid they might take me away. Eric, they are my friends, I whispered, explaining. They're just taking advantage of your kindness. Who told you that? His pouty, indignant expression was absolutely adorable. Harry, he often checks in on you and tells me about you. Eric quickly shut his mouth, realizing a little too late that he had revealed something he shouldn't. I didn't mean to spill your secrets. The little unicorn paced back and forth in front of me. It's all right, I soothed him gently. When did you get so close to him? I teased deliberately. He always brings me treat. Sarek's voice dropped lower and lower. So he's a little glutton too. A strand of hair on his head stuck up, and I wanted to smooth it down but realized I no longer had free use of my arms. Aurora. Nothing, I was just daydreaming. I forced a smile, not wanting him to worry. You make the same face when you look at that bad elf, Eric murmured. Who's a bad elf? I lowered my head. They all look so similar, I mean the one behind with the bow and arrows. He had practically named Legolas. Harry told you that too? No, it's just, every time you see him, you look like you're about to cry. Eric's face was full of concern. Seeing I still hadn't mastered controlling my emotions. You used to be so carefree. Why did everything change after meeting him? Eric let out a sigh. Harry says humans are all cunning, but I think elves are even worse. You really take Harry's words as gospel now, huh? I couldn't help but smile. He didn't retort this time, a rare silence. Following his gaze, I saw Harry standing just a few steps behind me. I had grown used to him constantly appearing nearby. Being trapped in a unicorn's body meant I could no longer bathe like a human. When it became unbearable, I would step into a small stream deep in the Forbidden Forest. But my animal instincts made me hesitant to fully submerge myself. Harry brought fresh water and set it nearby. Aurora, may I help you? I know you can still use magic, but there are always spots that can't be fully cleaned. His words made my cheeks flush. Does it bother you? You know, after all the blood you lost, I've been helping you. He looked sheepish. Of course not, just. Thank you for going to so much trouble. My body was covered in platinum fur, but my human consciousness still made me feel an intimate, slightly embarrassing exposure. Don't be afraid, let's check the water temperature first. He wet the towel and gently placed it on my back. The water's fine. For some reason, even though it wasn't noon, the sunlight felt warm on my skin, making my face tingle. Aurora, your unicorn form is beautiful too, he said softly. I thought humans see all animals as the same, unless there's a difference in fur color. No, you're different. He carefully tended to every part of my body. The towel reached my chest. Here, is this okay? He asked cautiously. It connected to my lower abdomen, a place he couldn't reach. Okay. I turned my head away, unwilling to look at him. His expression was focused, his movements gentle. I couldn't stop my imagination from wandering. But like Legrath, how could he possibly fall for a unicorn? He must feel nothing for me but sympathy. All done. His eyes held a warmth I couldn't quite understand. Thank you. You didn't have to do so much for me, Harry. I felt embarrassed enjoying someone else's care, but still having to act polite. It's nothing. I just couldn't stop you. He lowered his head. This was my choice. Don't shoulder the blame. I nudged his arm lightly with my head. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around my neck. If there's a next life, I hope you'll be showered with endless love, and never be used by a bunch of scum until there's nothing left of you. He pressed a kiss to my brow. An inexplicable surge of power flowed from my forehead into my body. You, I whispered. Don't resist, it's something to protect you. Unlike the marks of Draco or Legolas, Harry had transferred the ability to resist magic into me. Dante tried to protest. This power will protect you across lifetimes. Even if I'm not there, it will act in my stead. Suddenly, he began coughing violently. Are you okay? I asked. I'm fine. He abruptly pushed me away and ran off, covering his mouth. Between his fingers, I saw red liquid seeping out. Harry, you're bleeding, Eric exclaimed. I hurried forward, blocking his path. Don't move. You forcibly transferred your own innate talent, I cried, a mix of shock and anger. So it was Harry who had given me the ability that nullifies all magic. I don't even know which of us is the bigger fool, I muttered, feeling both touched and guilty. Human life is short. I can't stay with you long, but this protective power, it will endure. It comes at a cost, doesn't it? I asked, my head heavy, my voice distant. Nothing. Harry refused to say more. It wasn't until much later that I learned his life, in all future lifetimes, would be fraught with hardship. Was it worth it? I asked. That question I return to you, he said. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth, yet he smiled so brightly. We're both foolish together. His forehead rested against mine. But you must be careful, no one can touch your brow. That is your only weakness, he warned earnestly. What could be clearer than that? I felt the protection against all magic, yet only now did I realize who had once owned it. Harry Potter, Harry Slytherin. Aside from dark hair, green eyes, and an air of strength with subtle dark elf traits, they had almost nothing in common. But when he poured the protective power into me, my soul inadvertently touched his, and I understood. He was Potter's previous incarnation. I finally grasped why Harry had been orphaned at birth, suffered abuse from relatives, and endured relentless misfortune. All of it stemmed from forcibly stripping his innate talent and giving it to me. Merlin, in his own way, was punishing this chosen one for failing to cherish it. Though I cannot help you transform into human form, I will ensure your safety in this life. Don't speak. I'll take you back. With Eric's help, I carried him on my back to Hogwarts, seeking Slytherin. But the news was grim. Slytherin had left the school, embarking alone on a quest for the Deathly Hallows. And Godric Gryffindor, who had intended to leave with him, chose to stay behind. What could be the reason for that? Rowena Ravenclaw pursed her lips, as if hiding some unspoken trouble. Helga Hufflepuff, with her higher emotional intelligence, took the lead. She carefully lifted Harry from me onto the bed and began a thorough examination. How did he get hurt so badly? Helga frowned. Your special abilities aren't supposed to. She turned toward me and suddenly realized the truth. You too, you're lucky nothing is seriously wrong. Just rest properly. But you know, this is irreversible. Harry gave a weak smile. Thanks for the advice, sister. You go ahead and take care of your own work. He had the mischievous, carefree demeanor of a privileged youth, completely unrestrained in showing kindness. Having never experienced the darker sides of society, he was worlds apart from the later Harry. That Harry, shaped by a harsh childhood, was always on guard, sharp and unyielding beneath a facade of humility and shyness. How much better it would have been if he'd never met me. We were both fated calamities. I stayed by Harry's side. He might have been trapped in a nightmare, flailing his arms as if trying to grasp something. Brother, don't leave me. My voice quivered, pleading. From what I had gathered, Salazar took great care of Harry, sharing almost everything with him. Combined with Harry's innate talent, he excelled in both spells and potions. Salazar always kept him close, imparting all his knowledge. This time, Salazar's sudden absence was undoubtedly intended to give Harry the chance to inherit the Slytherin legacy. In his heart, he pursued grander ideals, seeking the Deathly Hallows and embarking on a treasure-hunting journey. I heard he got the Resurrection Stone from Legras. Godric Gryffindor still hadn't recovered from the pain of parting with his friend. He reeked of alcohol and carried the pungent scent of coal tar, clearly unwashed for some time. It had only been 2 weeks since we last met, yet so much had changed. Truly astonishing. In the original story, so-called deviations in teaching philosophy were merely forced interpretations by younger generations. Now, with Salazar Slytherin absent, Slytherin House's recruitment had visibly lost its appeal. With Harry still seriously injured, he could not act decisively in front of the students. Thus, Godric brought in reinforcements, Legras long absent. But this time, a strikingly beautiful woman stood beside him. Her black hair was like misty clouds, curling around her face, her cat-like eyes were a vivid green. Despite her stunningly alluring features, she radiated a deadly aura. She was a study in contradictions, no wonder she caught Legras's attention. She too was a dark elf. Abandoned by her people at birth at the edge of the elven territory, she was fortunate to be rescued by a kind human. By coincidence, her adoptive guardian was a wizard, and she honed her natural dark elf talents into formidable skill. Dark elves have an innate affinity for spells and potions, and she mastered these to the utmost. From running a small enterprise to becoming a powerful regional lord, her exceptional leadership made it possible. Legras being drawn to such an extraordinary woman seemed natural. Yet, my heart tore open once more. The woman's name was Alexiel, derived from a female war deity in Western mythology. Legolas looked at her with an unusually intense eagerness. What was there not to understand? I had always known this day would come, but when it actually did, I nearly fainted. Aurora. Legolas noticed me and Harry, and holding Alexiel's hand, he approached us. Let me introduce you, Alexiel, ruler of the Northern Lands, and my fated partner. The woman, hearing Legolas introduce her this way, revealed a shy smile on her usually icy face, like snow beginning to melt. Aurora has done our elf clan a great favor. Legolas introduced me thus. I noticed a leaf-shaped mark on the inside of Alexiel's wrist. I was struck as if by lightning. No wonder the mark on my brow had almost disappeared. Wherever his heart was, the mark followed. I even suspected that the Legolas who had eyes only for me had been possessed, his body left behind while his core was replaced. This was the only way I could shift my pain, nothing more. Thranduil and Narcissa did not approve of Legolas' union with Alexiel. Legolas' body carried half dark elf blood, and a union with a dark elf meant their child could hardly be a true elf. At most, it would be a human with elf blood. Similarly, Alexiel's body could hardly bear elf offspring. Childbirth would be nearly fatal. Harry took me far from the elves, settling us in the Black Forest of Albania. Here magical forces could not reach, and Legolas could not trace us, even with the power of the 4 pillars. I did not attend Legolas and Alexiel's wedding, which was said to be spectacular. But as a result, Legolas was expelled from the elf clan. Without me covering for Narcissa back then, Alexiel with her classic black hair and blue eyes could never have married Legolas in front of witnesses from other races. Thranduil, representing the elves, drove Legolas away. Whether they still contacted each other privately, I had no way of knowing. From my distant home in Albania, I no longer had to concern myself with such trivial matters. Whether Legolas ever came searching for me, or if any unicorn willingly gave blood to Alexiel, I did not know. Harry had cut off all news. This was a carefree, blissful time. I woke each day under the first rays of sunlight. The mountain springs were crystal clear, and the fields of moonlight grass stretched far and wide. It was eternal spring here, vibrant and full of life. Harry, carrying dark elf blood, quickly became friends with the forest animals. I never imagined that this would be the most relaxed, joyful time since I came to this world. As a human, Harry could never accompany me to the end. A handsome boy would one day become an old man with white hair. As a descendant of dark elves, he could have become part of the bloodline, but after much consideration, he chose to live his brief life as a human. Though I knew this day would come, my heart still ached. Sorry, I cannot walk the rest of the path with you. But those who once hurt you have all been repaid. Outwardly, he appeared as a kind old man with white hair, yet those who knew him understood the lightning, fast decisiveness beneath. Do you still remember the elf clan? Elves once again, to me, felt like a world apart. I froze, and Harry gave a triumphant, almost mischievous smile. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd almost forgotten. Long, buried memories surged back like a tidal wave. Alexiel gave birth to Legrath's child, and then passed away. The dark elf constitution simply isn't suited to carry an elven child. Their child, completely unrelated to elves, turned out to be human. Harry's gloating smile made him look far younger than his years. Legrath once spent a fortune trying to trace your whereabouts, to extend his wife's life. Seeing my furrowed brow, he hurriedly added, "Sorry, I blocked the news." "No, you did right. I'm no saint, and I never returned his affection," I said coldly, shaking my head. Strictly speaking, Alexiel and I were never rivals. But the fact that Legrath chose her after losing his memories with me still gnawed at me. I wasn't as magnanimous as I pretended to be. Especially once I learned she was Pansy Parkinson's previous incarnation. Their entanglement had spanned 2 lifetimes as well. He couldn't find you. By then, Alexiel was already gone. He raised a human boy alone. And why are you telling me this now? Harry never wasted words. After years together, we understood each other deeply. If you want to return to Legrath, I can help you. Am I really that foolish in your eyes? He's had a child with someone else. Come now, better than clinging to a half-buried old man like me, isn't it? He replied with a faint smile. I'm older than you, so does that make me an old lady? I teased. I could feel his life force draining rapidly. A human wizard's lifespan is longer than ordinary muggles, but it still cannot defy the laws of nature. His hand came to my brow. Let me try one last time. His voice was hoarse, barely more than a whisper. Don't bother, it's useless. All these years, he had been trying to help me regain my true form. Who knows, maybe Merlin will favor us this time. Sudden heat coursed through me. With the familiar sensations, my long-lost arms and legs felt strange and unfamiliar after so long. Even though I'm used to your unicorn form, you look far better as an elf. He deliberately teased me, trying to distract me. You're sacrificing your life force. Fate's gifts always came with a price, quietly marked long ago. Even if left unused, it goes with you to the grave. Harry's once robust form suddenly became gaunt, skeletal. I've claimed you for so many years. It's time to return you to your rightful owner. I regret not trying this sooner. I worried that if you changed back, you'd leave me. I'm no different from Legrath, just a selfish fool. Aurora, trust no one. The only person you can truly trust is yourself. Don't soil your own judgment. I know how to tell right from wrong. I pressed my hand over Harry's mouth. If only I could have restored you sooner, maybe we could have. He didn't finish. I knew what he meant. I held him tightly, leaning down to press a kiss onto his parched lips. You! Legolas appeared out of nowhere. You called him here? I said, slightly annoyed. I can live perfectly fine on my own. I don't need you to act as my guardian. My magic is exhausted. I can no longer hide our traces. Harry shook his head. Bringing Legolas here had never been his intention. Harry is at the end of his strength. Aurora, come to me. Legolas extended his hand toward me. And in what capacity are you inviting me this time? Who's your plan to save? I asked, suspicion in my voice. Legolas looked wounded. Father, don't ask her. I finally noticed a small boy hiding behind Legolas. He was delicate, almost sculpted in appearance, but his eyes glowed with intense hostility. Besides, we don't really need to rely on her, he added. Shut up, Armand, Legolas snapped. You dare scold me for her. If she hadn't refused to save them, Grandma and Mom wouldn't have died. Their deaths have nothing to do with Aurora. So young and already blaming others. Who taught you this? Legolas crouched down to meet the boy's gaze. Mom, Narcissa is gone? I had always thought of Narcissa as my own mother. Passed away peacefully. She cared for you deeply. Harry let out a snort from my embrace. Was she hoping Aurora would prolong her life, perhaps? Legolas didn't continue that line of conversation. After Mother passed, Father offered himself as a sacrifice to the Mother Tree. Why? I asked. Had the Randus also passed? The roots of the Mother Tree were damaged by the blood of the vampiric lineage. No new elves can be born. Evil deeds bring their own ruin. Harry looked at Legolas, a fleeting, satisfied smile crossing his face like a final glimpse of light. I'll kill you, Armand snarled, hurling something at Harry. I caught it with my hand, swirled it lightly and sent it back toward him. A sharp rush of air struck Armand squarely on the forehead. Ugh, he whimpered, small and beast-like. Father, that wicked woman hit me. Armand, there are greater beings than yourself, higher powers than the sky. You need to learn some lessons. Legolas's face was ashen. He deliberately let my attack go through. You've been spoiled by me. His gaze at me was full of guilt. Take your young master and leave this place. In this life, we will never meet again. I finally understood why Armand had never given me a kind look. Our ill-fated connection began here. He had always believed that it was my refusal to save that caused the early deaths of Alexei and Narcissa. He lost his mother young, was human, and never fully accepted by the elven clans. Rumors even claimed he had caused his mother's death. The frustration and guilt in his heart had no outlet, so he turned his anger toward me, the one who could have extended Alexei's life. In his immature mind, if I had given my blood, as I had to save Narcissa, he would not have grown up motherless. I was the unfortunate instigator of his suffering. As the first generation of Malfoys, he embodied meticulous selfishness to its fullest. As his descendant, I understood this deeply. It wasn't that he was wrong, it was just that, as a unicorn, I was not of the Malfoy bloodline in this moment, not counted among their own. Aurora, protect yourself, Harry's hands slowly lowered. Until the very end, he worried about me. I laid Harry to rest beside the Mother Tree deep in the Black Forest of Albania. Only then did I understand how, in later generations, he could successfully merge Voldemort's main soul here. Perhaps his past life was protecting him all along. Harry carried a certain dark power within him. After burying his remains here, a thunderstorm erupted, splitting the Mother Tree in two. I even suspected that the Mother Tree in the Forbidden Forest bore his hand in some way. Through his power he exacted revenge for me. A human yet capable of bringing down once mighty races. Truly Merlin's chosen one. I lingered in this world for a long time. With the blood of the Unicorn King, I had almost no natural enemies. As a symbol of auspice, people offered incense in my honor, chronicled my stories, and spread them far and wide. Heeding Harry's instructions, I never again gave my unicorn blood to anyone. When I felt my life nearing its end, I sought out the descendants of the Potter family and entrusted them with my horn. Seeing the astonishment in their eyes, I smiled faintly. I remembered Harry telling me that the Potter estate had safeguarded it for a long time. I chose to follow the course of fate. Round and round, it would eventually return to my hands. When I closed my eyes and my consciousness left my body, I awoke inside myself. By my side was Draco, looking at me with deep worry. I turned my eyes away, refusing to meet his gaze. Everything in the illusion I had experienced firsthand. I finally understood why he had gone to such lengths to prevent me from recalling memories of my past life. He feared I would suspect that in this life, Lucius and Narcissa had used alchemy to bring me back into this world with ulterior motives. I never knew a destined partner could be replaced. I forced a bitter smile. A heat flared at my brow. I touched it, my mark was still intact. That person wasn't me. Draco held me in his arms. The basilisk won't mistake its former master. I shook my head gently. Draco stammered incoherently, I can't exactly say it wasn't me, that was another version of me, living in a parallel space. When the dragon body was stripped away, I lost consciousness. By the time I awoke, we had swapped. His choice was always Alexis, and I will always be you, Aurora. It doesn't matter anymore. Aurora, don't do this to me. Draco held me tight. The overwhelming grief and panic transmitted through the mark almost swallowed me whole. Yes, this time, there were no more secrets. Our empathic connection was fully restored. I intentionally pulled away. I just want to be alone. I locked myself in the bedroom. The familiar double bed, each detail speaking to the intimacy shared with its owner. We grew up together, sharing nearly the same memories. I had always believed that we, childhood companions, could live happily ever after like a fairy tale prince and princess. But fairy tales lie. The human world is full of deceit and scheming. I was too young, too naive. 18 years in Hua Kingdom, so pure and blank, ready for anyone to draw upon. Truly being sold out and still counting money for others, I muttered self-deprecatingly. Crookshanks seemed to sense my gloom and pressed his paw against my leg, purring to cheer me up. I had exhausted myself striving for the revival of the Malfoy family. Was it even worth it? After 1,000 years, Slytherin still retained its ancient furnishings. The only difference was that the bedding had been upgraded to more comfortable silk. I felt the cool touch of the silk against my skin. Though I had spent hundreds of years in the illusion, opening my eyes now revealed only a single day passing. Yet my inner world had undergone a complete upheaval. I could no longer face Draco and Harry with a calm heart. I walked to the large full-length mirror, beside which hung the formal robe matching Draco's. Once, I had looked forward to dancing with Draco before everyone, later taking a new name and identity as the next Lady Malfoy under my parents' arrangements. Now, I didn't want to call it a cycle of fate. The wounds of my past life had left deep scars in my heart. The kindness Lucius and Narcissa once showed me, just like in my previous life, always felt like an exchange of interests. I even found myself longing for the ignorance of my younger self, my parents' love, carefree days with Draco, a life free of worries. Everything had changed. How could I continue a romance with him without lingering resentment? Half awake, half dreaming, a firm grip at my waist pulled me into a familiar embrace. I sighed in contentment and relaxed into his hold. He brushed aside my hair, burying his face in the nape of my neck. I felt a familiar thrill ripple through me. Legolas and I had never gone all the way. After he forgot our past, the vines within me, like the mark, had vanished without a trace. It seemed as if nothing had changed, yet as if everything had. The vines inside me writhed with a presence I could not ignore. A few soft whimpers escaped my lips, swallowed entirely by him. The pleasure in my body could not outweigh the despair in my heart. Instinctively, I resisted, struggling violently. Aurora, don't move. My wrists were pinned above my head. Don't make me hate you. I turned my head, tears streaming down my face. He released his grip, gazing at me for a long moment, keeping his distance. I won't force you. He carved out another room within the dormitory. You know where I'll be. He locked the door for me. I knew he meant what he said. I also knew that I was not entirely unmoved. The body is far more honest than the mind. I craved Draco's touch. I clutched the blanket between my legs. Move a little. I secretly prayed that the fruit core within me would once again sprout vine-like tendrils. As if in perfect sync with my desire, they moved. My cheeks flushed. I could hardly believe I had become so forward in this way. All night, Draco did not appear. I felt relief, yet a trace of regret lingered. I truly must be mad. The next morning, 2 crisp knocks came at the door. Rest well. I've arranged for your leave. Okay. If you get hungry at noon, remember to ask the house elves at Hogwarts to bring you food, he said earnestly. Okay. No further sound came from outside the door. Not even the sound of footsteps fading away remained. I tiptoed to the door. Through the peephole I saw a pair of gray eyes full of bloodshot veins. Ah! I let out a startled cry. The door was thrown open and Draco swept me into his arms. What's wrong? He asked, anxious. Nothing. How could I tell him that it was he who'd scared me? You still can't help softening toward me, can you? I'm not. Don't accuse me. I shoved him toward the doorway. Draco pointed at my dark circles. Like me, you didn't sleep either last night, did you? Of course I didn't. I slept perfectly, I lied adamantly. You forgot? You can't fool me. His expression was heavy. The intensity in his eyes made my heart twitch. He was holding himself back as much as I was. Go to class first, you're going to be late. I turned away so I wouldn't have to meet his gaze. His hand hovered just a few inches from mine before he pulled it back. Wait for me, he said. I stared at his lonely retreating back. Must the torments of our past lives be inflicted on us now? Is there any other choice? Draco said you took the day off? Harry set a packed lunch on the table. I, still in my pajamas, opened the door for him. Those familiar black hair and green eyes, his former sunny openness had been replaced by a melancholy steadiness. The sight of his arm falling last left an impression that would repeat itself countless times in my life. Aurora. He raised both arms, awkward with my sudden closeness. Did Draco bully you? He gave my shoulder a stiff pat. No, it wasn't him. What happened then? Something's off with both you and Draco. He led me to the sofa, tapped the table, and 2 cups of hot chocolate appeared. The sweet smell of chocolate began to drift through the air. I cradled the cup, watching the pale steam curl up, my eyes prickling with emotion. Humans aren't like elves. It's hard for them to awaken memories of past lives. I couldn't share those sealed memories with him. I rested my head against his shoulder and let his breath wrap around me. He fetched a blanket and draped it over both of us. I brought my notes, he said, belatedly realizing how close we were. He flicked his wand. Notes come here. How so? Do I look like a bookworm to you? Is that notebook more important than me? I teased. He looked surprised by my reaction. Of course not, you're more important. His face flushed in an instant. I watched him at ease. His flustered, awkward manner was unbearably cute. I quietly reminded myself, the Harry from a past life is not the same as the boy before me now, even if both of them shared an unusual fondness for me. The same went for Draco and Legolas. My expression darkened. Flirting with Harry stirred a pang of guilt toward Draco. Then, Senior Potter, could you explain today's lesson to me? I asked. My honor. He brightened at once. He was happier than I would have expected over my few casual words. My nose prickled, my eyes brimmed. I felt like some temptress who had all the men orbiting around her. This overturned values I'd held for years. I couldn't easily accept the goodwill of several people at once, not until I was certain where my heart truly belonged. I couldn't confuse gratitude with love. Back in the dormitory, Draco saw me and Harry studying together. We were sharing a thin Slytherin blanket across our laps. Aurora, you haven't fully recovered yet. Don't overdo it, he said, glancing pointedly at Harry. Harry was about to stand and go, but I kept him seated. A shadow crossed Draco's gray eyes. We haven't finished yet, I said, pointing to a line on the sample scroll. One should finish what one starts, not leave things half done, right? I meant every word. Draco's face went pale, then flushed. His eyes reddened. I almost regretted saying it, but whenever I thought about Legolas being the true progenitor of the first Malfoy, anger rose in me again. Harry's gaze flicked between us, and, finally, he settled back into a more comfortable position, taking on the air of someone at home. Draco looked like a lion whose territory had been invaded. He was ready to snap, but forced himself to hold back, forcing a self-mocking smile. I didn't want to argue, yet a strange stirring built inside me. In a moment, it would. My mind was seized. I bit my lower lip. Draco gathered me to his waist. Told you, why pretend in front of others? Let me help you inside to rest. Harry isn't an outsee. Before I could finish, the vines struck again, pressing their attack forward. I shot Draco a look. He raised an eyebrow and lifted me into his arms. With his other hand, he playfully brushed my nose. I told you don't act tough around me, I'll worry. You, I bit his shoulder sharply. He grunted and quickened his pace. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Harry staring, utterly flabbergasted by our interaction. Harry, help me. I waved at him. Harry's not part of our little play, let him off, Draco teased. Besides, this isn't something for outsiders to witness. His gaze slid downward. I knew today, he had no intention of going easy. Harry, see you tomorrow at the dining hall. I waved farewell. The door slammed in Harry's face. A stormy sense of tension hung in the air. Draco, you're going too far. He remained expressionless, his emotions unreadable. Aurora, if you do wrong, you must accept the consequences. Now you can speak, don't be shy. He set me on the bed, whispering in my ear. We had spent many years together in a past life. He knew my body intimately. Knew exactly how to stir my emotions. What do you take me for? I buried my head in his chest, murmuring complaints. Oh. Don't. What's this, saying one thing but thinking another? Your body is far more honest than you are. But you've conquered my body, you can't conquer my heart. My emotions surged, leaving me unable to form a complete sentence. I'm different from Legolas. We grew up together, shared every day. Can't you feel it? Why let go of all the years we've had just because of what happened in an illusion? But I experienced everything in that illusion myself. How can I just ignore it? My voice trembled with tears. I'm sorry, Aurora. I need to apologize not only for Legolas, but for what happened with Dad and Mom too. He gently licked my tears. I've let you down. I insisted on trying to strip away the dragon's body. What's happened to that dragon vessel now? Why ask him? Draco looked as if he didn't want to discuss it. It's a part of you, and it has gained consciousness. Aren't you worried that one day it might replace you? Not that easily, though he spoke tough, his eyes flickered. Clearly, it was a latent risk. I knew you were hiding something from me. I pressed. I'm not like ordinary people, Draco sighed slowly. Of course, everyone is a unique individual, I countered deliberately. The dragon and I are two sides of the same coin. In other words, we share one body with dual souls. Originally, we existed in separate dimensions, Legolas, Draco and I, but by fate, in this world, we now share a single body. I was lucky to be born in the form of an elf, while he could only present himself as a dragon. Over time, he began to lose balance, and you know, I'm not exactly easy to get along with either. Draco spoke with self-deprecation. He used my opportunity to separate from the dragon to seize control of the body. So, all these years, it was you trapped inside the dragon? I couldn't help exclaiming. That meant being locked in total darkness underground for over 1,000 years. Exactly. It wasn't until I reincarnated and returned to the human world that the error was corrected, Draco said, still uneasy. Then the one trapped in the dragon's body now is another version of you? The one who married Alexia. Hearing Alexia's name made my chest tighten as if pierced by needles. Draco naturally noticed my reaction. Different versions of ourselves in different dimensions make different choices. That's perfectly normal. Even this pampered young master had learned to read emotions. He was cautious, guarding against any misunderstandings. Aurora, you only need to know this, I will always choose you. But who's to say you won't be overtaken by the dragon, and never get the chance to be near me again? I declared my claim sharply. That day will never come, Draco promised with absolute certainty. Ferenz once told me when the stars shift again, we will each have our rightful place. He smiled mysteriously. June 5, 1980, the day Draco was born, named after Draco the dragon. Coincidentally, June 5 is also under Gemini. Could it be a subtle reflection of him, and the other Draco being two sides of the same coin? So many coincidences left me marveling. Tell me, later, you and Harry. Draco hesitated. I knew exactly what he wanted to ask. We depended on each other to survive. I met Draco's eyes. He gave a relieved smile. I'm glad Harry protected you in my absence, even if you two already. He trailed off, unwilling to finish the sentence. Not wanting him to drown in guilt, I decided to tell him everything, though I felt some reluctance. I lowered my head. I'm not a narrow-minded person. If your feelings grew over time and you developed love, it's perfectly reasonable. I am glad, more than anything. Why did it sound so absurd the more I spoke? The corners of Draco's eyes were slightly red. He turned his back, shoulders trembling faintly. Ridiculous, I was a unicorn and Harry was human. How could that even? He faced me, eyes sparkling with mischievousness. Are you teasing me? But you know, I never had feelings for Harry. Our life, supporting each other hand in hand, remained indelibly etched in my memory. I understand. This time, for the ball, the three of us will dance together, all right? Draco suggested. His gaze was so sincere, so earnest. But I knew perfectly well how much Draco and I had been looking forward to this ball. And yet he'd gone and invited Harry too. I already spoke to Harry. He said he's willing, Draco reassured me, brushing away my doubts. My heart was deeply moved. Draco, forcing himself to swallow his pride, had done all this for me, quietly, behind the scenes. Thank you, brother. So let's not keep any distance between us. Whatever you're thinking, just tell me directly. I liked the you who used to be so honest with me. He pressed a kiss to my brow. I was just worried you'd mind. I looked into his eyes. How could I? I've already lost so many years, but this much I swear, I'll never hand you over to anyone else. His hand slid to my neck. Whether elf or unicorn, that was always the most vulnerable spot. Like a small beast surrendering without a fight, I whimpered softly beneath his touch. The next day, Draco and Harry exchanged a knowing glance. They had already struck some sort of private agreement. As for sharing a dance partner, Harry accepted it without fuss. Doesn't this put you at a disadvantage? I asked. Harry's popularity rivaled Draco's and Cedric's as well. I'd more than once seen him turn down invitations from girls across different houses. How could it? To dance with my very first teacher, it's my honor. He lifted my hand, and before the eyes of everyone present, brushed a feather-light kiss across the back of it. A simple touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water, yet it landed like a thunderclap, drawing every gaze in the hall. So the one closest to the water's edge drinks first, eh? Zabini waggled his brows. And Draco actually lets you get your hands on his precious treasure? Harry only arched a brow, his voice smooth. My honor. Not every Slytherin boy had found a partner for the ball. Proud and aloof Zabini, solitary Theodore both had chosen to attend alone. They'd assumed Harry would be one of them. But seeing him seize the advantage, Zabini turned his fire on me. Aurora, what now? Poor Draco will be left home alone. He gave a sharp mocking whistle. Who says I'll be going alone? You think I'd end up like you, a failure? Draco's voice cut in sharply from behind him. Oh, but I just saw Aurora already agree to Harry, Zabini pressed, unwilling to give up. Aurora is both mine and Harry's partner, Draco said flatly. At that, Zabini's face twisted as if he'd seen a ghost. You two are planning a 3-person dance? It doesn't break any rules, does it? Harry shrugged. Then maybe we could join in too? Zabini's eyes gleamed with hope. We? Theodore and I, we don't have partners yet. That's because you're both too picky. Even Vincent and Gregory managed to find dates. If you two are still alone, that's entirely your own problem. Draco cut him off without mercy, sparing me the trouble. If we had a pure blood girl like Aurora as our partner, we wouldn't have been left over this long, Zabini muttered under his breath. Slytherin has no shortage of pure blood families. Let's be honest, you all just didn't try hard enough at the start. I flicked my gaze toward Pansy's little circle, not far off, giving a small signal with my eyes. I already asked. Pansy's got a partner, Zabini muttered, sounding a little deflated. In the original timeline, Pansy's date was Draco. Who would she choose this time? Pansy's acting mysterious. She's turned down every invitation. Zabini's tone carried more irritation than disappointment. I knew Pansy was one of the very few girls Zabini actually cared to notice. In the original story, both he and the Parkinson family kept carefully neutral, never giving anyone grounds to pin them down politically. At last, Zabini shot me a long look, then rose and made his way over to the Greengrass sisters. On the way, he even helped Theodore invite Astoria. The Zabinis and the Knots both carried weight in Slytherin, and unlike many of their peers, neither boy was a pampered wastrel, talented, well-bred, and annoyingly handsome. The Greengrass sisters looked a little stunned by the attention. Astoria's cheeks went pink. She glanced shyly in my direction before finally nodding her agreement. The Greengrass patriarch had always put heavy pressure on his daughters, reminding them that their greatest value lay in the family alliances they could secure. Well, now we've got partners too. Zabini clapped Theodore on the shoulder. The quiet boy said nothing, as if none of this really mattered to him. Actually, Durmstrang and Beauxbaton's girls would be fine choices, too, Zabini added, his eyes already drifting toward a cluster of Beauxbaton's girls in pale blue uniforms. Hopeless flirt, I muttered under my breath to Draco. He didn't bother to follow Zabini's line of sight, but truth be told, Zabini had the looks to back up his wandering eye. He'd inherited every ounce of his mother's striking beauty. Following Zabini's gaze, I noticed Fleur de Lacquer surrounded by a swarm of admirers. Her expression was one of clear impatience, yet she couldn't exactly shoo them away herself. "That girl from Beauxbatons is definitely a half-blood enchantress," Sabini commented, arms crossed, trying to sound indifferent. Even though he was clearly drawn to her, he wore an air of superiority. Her beach men and their insecurities. Fleur de Lacquer's silver hair gleamed as she swept it into a high ponytail. Her steps were light, almost floating, and the ponytail swayed behind her like a ribbon of elegance. She would be the kind of maiden a unicorn would favor, most beautiful and pure. She arrived at the Hufflepuff table, seating herself to Cedric's right. Unlike Autumn Jang, who sent her signals subtly, Fleur's flirtation was bold and unapologetic. Cedric, caught between two renowned beauties, seemed almost overwhelmed by their attentions. Peach, born into fortune and clueless. The boys around, like Sabini, displayed expressions of envy and frustration. In the past few days, the Goblet of Fire had already received many entries from eligible students, with the Triwizard Tournament champions set to be announced today. In the original story, Hogwarts champions were Cedric and Harry. Since Harry hadn't reached the required age, even if he became a champion, he was shunned and bullied by the entire school. His notoriety even earned him the widely circulated Potter the Stinky title. This time, without the instigator young Bartemius Crouch, how would the story unfold? The champions chosen for the Triwizard Tournament would appear at the opening ball with their dance partners. It was the perfect opportunity to make a grand impression. Cedric, the popular candidate, naturally drew the attention of many girls. In front, the proud Beauxbatons beauty Fleur de Lacquer, behind, the delicate Ravenclaw beauty Autumn Jang. In the original story, Fleur herself was a champion, so she didn't need Cedric's spotlight to shine. Dumbledore tapped his goblet with a spoon, and the hall fell silent. Today we gathered to welcome the three champions who will represent Hogwarts, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons in the Triwizard Tournament. Thunderous applause erupted. Everyone was exhilarated. The Weasley twins, having used aging potions to bypass the Goblet of Fire's age restrictions, still bore white hair and wrinkles. Yet, their shameless pride and carefree demeanor made it oddly endearing rather than embarrassing. Their biggest advantage, they never took anything to heart. Ron, their brother, could not say the same. Under Fleur de Lacquer's striking beauty, Ron actually asked her to be his dance partner. Many assumed he was drunk on butterbeer. But since it wasn't the weekend and this was the school dining hall, that explanation seemed unlikely. Fleur gave Ron a single, disdainful glance, as if replying was beneath her. She walked away without so much as a look back, leaving Ron standing alone. Countless Hogwarts students had made similar rash advances, and these victims comforted themselves with the belief that Fleur must have slipped a love potion into their drinks to provoke such embarrassing behavior. Admitting that they were simply captivated by her beauty was unthinkable. Draco and Harry had long spread the word. I was already destined to be their dance partner, no one else had a chance. So, I was left completely overlooked. Hermione quietly told me that Victor Crumb from Durmstrang had already invited her. Last semester, the two had shared a hint of mutual affection, and now Crumb finally took this chance to formally confess. As one of the champions chosen in the original story, Crumb could be called Durmstrang's hexagonal warrior. Renowned, wealthy, honorable, there was nothing to fault. Since arriving at Hogwarts, countless girls had been eager to get close to him. Hermione, being nearby, naturally became his companion, leaving the rest of us only to sigh in envy. I couldn't help feeling genuinely happy for her. Victor Crumb was 1,000 times better than Ron. Today, with the Triwizard Tournament set to announce its champions, Lucius, as a ministry official, was also invited to the grand ceremony. He perched on a classroom desk, gazing at Draco and me from afar. He must have learned from Draco that I had awakened memories of my past life. He gave us a barely audible nod. "Father said he'll come see us later," Draco whispered in my ear. I could understand, though not condone, the way Celandri and Narcissa treated me. In my past life, they had no memory of being parents. I had tried to repay their kindness, yet I had been completely used. If I looked at it from another perspective, with an innocent unicorn by my side fighting for its life, would I have made the same choices? I barely had time to think before the paper emerged from the Goblet of Fire, capturing everyone's attention. "Victor Crumb from Durmstrang," Dumbledore announced loudly. The Durmstrang students erupted in cheers, clearly indicating Crumb's high standing among them. The same applied to Fleur de Lacre. She lifted her proud head, like a graceful swan, first bowing elegantly to Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, then acknowledging the crowd from all directions. Her posture and expression resembled a ballet star finishing a performance, sincerely thanking her audience. Of course, there were dissenting voices. Some boys who had been rejected by Fleur jeered in disdain. Seemed women had an even harder time earning recognition than men. She ignored them, gliding to the podium to exchange congratulations with Victor Crumb. So far, the champions from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons had been revealed, with almost no surprises. Their excellence was evident to all. The Hogwarts students held their breath. The goblet's flames changed color once again. This meant a new champion was about to be chosen. Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory. Thunderous applause erupted at the Hufflepuff table. Hufflepuff, long known for its quiet, unassuming students, finally had a star in the spotlight. Pomona Sprout, Hufflepuff's head and professor of herbology, beamed with joy, happily accepting the other head's congratulations. I felt genuine happiness for Cedric. Since the crown had left his body, he could finally be himself again. This time, without the key pieces to resurrect Voldemort, Barty Crouch Jr. and Peter Pettigrew, Cedric would no longer be that boy, the one fate had wronged the most. He embraced each well-wisher warmly. Maybe it was just my imagination, but when he straightened, his gaze caught mine. I gave him a discreet thumbs up. He scratched his head, smiling a little shyly. Beside me, Draco quickly pressed my hand down. Careful, or Cedric's fan club will tear you apart. The champions will represent the student body by opening the Yule Ball. The crowd of Cedric's admirers practically went wild. It was as if pink bubbles floated around them already, each of them daydreaming about the name Diggory. Word was, Cedric still hadn't asked anyone to the ball. Champions, this way. The Daily Prophet's special correspondent is waiting for you. Professor McGonagall's voice rose above the noise. If only we'd been old enough, Nabini muttered, sneering as he looked at Cedric surrounded by admirers. At least Hogwarts champion is someone everyone can get behind, I suppose. Aurora, you're actually siding with a Hufflepuff? Draco, looks like your sister's already jumping ships. Nabini waggled his brows at me. Aurora's right, Harry cut in, his voice low, his large hand closing protectively around mine. But Blaise, if we had been old enough, tell me, who do you think Hogwarts champion would have been? Much sharper than I was, Harry tossed the question straight back at him. I rested my chin on my hand, comfortably waiting for Zabini's reply. Even his dark skin couldn't hide the awkward flush creeping across his face. Just as everyone was about to scatter, Dumbledore suddenly raised a hand. Wait, the goblet of fire is glowing again. Another slip of parchment shot out of the flames. The high table erupted into chaos. Lucius shielded Narcissa with one arm, the other tightening unconsciously around his serpent-headed cane. Dumbledore caught the slip of parchment, lifted his eyes, and read aloud in a carrying voice directed toward the Malfoys. Aurora Malfoy. That's impossible. She's underage, how could she have done it? Lucius' long arm shot out, snatching the parchment from Dumbledore's hand. This is not Aurora's handwriting, he declared flatly. Narcissa's gaze darted toward me, her cry sharp with panic. This is a plot. Someone wants Aurora dead. Dumbledore's hawk-like eyes swept across the hall. Lucius, Narcissa, compose yourselves. Draco stepped forward, blocking the stares aimed at me. I'm with Aurora every day. She's had no chance to submit her name to the goblet. What, do you follow her to the loo too? Zabini rolled his eyes dramatically. Aurora, hurry up and tell me, how did you pull it off? His face was alight with curiosity. Aurora isn't stupid enough to throw her life away. The Malfoys already have more than enough. She doesn't need some cheap bid for glory, Harry cut in, his tone fierce, unmistakably protective. Yes, we don't need this at all. Draco's expression was tight with worry. Father's right only. Dumbledore looked troubled as his eyes lingered on the now darkened goblet. Lucius, Narcisse, the champions are chosen by the goblet itself. We are bound to honor its decision. No, Aurora is underage. This is a violation of the law. Narcissa's voice rang out, high and sharp. Gone was her usual poise and elegance. She was nothing now but a mother frantic for her child. Nearby, Rita Skeeter's quill trembled in midair. The Malfoys were her most powerful patrons, her greatest benefactors. And now, with this sudden scandal, how on earth was she supposed to write about it? T-H-I-S, Chinese, letter S, her whole career. Narcissa, the Triwizard champion bound by the magical contract, must compete. Dumbledore took off his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes. Narcissa folded into Lucius's arms and murmured comfort, her shoulders trembling just a little. I had imagined that, following the original story, the final champion might fall to Harry, or maybe to Draco once the elf awakened. I never expected it would be me. Around us people whispered and stared with all kinds of expressions. Excitement, curiosity, investigation, disdain. Aurora Malfoy, please come to the front. Dumbledore's hawk-like gaze landed on me. He probably still suspected some Malfoy involvement. After all, in his eyes, I carried Grindelwald's blood. Victor Crumb, representing Durmstrang, was the first to come over and offer his congratulations. Worry furrowed his brow. He knew I and Hermione were close. We'd spent every break at Malfoy Manor and were familiar with one another. He knew I wasn't the impulsive, thrill-seeking type. This is unfair. The champions chosen by the goblet are bound by magical contract. They must compete, Fleur de Lacre complained to Mrs. Maxime. Karkaroff, Durmstrang's headmaster, looked deathly pale. He had once been a Death Eater and counted Lucius among his acquaintances. He didn't dare pick a public fight with such a wealthy family. Everyone waited on Dumbledore's ruling. Headmaster, may I withdraw? I looked at Lucius and Narcissa's anxious faces and asked Dumbledore. Sorry, child, I'm afraid you can't. His blue eyes seemed to calm the room. Coupled with his gentle words, it's no wonder members of the Order of the Phoenix would follow him to the ends of the earth. We checked the goblet carefully. We don't know why this happened, but by the rules, the tournament must proceed. This is too dangerous. Aurora is only in her 4th year. Cedric's hand rested on my shoulder. Two champions from Hogwarts. Talk about stealing others' thunder and pretending virtue, Fleur sniffed. It seemed whatever favorable filter she once had for Cedric was gone. Apparently, the chance that in the original timeline landed on Harry had shifted to me. What sort of scheme lurks behind this? We'll see. Lucius pulled me aside. Aurora, don't listen to Dumbledore. We'll forfeit. Narcissa agreed. Aurora, in the Muggle world, only gladiators risked their lives for such hollow honors. Roman nobles sat in the stands to watch them slaughter each other. I will not stand by and watch you get hurt. Her eyes glistened with tears. Lucius produced a handkerchief and gently wiped them away. Father, I'll be careful. If there's any danger, I'll withdraw immediately. In the original, as Dumbledore said, there was no option to forfeit once the goblet had chosen you. In both the second task, rescuing hostages underwater, and the third, the maze exploration, some champions forfeited. I was forced into the spotlight, thrown into the fray with no choice but to respond to each challenge as it came. Aurora. Competition hasn't even started yet. What's with all this life for death drama? Fleur rolled her eyes skyward in exasperation. Aurora is younger than us. It's only natural that her parents are worried, Crumb said carefully, each word weighed with his heavy Eastern European accent. You wouldn't happen to have a thing for your employer's daughter, would you? I heard you spend every holiday at Malfoy Manor, and Miss Malfoy mentioned in interviews that you have a girlfriend around her age. Fleur's face was alight with gossip. Are you out of your mind? Crumb's face darkened immediately. I didn't even have to ask, he was clearly referring to Hermione in that interview. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lucius summon Rita Skeeter over. Together with Narcissa, he spent a long time giving her detailed instructions. Rita argued persistently, but eventually she acquiesced. Children, time for the interview. When she finally looked at me, her gaze was peculiarly tender. Miss Malfoy, we will manage the narrative. Mr. Malfoy's concerns are valid, but at this stage, trying to hide the truth will only fuel public curiosity. I understood. Under the glare of fame, everything is magnified. Especially when compared side by side with someone like Fleur de Lacre, another girl, it's easy for people to draw comparisons. This was exactly the kind of drama readers loved. Similar light hair, shared pure, blood backgrounds, even magical creatures in our veins. Perfect. Rita Skeeter directed the photographers with precision, seemingly borrowing styles from Muggle fashion spreads. Each pose was meticulously arranged. Fleur deliberately spread her skirt to maximize its visual presence. I couldn't help but smile. If not for her effort to take up more space, we might have clashed recklessly. The Triwizard Tournament rewards strength, and rushing in blindly would have been disastrous. Rita frowned and personally adjusted Fleur's skirt, ostensibly to help, but really to guide the photographer's composition. The end result presented a balanced rivalry between me and the half-blood beauty. The two male champions, meanwhile, seemed almost like mere accessories in the shots. Editing photos was easy enough, especially for the Daily Prophet, controlled by the Malfoy family. I heard Fleur was extremely displeased with the final version. The Malfoys will stop at nothing to highlight their daughter, Ron commented loudly at the Gryffindor table. And all just to get a better price in a marriage alliance. The Triwizard Tournament turned into a quadruple contest thanks to their behind-the-scenes manipulation. Harry and Draco both shot him a sidelong glance, simultaneously locking his mouth with an unspoken spell. Ron's jaw moved, but no sound came out. He was just trying to drag me down to protect his goddess, I shrugged. A clownish distraction hardly worth worrying about. Pathetic little puppy, Draco spat. Don't worry, I won't take his words to heart. I slipped my arm through the boy's. Until we uncover the truth behind this, I won't let my guard down, I promised Harry at my side. I'll protect you. His gaze was impossibly gentle. That power of protection had already seeped into the depths of my soul, shielding me from any magical attack. The greatest blessing of all. He was Merlin's most favored child, the one chosen by fate, yet he had cast aside what was most precious. Every time I remembered that this ability came at the cost of Harry surrendering a peaceful life in every lifetime, sorrow consumed me. I'd rather he reclaimed it than see him once again reborn into a family of loss, neglect, and cruelty. My selfishness surpassed even Thranduil's and Narcissa's in our past lives. Perhaps by taking Harry's place as the fourth champion this time, I could shield him from at least some of the harm. This time, I will protect you. Aurora, don't forget when lessons are over today, we're heading to the room of requirement, Draco murmured in reminder. Just last night, the Malfoys and I had sat long into the night, candles burning low. Lucius had weighed the pros and cons, and in the end, decided we should go with the flow. Since I'd already been thrust into the spotlight, better to seize the advantage. As Rita Skeeter herself liked to say, coy evasions and hiding in the shadows only make others more suspicious. Almost unconsciously, my eyes drifted toward Harry. Relax, Harry will be there too, Draco added. Deep down, I couldn't bear for him to feel left out. You've changed so much. Harry eyed Draco up and down. Don't tell me you've been possessed. You, Draco almost swung at Harry. You and Aurora are acting strange. Don't tell me the Potter estate, under your cousin's management, lost money this year? He scratched his head and went on, the market's unpredictable. Even a veteran like your cousin can't always win. Don't feel embarrassed, just tell me straight. You've got way too much imagination, Draco chuckled. Exactly. Draco shot back, so do you think this is a good thing, or not? Of course, Harry replied firmly. Then that's that. Why dig any deeper? Unbelievable, you can't even bother to come up with an excuse? Harry's lips twitched into a smile. The two boys started bickering, and with that my heart finally eased. The two most important people in my life were right here beside me. How had I earned so much love? Lucius had even gone to Snape, roping himself in as well, to arrange extra training for us. Not to achieve greatness, but at least to give us the strength to survive the tournament. In the original story, even after 3 grueling years of preparation, Harry was far from effortlessly handling the challenges of his 4th year. I, however, leveraged my knowledge of the plot, strategizing carefully and working behind the scenes to neutralize threats before they could arise. Aside from Voldemort possessing Professor Quirrell in the first year, I hadn't faced true opposition. For that reason, I didn't have overwhelming confidence in my practical combat skills. Now, all I could do was take things one step at a time, aiming to minimize risk. We arrived early at the All Requests room and found Lucius and Narcissa already waiting. Today, the two of us will train you, both of you, Lucius said, casting a sharp glance at Draco and Harry as if mildly scolding them for showing up. Today we'll teach you how to resist legilimency. What? Wasn't this the content Snape was giving Harry in private lessons? How was it now Lucius guiding me? Your father's occlumency is as powerful as Severus's, Narcissa explained. You know that in the past at my father's recommendation, I became a Death Eater. With Voldemort splitting his soul more and more, he grew increasingly volatile, capable of probing his followers' memories at any time. And we, having pledged conditional loyalty to him on behalf of the Malfoy family, cannot be read like an open book. The first stage of occlumency pushes the intruder away from your memories. The advanced stage can fabricate false memories. In canon, Slughorn created a false memory to escape his guilt, denying responsibility for guiding Tom Riddle in creating Horcruxes. Father, I'll practice diligently. Nagini, the Hufflepuff Cup and other Horcruxes were still out of reach. If any of them were the mastermind, the consequences could be disastrous. Very well. Before Lucius finished speaking, I felt a sharp, pinprick pain on my forehead. Aurora, focus. I summoned every ounce of my concentration. Don't be overconfident. Your talent lets you resist any magic, but if your opponent drags out a prolonged duel, exhausting all the magic in your body, vulnerabilities will appear. Lucius relentlessly attacked my occlumency. My lower lip was bitten to the point of bleeding, yet I barely registered the pain. I realized that the Malfoys were protecting me by pushing me to grow. After all, they couldn't stay by my side forever. Narcissa observed the tense standoff between Lucius and me in silence. Her concern was plain on her face, yet she didn't interrupt his trial. Then she turned to Draco and Harry. Your training, I will take responsibility for. Her gaze was icy, utterly devoid of the warmth she usually showed. Mother. Narcissa had rarely revealed her true strength in front of us. In canon, the only instance was when she scratched Bellatrix Lestrange's arm to defend Lucius during a verbal jibe from her sister. That was all. What, don't believe in my strength because you haven't seen it yet? Narcissa smiled faintly. She waved her wand lightly, without incantation, and disarmed Draco and Harry effortlessly, taking their wands into her hands. At the same time, it was as if someone had shoved them, and the two of them flew nearly 25 meters. The recoil sent them hurtling backward, but just as their backs were about to crash into the wall, it seemed they encountered some sort of buffer. Are you both okay? Narcissa asked, concern in her voice. Harry and Draco exchanged a glance and let out a long breath, their eyes filled with admiration. Mom, you really know how to hide it. A silent curse was far harder to wield and even more difficult to master. But when used unexpectedly, its effect was much stronger. Everything depended on immense magical power. Sissy didn't need to hide, it's just that I never gave her the chance to show off. Lucius launched another mental assault on me while teasing the others at the same time. I even wondered if he had been holding back all along under Voldemort's command. Truly astonishing enough to pose a challenge even against Dumbledore. A faint smile curved Lucius's lips. Aurora, I heard that. Heard what? I asked. My duel with Dumbledore, he didn't continue. Good heavens, he was impossible to guard against. Even the Dark Lord is defenseless, we'll leave it there for today. Suddenly, he appeared before me. As for you and Draco, I won't oppose it. You do need to keep some boundaries. How many of my memories had he gone through without my noticing? Seeing my face flush, he finally let me be. That night, Lucius and Narcissa stayed in the room next door to ours. Draco, what are you doing? That night, he grew restless again. Nothing, just the usual pre-sleep routine. Your parents are right next door. I pressed down on his mischievous hands, murmuring. Relax. You should trust the soundproofing of the Slytherin dorms. He kissed my cheek. But. There's no but. You can't hear a thing from next door, can you? Draco showed no intention of stopping. True enough, it was the time Lucius and Narcissa usually made the most noise. Aren't you worried they might catch us off guard? I only heard a soft laugh from above before he resumed entirely on his own. The next morning I felt the restraint around my waist. I lightly tapped Draco's arm wrapped around me. He reluctantly loosened his grip slightly. Aurora, no predator would just lie there waiting to be devoured. Thanks to the Malfoy family's influence and his current position as Slytherin's assistant prefect, I hadn't faced overwhelming hostility at the school. Most Ravenclaws remained indifferent, uninvolved in the matter. Hufflepuff thought I had stolen Cedric's spotlight, but the honest little puffs merely whispered behind backs. Only the ever-justice-driven Gryffindors were outraged. They believed I had used underhanded methods to fool the Goblet of Fire and obscure the criteria. Some even speculated, conspiratorially, that the Malfoy family had inserted my name through secret magic to benefit the heir. But that theory had a glaring flaw. If Lucius's goal had been that, why not put Draco's name in instead? To outsiders, it was only a matter of time before I would take on another family's name. When Tom and Abba heard the news, they rushed back from Germany at once. Aurora, I heard Hogwarts is about to receive several dragons. Draco's brow furrowed, and both Narcissa and Lucius fixed their eyes on his reaction. I suspect their arrival has something to do with the next task, Abba continued, failing to notice Draco's unease. Tom, however, regarded Draco with thoughtful eyes. Voldemort's powers of observation were, as always, unnervingly sharp. You two live at Hogwarts, yet you're still hearing the news from us. Abba cast a sidelong glance at the siblings standing nearby. Lucius gave me a reassuring look. I'll investigate as quickly as I can. Dumbledore has locked down the information, and to avoid suspicion, the Ministry has already ordered someone else to take over my position. Regret clouded his face. I'm sorry. As your father, I should be able to do more for you. Don't worry, Father. I'll be careful. Besides, I have Draco and Harry at my side. Lucius clapped both boys on the shoulder, giving them a meaningful glance. Father, I won't fail you, Draco declared first, shooting Harry a look. I'll prove myself through action, Harry countered, refusing to be outdone. What were they competing for, really? Still, deep down, their words warmed me. According to the original course of events, the first task was to seize a dragon egg in front of a watching crowd. Dragons are fiercely possessive, a species that treasures their offspring above all else. Because of their sheer size, reproducing is rare and difficult. Their eggs are everything to them. To demand that champions steal one right under a dragon's nose, that was a test with almost impossible odds. Draco understood this well. His face turned ashen. Aurora, dragonhide is thick. Ordinary spells won't do much against them. I could tell his mind had flickered back to the self he had yet to shed. Generations of breeding have made dragons smaller than they were in ancient times, he muttered after a pause. Even so, they're still far deadlier than anything you faced. Then firmly. We'll scout it out tonight. Harry didn't have his invisibility cloak on hand, so Draco and I sharpened every sense we had. Find Hagrid's trail, Harry prompted. Smart, Draco praised without hesitation. In the original events, both Karkaroff and Madame Maxime managed to uncover the first task's secret as well. There was never such a thing as true fairness. The Malfoys stood firmly behind me. The Diggorys did the same for Cedric. His father, Amos Diggory, once a ministry man, needed only the faintest of hints from old colleagues to piece it together. In the original story, Harry revealed the first task to Cedric. Because of that gesture of fairness and justice, Cedric returned the favor in the second task, showing Harry how to open the golden egg. I didn't place much weight on scores or standings. For me, the true aim was following the threads to uncover the truth behind it all and to survive. So treating the first task as an opportunity to do Cedric a favor seemed like a move well worth making. Aurora, you were looking for me? The boy's face lit up with surprise and delight. Can we talk? Just the two of us. I glanced behind him. A cluster of Cedric's admirers, boys and girls alike, were watching us curiously. Cedric swept his gaze over them, and at once they dropped their heads. He gave me a helpless smile. Sorry. We moved to a quieter corridor where no one lingered. I went straight to the point. It's dragons. What? The first task, it's dragons. His eyes grew clouded, impossible to read. Aurora, why are you telling me this? He stepped closer, his gaze locking with mine. You need to be careful. I took 2 steps back, lifting a hand in farewell. Wait. He called after me, drawing a deep breath. Aurora, have you decided on your partner for the opening dance? Before I could reply, he answered for me. It's Draco, isn't it? Or Harry? Both. I gave him a firm nod. But, during the opening dance, only the 4 champions take the stage. He was tactful, but his meaning was clear. Among the champions, I would stand out as the exception. I've already told Professor Dumbledore who my 2 partners are, and he raised no objection. Unless, You want to be one of them? I arched a brow. A soft laugh escaped him. I wouldn't mind. What? I mean, I'd gladly accept your invitation. Ugh, no. I was joking, I blurted out in a panic. A joke. If either of my two jealous darlings at home heard I'd added another partner, the entire manor would explode. Then take it as a joke in return, Cedric said with his usual gentleness. Still, in his eyes flickered a disappointment he couldn't quite hide. Don't toy with me, as if I don't know you've already asked Cho Chang. I pretended to be cross. That's a rumor. I haven't asked anyone. His answer was steady, resolute. Then you'd better hurry. All the good girls will be spoken for soon enough. I dared not linger longer. 3 was already a crowd. But from Cedric's expression just now, it was clear he wasn't completely in the dark about the first task. At least he'd be prepared. Suddenly, strong arms swept me off the ground. That Draco put me down. Right here in public, he dared to grab me like this. I heard everything. His tone brimmed with accusation. Competition first, friendship second. His face was all frustration and scolding. He already knew about the task too, I confessed, and yet he never told you. You'd be the fool again, silly. He teased me with sharp words, but his eyes searched my expression all the while. Aurora, give your kindness only to those who deserve it. Are you really worth it, for the Malfoys? I didn't voice the question aloud, it formed silently in my mind first. Draco's face went pale. I knew my thought had struck him again. I hurried to soften it. It's just a matter of reciprocity. I'm waiting for Cedric's return favor. Let's hope it's not all for nothing. He grabbed my wrist, yanking me roughly. Come, let's familiarize ourselves with the dragon's traits again. Am I not familiar enough already? I muttered under my breath. For some reason, a surge of malice escaped me. Even though speaking this way would only make things more awkward between us, I couldn't stop myself. Even though such words would erode our feelings, I couldn't restrain my impulse. Just as you said, 1,000 years have passed, dragons have grown smaller, their traits have changed accordingly. Have you forgotten? My obsession with dragons began the moment I was born. Despite my interruption, he calmly continued his explanation. Sorry. I spoke thoughtlessly, I whispered, leaning my head against his shoulder. I have another concern. My body is still in the Shrieking Shack. When others of its kind arrive, it might accelerate its emergence. The separated dragon body was controlled by another Draco from a different dimension. Strictly speaking, the natural order cannot allow the same individual from 2 dimensions to exist simultaneously in a small world. The risk of collapse exists. That's why, even though one can travel through time and relive the past, no changes can truly be made. So, only one of you can remain here? Draco nodded slowly. That's possible. But I've seen my other self, through the time turner. That was the self from the same dimension. It doesn't matter. Draco seemed to recall something, a faint, inscrutable smile appearing on his face as he lightly covered his mouth with his hand. But the first task is already set in stone. I panicked. Perhaps we could get someone to help. Who? Miss Parkinson. Pansy Parkinson's previous incarnation, Alexia, had formed a marriage bond with Legras from the other dimension at the Mother Tree. Draco addressed her formally as Miss Parkinson, not by the more intimate name. I noticed such details because I cared too much about his feelings. Across past and present lives, all pain had stemmed from longing unmet. What should we do? I asked, meeting his gaze. Together we'll leave this choice to Miss Parkinson. Pansy didn't seem surprised by our arrival. I knew this day would come. She looked serene, a stark contrast to the sharp, haughty, pure, blood-noble girl she had been in canon. You are not my Draco. Long ago, I realize. She looked toward me, as if deliberately speaking to me. The elf who pledged lifetimes of vows before the Mother Tree. I finally. Tears spilled from her eyes. When did you regain the memories of your past life? Her gaze was heavy with apology. My good, for-nothing son Armand targeted you so relentlessly. He's projected the regret of not having someone to guide him growing up onto you. Lacking a mother's guidance made him increasingly extreme. He is an ancestor of Draco and me. Without him, we wouldn't exist. No one is perfect. I think when the time is right, I should take Draco away. Pansy took a deep breath, then added, I mean the Draco currently sealed inside the dragon's body. What can we do to help? Aurora, you are a true traveler of time and space. You can move freely between these small worlds, that's one of your abilities. Me? How could that be possible? How did you find out? Draco asked, suspicion flickering across his face. In the parallel world I exist in, Legolas, Draco and I. She glanced at Draco with boundless longing in her eyes. We were a pair, and Draco only ever regarded Aurora as a sister. Aurora's special ability was also something Draco told me. Even though this Draco was not that Draco, I couldn't help feeling uneasy. Draco sensed my thoughts, took my hand, and intertwined his fingers with mine. So, if what you say is true, that Aurora is a natural traveler of time and space, does that mean only she can traverse the small worlds, and it doesn't extend to escorting others? Pansy's expression darkened, her eyes pleading. Aurora, you could try. But it will likely come at a great cost, Draco said, locking eyes with her. The Malfoy family doesn't act without reason. As the mother of the first-generation Malfoy, you should understand that very well. For some reason, the heavy mood lifted. Perhaps it was Draco's clear stance. I know it's asking too much, just as in the past when the Dark Elves used Aurora's blood to prolong their lives, she murmured. No need to misplace blame. Narcissa is my mother in this life. For her I am willing. I cut her off. She was no kin to me. I would never sacrifice or dedicate myself for her and a Draco from another world. You also know, if a unicorn is unwilling, its blood will turn into a curse. I understand, she said, despairing. It's just, I can't watch Draco trapped in a dark, sunless underground. And you, are you ready to stay by a dragon's side forever? Draco asked. These were very real questions. A year or two of endurance isn't difficult. The challenge is sustaining it for a lifetime. As long as he leaves this world, Draco will no longer exist in dragon form. He will return to his original self. Pansy clutched at this last hope, promising us. He hurt Aurora so badly before. As for the form he lives in, what does that have to do with us? He's also a version of you from another world, Pansy cried uncontrollably. I'd rather the other version of myself cease to exist. Draco didn't even spare her a glance. Pansy sank to the ground, kneeling. We had already left, yet she seemed unaware. Draco. I wasn't saintly, I just... Let's go. I knew Draco wasn't indifferent to Pansy's words. A small world cannot easily allow the same person from different worlds to coexist. The worst outcome would be erasure. In the original story, Draco may not have been the protagonist of Harry Potter, but his role was still crucial. The attempt on Dumbledore's life, briefly becoming master of the Elder Wand. And it was Narcissa, learning her son still lived, who chose to betray Voldemort. Erase Draco from this world, and the entire plane might collapse. What he just said, it was most likely spoken in anger. There will be another way. A way that doesn't demand my sacrifice. Fool. I need to keep my eyes on you, otherwise you'd probably thank someone for robbing you blind. His long fingers flicked my forehead. I'll be sure to ask your opinion, I muttered, rubbing the spot. Ouch! Better spend your energy figuring out how to deal with those dragons. He ruffled my hair. In the original tale, Harry drew the Hungarian Horntail, the fiercest of them all. In the end, he found another path, summoning his firebolt Midorina, and, with his unmatched flying skills, turned the match into a breathtaking spectacle. But my talent for flying was nowhere near enough to steal an egg from right under a dragon's nose. One misstep and... No, I needed a strategy suited to me. In the original story, nearly every champion damaged real dragon eggs in their scramble for the golden one. But those were unborn lives. Dragons endure great hardship to hatch and raise their young. That's why dragon blood and bone are so precious. And now, for the sake of a wizarding tournament, their offspring must be sacrificed? Draco, which dragon do you think I'll face? Tomorrow was the first task. Pre-battle nerves twisted in my stomach, leaving me restless and sleepless. Aurora, I don't want to see you relying on pepper-up potions to stay upright tomorrow. He covered my eyes with his hand. I opened my mouth to speak, only to find it blocked by his again. One more word, and I'll have no problem putting you to sleep with a spell. So fierce, I mumbled, sneaking a glance at his face. He was deadly serious, looming over me, watching for my reaction. Clearly, he meant it. I shut my eyes at once. Soon enough, sleep found me. Half dreaming, half waking, I heard the rustle of the blankets. Then Draco's lips brushed my brow. Aurora, this time, I'll give everything to protect you. By morning, the space beside me was cold. Draco was gone. A pang of melancholy hit me. I dressed in light combat gear, tying my waterfall of golden curls into a high ponytail. Harry was already waiting in the Slytherin common room. "Where's Draco?" he asked, glancing past me. I shook my head, dejected. "Must be something urgent." Harry's voice was gentle. "Don't worry." "Oh, and here I thought you'd seize the chance to mouth him." I teased deliberately. "The truth's the truth. Draco treats you, well, there's nothing to say against it." He turned his gaze away on purpose. Those two boys always bickering, yet when it mattered, they had each other's backs. Harry placed his firebolt in my hands. "Draco told me to have it ready, as a backup plan. It might come in handy." "Thank you." The knot of anxiety in my chest loosened, if only a little. But by the time I sat down at the table, nerves had me so wound up that, for the first time, I couldn't eat a thing. I shoveled food into my mouth mechanically. Even without an appetite, I had to force it down. Strength was everything now. "Aurora, are you all right?" Harry's voice carried pure worry. "Harry, I don't feel like talking right now." My stomach twisted with nerves, aching so badly, it felt as though even my body's reflexes lagged behind. The Slytherins, more reserved than most, gave me small, encouraging smiles. Crabbe and Goyle, clearly acting under Draco's instructions, stuck close to my side. Zabini studied me with amused curiosity. "Oh, so the youngest champion is about to set off." Leaning closer, he whispered where only I could hear, "Mr. Malfoy must have taken care of everything for you, hum?" "What?" Father withdrew from the arrangements entirely, to avoid suspicion. "Come on, everyone knows the Malfoys have influence on both sides of the law." Zabini waggled his brows. "And the other schools? They're all pulling every trick they've got." "Which only means we're all starting on equal ground," I replied coolly. Failing to draw anything useful from me, he finally let the matter drop. I pulled a vial of energy potion from my pocket and downed it in one go. But Draco still hadn't appeared. The unease in my chest grew heavier. We had promised no secrets between us. Charlie Weasley, the second of the Weasley brothers, was among those handling the dragon's transport. His work as a dragon tamer in Romania showed in his weathered face and solid build, shorter and stockier than his siblings, but dependable. He muttered anxiously to Hagrid, brow furrowed. "They're getting more aggressive, harder to control. Once the task begins, I fear, this has to be reported to Professor Dumbledore. Dragons always get a bit temperamental, nothing to fret about." Hagrid clapped him on the back with a broad grin. "You're jumpier than Madame Pomfrey, you are. Let's hope I'm just worrying over nothing." Then Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, called all the champions together to draw lots, deciding both the order and the dragon we would face. None of the champions looked surprised at the task. Cedric and I shared a knowing glance. Would I, perhaps, end up with the Hungarian horntail that Harry had once faced? I reached into the selection box. Something nipped at my fingertip, a tiny dragon figurine, so lifelike it moved. But its features, why did they look so familiar? Bagman squinted at the number etched on its back. "Miss Malfoy, you'll be the fourth to compete, and your opponent is..." He rubbed his eyes. "Wait, did we even bring in a dragon like this? Charlie, what breed is this?" Charlie hurried over breathless, and took the model from my hand, examining it closely. "I don't know either." "Forget it then. Miss Malfoy, just remember your order." Bagman gave a careless smile and shifted his focus to the others. Clearly, I wasn't the champion he'd placed his bets on. "Mr. Weasley, is there something unusual about the Hungarian horntail I have to face?" I approached him cautiously. He stepped back politely. "Sorry, Miss Malfoy, no comment." The Malfoys and the Weasleys had a history of endless enmity. He didn't seize the opportunity to strike that was already more than fair. How could I ask for more? He closed his eyes, thinking for a moment, and then his expression softened slightly. "Miss Malfoy, the Hungarian horntail originally chosen went rogue at the last moment, so we had to substitute another one. This one is very strange. It appeared last night in the enclosure where the dragons are kept. I had lived with this dragon for longer than my current age in this life. How could I not recognize it? It was clearly the dragon body that held Draco from another dimension. The seal had been broken? Could Draco's disappearance be connected to it? On top of the anxiety about the upcoming round, my mind felt like mush. Fortunately, I had enough time to prepare. As the last contestant, I wouldn't get to watch the others in person, but I could at least catch glimpses through Ludo Bagman's commentary. The competitors' tactics mirrored what had happened in canon. Fleur de Lacre used a powerful sleeping charm to subdue the dragon and claimed the egg, though her gown caught fire. Victor Crumb was straightforward and aggressive, strong but not particularly clever, attacking the dragon's eyes and grabbing the egg during its rage, though the real egg was partially crushed. Cedric Diggory was next. He looked just as tense as I felt. He walked toward me. "Can I have a hug?" he asked. Of course. I leapt into a warm, solid embrace. "I'll be watching you, Aurora." Just then, Ludo Bagman shouted in astonishment, "He can actually fly!" This time, Cedric had prepared fully, combining the challenge with his strength, flying the same tactic Harry had used in canon. As the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, this was his domain, and he moved with complete ease. Cedric went before me. For the first-time audience, it was exciting. By the second round, it would feel routine. I hadn't even planned to combine the challenge with flying myself, so seeing someone use my backup strategy didn't bother me. I wondered if Draco would be watching my round from the stands. I had just received word that the Malfoys had already arrived, but the one I most wanted to see. I shook the braid hanging to my waist, clearing my mind of distractions. 15 minutes into Cedric's round, the crowd erupted with deafening cheers. Hogwarts was his home field, and he had plenty of supporters. Combining the task with flying was visually spectacular and innovative. Even a biased judge like Karkaroff from Durmstrang wouldn't give Cedric an absurdly low score. "Now please welcome Aurora Malfoy." It felt as if cold water had been poured over me. My blood seemed to freeze. The stands were packed with spectators, all radiating excitement. The first thing that caught my eye was the sea of green and silver Slytherin. The usually scattered Slytherins, whether upperclassmen or younger students, were united in an unprecedented display of solidarity. Miss Malfoy will now face. My heart sank as though I had stepped into a freezing cellar. What appeared before my eyes was the familiar platinum-colored dragon. The Draco from another world had actually emerged into the air. How had he broken through the barrier to get here? It wasn't until our eyes met. Gray, clear as crystal. That unmistakable look belonged solely to Draco, brimming with intense affection. Had the two Dracos swapped bodies? "Miss Malfoy, you may begin." Ludo Bagman's booming voice echoed across the arena. The dragon shifted its body, seemingly giving me the way forward. But how could I simply accept that as natural? Obstacle, heavy. It paused for a moment even though my spell was barely a tickle to it. Dizzying. It avoided the dragon egg and flopped straight to the ground, playfully winking at me in the end. Incredible. The Hungarian Horntail has no chance against her. Who knew Hogwarts was full of hidden talent? What's with this dragon? It's so much bigger than the others, yet so weak. Haha, crispy dragon. I picked up the golden egg, completing the first task unharmed. If this round's excitement didn't compare to Cedric's flying broom performance last time, it had the advantage of achieving the goal effortlessly. Lucius and Narcissa, along with Professor Snape, waited for me at the exit. Snape's lips pressed tightly into a thin line, and he nodded at me in approval. "Wait here. The results will be announced shortly." "Father, Mother, what's going on?" I whispered. They exchanged a glance. This was Draco's idea, let him explain it to you himself. But he's about to be taken by the dragon trainer. Before I could finish, the platinum dragon leapt into the air, spreading its wings and flying high. "It's running! Go after it!" Wizards set up every trap they could, trying to capture it, but its speed was incredible. Soon, it shrank to a black dot and vanished from everyone's sight. This dragon wasn't prepared in advance. Malfoy's results should be void. Fleur de Lacre's voice was sharp with indignation. She complained to the judges, her long dress scorched at the hem. The dragon Miss Malfoy drew was this one, and there were many witnesses on site, Charlie Weasley replied. Besides, how did you know the details of the pre-prepared dragons? Fleur was momentarily speechless and stomped her foot in frustration. Draco had thought of everything. He even swapped the dragon model in the draw bucket. The mark on me allowed the pre-prepared dragon model to select me accurately. Everything had been meticulously arranged by him. Finally, the judges began awarding their points. In the original story, the 5 judges were Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, Dumbledore, Barty Crouch Essar and Ludo Bagman. Barty Crouch Essar had secretly hidden his son from Azkaban for years, ruining the family's reputation. As a result, he was long dismissed and replaced by Umbridge, Cornelius Fudge's trusted aide. She still wore that tight pink dress, her false smile fixed, eyes icy and indifferent. In the original story, she was an extreme self-serving opportunist, willing to do anything to rise in power. When her turn came to score Fleur de Lacre, the large number 4 appeared on her card. The crowd erupted in boos. Miss de Lacre performed beautifully. It was only her dress that caught fire. "Who is this judge anyway? That pink toad is just plain jealous of her." Umbridge could hardly be deaf to the uproar, yet she stuck to her verdict and even gave Fleur de Lacre a defiant little smile. Fleur covered her face, sobbing, and shouldered past me so hard I nearly toppled over. Thankfully, Cedric caught me by the waist and steadied me. His arm bore a few scrapes, but nothing serious, already healed with potion. "You all right?" he asked, worry written on his face when he saw how distracted I was. But my thoughts were already lost to Draco. Only my body remained here, waiting for the scores to be announced. "You did really well just now. The judges have no reason to dock you points." Cedric's voice was soft, meant to comfort. He thought I was worried about the results. But no, that wasn't it at all. The real trap would come at the end. Everything before was just prelude. As a devoted Harry Potter fan, I'd pored over Goblet of Fire more times than I could count. Every scene, every clue etched into memory. Yet even with all that, I couldn't figure out why I had replaced Harry as the 4th champion. I forced a faint smile. Then Crumb's score flashed onto the board. Umbridge was less dramatic this time, but still gave the lowest marks of all the judges. "Maybe Madame Umbridge is just stricter than the rest," Cedric offered in her defense. I let out a silent, bitter laugh. She simply ranked wizards into classes, nothing more. Then came Cedric's turn. Madame Maxime gave him a steady 8, fair enough, and Umbridge shockingly awarded her highest mark so far, a 9. Rita Skeeter swooped in at once for comment. "Mr. Diggory made clever use of props, and with his flawless flying talent, treated us to a dazzling performance." Umbridge simpered, giggling like a schoolgirl. Beside her, Madame Maxime's face turned nearly green with fury, visibly fighting the urge to strike her. Tiny, squat Umbridge standing next to the half-giantess made the contrast all the more ridiculous. She clearly hated Dumbledore's arrangements, but she swallowed it down. Cedric's face flushed red at her praise. Nervously, he bowed to the judge's table in thanks. Ludo Bagman promptly held up a 10, his highest yet, making it obvious he was betting everything on Cedric. Last came Karkaroff. He flicked a glance at Crumb, calculating his own champion's chances, then after a moment's deliberation held up a pitiful 4, the lowest he ever given. He didn't bother to explain. The stands exploded with shouts of "unfair," and "go back to Durmstrang." But Karkaroff was always unapologetically himself, no matter where he was. Cedric only gave a helpless smile, mouthing "wish me luck" in my direction. "Congratulations," I said to him. Even with Karkaroff dragging him down, Cedric still held the highest score so far. I stepped onto the stage, every eye fixed on me. A dragon that appeared and vanished out of nowhere. An effortless victory. The dragon egg, claimed without the slightest struggle. All the coincidences revolved around me. No wonder I became the center of mystery and controversy. Some even spun conspiracies, claiming that the Platinum Dragon had been secretly raised by the Malfoy family. Right and wrong. That dragon did, in fact, bear the Malfoy name. And its existence was indeed deeply entangled with their lineage. This wasn't just about a score. It was a reflection of each faction's stance. Madame Maxime clashed fiercely with Dumbledore, both of them locked in argument, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, Karkaroff and Umbridge watched from the sidelines, pretending indifference. In the end, Madame Maxime abstained, refusing to give a score. Like Fleur de Lacre, she insisted my results be annulled, demanding that I be disqualified from the first task. Ironically, her objection cooled much of the suspicion surrounding me. In this storm of public opinion, I suddenly appeared the weaker one. A handful of onlookers, moved by sympathy, even began to soften their view of me. You can't accuse Aurora of cheating just because her trial went more smoothly. Every dragon was inspected beforehand. No objections were raised before the task, so why cancel her results afterward? Suppressing another school's champion, just to boost your own? What sort of sportsmanship is that? When Dumbledore realized he couldn't sway Madame Maxime, he raised his placard high. 10 points. Dumbledore gave me a 10? I could hardly believe my eyes. Then, as if in silent agreement, or perhaps in defiance of Madame Maxime, the other judges all lifted their placards as well. One by one, 10 points. Was this their way of ensuring I advanced? For a fleeting moment, I wondered if Lucius Malfoy had bought not only Hogwarts, but the Ministry of Magic and Durmstrang on top of it. This parallel world felt completely upside down. Yet without Madame Maxime's vote, I still fell short of claiming first place. Cedric wore a faint look of regret. Don't worry about it. We spoke at the same time. You meant. Again in unison. You first. You first. I meant Karkaroff from Durmstrang. And I meant Madame Maxime. We both burst out laughing. Yes, exactly. It doesn't matter. When the scores were tallied, I ended up tied with Fleur de Lacre for second place. Crumb, who had damaged his egg, came in last. Cedric emerged the champion. His supporters roared from the stands. Well deserved. Cedric is our king. Hogwarts will prevail. Cedric looked even more embarrassed than before. He seemed to feel that his victory was dishonorable, as if he had stolen the championship that should have been mine. I shook my head at him almost imperceptibly. Not winning the championship isn't so bad. The tallest tree gets the axe. If, as in the original story, someone really is orchestrating events behind the scenes, then my reaching the finals is already a foregone conclusion. By noting that Madame Maxime refused to score me, I could rule out Boothbart's faction. Which of the remaining factions was deliberately trying to lure me into their game? I carried the golden egg back to the dormitory. And then, I was wrapped in a pair of arms. Guess who I am? Draco. Who else could come and go freely in the dormitory besides him? I pounded on his arms. Why didn't you tell me anything? Not even a note. I was about to freak out. In a fit of revenge, I pinched his chest muscles. He yelped in pain. All for a surprise, he said. What's going on? Why did you turn back into a dragon? And the Draco from the other world? I fired questions one after another. Don't worry, I'll explain everything. The Draco from the other world ended up trapped here, because your blood was used when separating the dragon's body. In other words, he was drawn by your blood. You carry the ancient Unicorn King's bloodline, which exerts an extraordinary attraction on elves. And during the separation, the magic circle used by Salazar, Godric, and the others performed an ultimate energy exchange with Merlin, effectively opening a rift in space-time. That's why Draco from the other world, that is, Legras, came here. He and Alexiel share a bond across lifetimes, so he naturally had no memories with you, and chose to continue his connection with Alexiel. Everything finally fell into place. So is he still here? The Draco who had hurt me so deeply. I reversed time and space. What does that mean? I reversed the four founders' magic circle and reintegrated the dragon's body. No wonder Draco could control that platinum dragon. But in the previous life, we struggled so hard just to separate you. The dragon's body had been almost a nightmare for Legras. He couldn't accept himself at all, even developing self-destructive tendencies, gradually losing his sanity. Why then, did he now willingly embrace it? Actually, to put it another way, my animagus form is that dragon. In my past life, I cared too much about trivialities, about being recognized by the elves, about openly staying by my parents' side. That's every person's lifelong pursuit. You weren't wrong, I quickly added. Don't defend me. Those pursuits weren't wrong. What was wrong was hurting the people I care about most. He held my hand, resting shoulder to shoulder with me. It's you who taught me to truly accept myself. No one, no elf, is perfect, but to the people who matter most, we are unique. I never imagined that after hurting you so many times, you could still do this for me. In that moment, I and the dragon became one in body and mind. We truly mastered each other. Draco's hand blurred, becoming a dragon's claw. I possess the power to cut through space-time. My hand can slice across different planes. That's also why the way has always set restraints on me. We fell into his trap, Aurora. What do you mean? The way forcibly poured itself into me, guiding me, tempting me to separate from the dragon's body. My soul could no longer mesh with the dragon's form, and naturally lost all power to resist. We were caught in his path. I finally understood how twisted the situation was. Don't wake the sleeping dragon. I was awakened by you from the very beginning. What am I supposed to do? Of course I'll spend my whole life walking by your side. Chapter 446. The Secret of the Golden Egg. My body was burning hot. I felt my blood and Kai fuller than ever. My mind felt like mush. All I wanted was to press close to Draco's cool body. It's because I reversed the magic array. I merged with the dragon's body, and the blood you'd lost was returned to you. My eyes blurred. Like an octopus, I wrapped my arms around Draco and trapped him against me. Aurora, like this we're doomed to be up all night. At some point I had drifted to sleep. The next morning Draco carried me into the bathing pool with him. You're all sticky, I complained softly. Because of you, he grumbled half asleep as he loosened the bindings at my back. You cling to me so much you kept me awake last night too, he muttered, but he still kissed my skin gently in places. Be naughty again and I knew he was only putting on a show. When it came down to it, he always stopped at the crucial moment. Are you serious? I shot him a sidelong glance. True to form, he deflated like a punctured balloon and simply tossed me into the tub. Splash! I doused him with water. Huh, serves you right, I crowed. Draco only laughed and, in no time, stripped off his clothes to reveal a strong torso. I'm getting in, he said. I hurriedly shut my eyes. When his body entered the pool, the water sloshed over the edge. You'll clean this up later, I mumbled. All right, he replied. My long hair floated on the water. The golden egg sat on the dressing table. Knowing what would come next, I straightened, stepped over Draco, and reached for the egg, pulling it into my arms. The young man frowned. At a time like this, you still have the mind to study the next match. He reached out and scooped me up into his chest. I straddled his waist. One hand found my hip. I could feel him stirring with desire. I pressed the golden egg to my chest, trying to hide it, but it was useless. At that moment, soft voices came from outside the door. At this hour, the only people who could come and go into the bedchamber without hindrance were Lucius and Narcissa. What do we do? Mom and Dad are back. I tried to get off him, but he pressed me down firmly. My hand slipped, and the golden egg fell into the water. I quickly reached for it, but lost my balance and toppled onto him. The heavy weight pressing against my chest collided directly with his face. Sorry. Flustered, I tried to keep some distance from him, but my efforts were in vain. Aurora, Draco, are you there? The most absurd part, Draco had carried me into the bathroom without even locking the door. The Malfoys saw their own children clinging together in the bath. Luke, don't look. Narcissa covered Lucius's eyes and tossed us a towel. Come out quickly. I was so embarrassed my face burned red, and I pushed Draco. This is all your fault. Mom and Dad are going to think we're... Does it matter if they misunderstand? Just let me down already, I grumbled. They already know we're bathing. What's the rush? He shrugged casually. True. I slowly relaxed, got off him, hugged the golden egg, held my breath and sank into the water. What are you doing? I was about to open the golden egg to hear the mermaid's song when Draco lifted me out of the water. I was just about to ask you the same. He wiped the water off my face with a towel. How did you end up falling in? You're such a landlubber. When we were kids, Draco and I learned to swim together, but my lack of talent meant I never succeeded. Eventually the coach threw me into the water, hoping my survival instinct would kick in, but it didn't. Then hold your breath with me. I covered his mouth and nose, pressing him underwater with me. Then, I opened the golden egg. The mermaid's song poured out ethereal, like music from the heavens. No wonder countless sailors had risked everything for it. We surfaced repeatedly to catch our breath until we had heard the entire song. The bravest will have their most precious treasure taken, Draco murmured, repeating the lyrics. I couldn't tell whether the most precious was Draco or Harry. But the treasure would be chosen by the organizers. To outsiders, my closeness with Draco seemed undeniable. Could it be a mission to rescue a hostage? Draco speculated. And in the Black Lake? He guessed it right. I gave him a thumbs up, exactly what you imagined. What would I do without you, my brilliant strategist? I praised him lavishly. Flattery. Draco's ears turned pink. I could clearly feel his uncontainable excitement. Such a stubborn, contradictory guy. But we still need to solve the problem of underwater breathing. Elves had lived on land for so long that even in their elven forms, they couldn't hold their breath underwater for extended periods, much less fight there. Maybe we could ask my godfather for help? In the original tale, Harry and his friends stole gillyweed from Snape. Once eaten, gills sprouted behind the ears, allowing one to breathe underwater like a fish. If it was his goddaughter asking for aid, Snape would no doubt give it freely. Aurora, you seem to have forgotten something, Draco hinted. Oh, forgotten what? Why are you so different from the other girls? They're all obsessing over the Yule Ball. Draco's cheeks flushed even redder. Looked it this way, he seemed to care more about it than I did. Don't say that I care too, I murmured, taking his hand. I stepped onto his foot, leading us into a dance we both knew by heart. If our dance instructor saw us altering his steps like this, he'd probably resign on the spot. Draco let out a low, stifled groan. Am I too heavy? In the water, it's fine. We pressed close, cheek to cheek, moving as one. If not for the enchanted, ever-warm bath water, it would have long gone cold. Then came a brisk knock at the door, followed by Narcissa's teasing voice. Draco, Aurora, stay in there any longer and you'll both turn prunny. We're coming out now, Draco called back. But when we stepped out, Lucius was waiting, his face dark as a gathering storm. Father, aren't you happy for me? Draco asked quickly, and I rushed to change the subject. Aurora, don't shield him, Lucius cut me off. Clearly, he wasn't about to let this pass easily. Draco, would you care to explain why you recklessly merged with the dragon's form? Draco opened his mouth, then chose silence. The air grew painfully tense. I stole a glance at Narcissa. Almost imperceptibly, she shook her head at me, warning me not to interfere with Lucius's lesson. Only Draco could inherit the Malfoy name. He embodied the family's future. If his fusion failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. The tournament stage was crowded with the pillars of the wizarding world. A dragon tamer like Charlie Weasley might not have subdued a dragon. But what if Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and dozens of battle-hardened wizards had all joined forces? Yet, I spotted a flaw in this performance. Lucius and Narcissa had known of Draco's plan beforehand, had even given their full approval. So why scold their only son now, and in front of me? In that instant, it struck me. Lucius was sending a coded message, cloaking the Malfoy family's stance in reprimand. This time, both he and Narcissa were standing with me. Even if tragedy befell Draco, even if the Malfoy bloodline ended, they would not abandon me. He had always known that I harbored resentment over my past life. But any words of consolation always felt pale and powerless. Actions spoke louder than words. That was the Malfoy way. Actions speak louder than words. In the end, Draco was punished by having to copy Platinum Glory 100 times. And he wasn't allowed to use any tools, not even a quick-writing quill. Sometimes, I even wonder if you're the only one of them who's really theirs. Draco murmured, rubbing his aching wrists. I massaged his temples, helping to relax his scalp and eyes. I thought Father was just bluffing. Platinum Glory was even thicker than the Oxford English Dictionary. Heaven knows how long-winded I was in my past life. Yes, Platinum Glory was authored by Legras, and every generation of Malfoys was, more or less, required to copy and memorize this monumental work. Haha, I bet Father was punished by Grandfather when he was little too. He's just waiting for the right moment to get his revenge. Do you want me to help you? I snatched the quill from Draco's hand. Don't. As soon as I wrote a single character on the parchment, everything Draco had copied before vanished. What's happening? Didn't father just say? You must complete it yourself, no cheating, no shortcuts, and that includes getting someone else to help. Despair washed over Draco's face. Sorry, I didn't know. It's fine, I can do it. Draco downed a double dose of the invigorating potion in one gulp. In another room, Narcissa and Lucius were listening at the wall. The sound, perfing, was good, but Draco's wailing had been too loud to ignore. Luke, don't you think we might be going a bit too far? Fool, I'm helping him, Lucius said, frustrated. The worse the little dragon suffers, the less resentment Aurora will have toward her. Otherwise, our daughter-in-law might really be poached by Harry. True, I never imagined you'd use your schemes on Aurora. Narcissa pinched Lucius's waist sharply. Can't be helped in our past life, we went too far with her. Lucius rubbed his tight brow. So how do you plan to make it up to her? I've already put the entire Malfoy family on the line, isn't that enough? Lucius sighed, running a hand through Narcissa's tousled hair. This trick of yours, you only ever use on me. With the Christmas ball approaching, Hogwarts house elves were working tirelessly to decorate the ancient castle. They even added elements from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. To encourage inter-school mingling, dance partners were no longer limited to students from the same school. In the end, the other three champions chose partners, just as in the original story. Fleur de Lacre, true to the original, first invited fellow champion Cedric to dance. But she was politely declined. Autumn Jang isn't Cedric's girlfriend, so why would he refuse Miss de Lacre? I couldn't make sense of it. Of course, because of a certain idiot, Draco stayed silent at first, but eventually muttered quietly enough for me to hear. What do you mean? I shook his arm, insisting he explain himself. But Draco refused to say another word. It must be Madame Maxime and Miss de Lacre's strong opposition to you being chosen as the fourth champion. Yes, Fleur de Lacre had gone so far as to report me to the judges, hoping to have my results thrown out. And Madame Maxime flat out refused to score me. So this time Cedric turned Fleur down because of me? What did I ever do to deserve that? Cedric's choice of partner became the hottest topic, no contest. In Muggle terms, it was trending non-stop. In the end, Cho Chang was the one he invited, making her the object of every girl's envy. Thankfully, Cho was always gentle and modest, and carried herself with restraint. Otherwise, she'd have been buried under a pile of howlers. When I walked into the opening dance rehearsal with Draco and Harry at my side, the other three champions' faces told a story of their own shock, disdain, and envy. Yes, I even caught envy flickering in Cedric's eyes, and just as we were about to meet each other's gaze, that envy softened into admiration. A bold choice, Aurora, he remarked. Draco and Harry, being close with him, greeted him easily, the way boys did. Fleur de Lacre, meanwhile, swept her eyes up and down my two partners, rolling them so far back she nearly looked skyward. Hey, her no mind, her, Hermione murmured. As Victor Crumb's partner, she too was at rehearsal, and had arrived before me. That one with her nose in the clouds, the arrogant French girl, you needn't waste your attention on her. After all, Muggle or Wizard, England and France had been rivals for centuries. That subtle mutual disdain still lingered. Even someone as fair-minded and optimistic as Hermione wasn't immune to it. Not to mention, Fleur prided herself on her beauty, and looked down on Hermione's plain looks. She'd even hinted to Crumb that with his status, he could do better. Hermione never cared much about appearances. Otherwise, she wouldn't go about daily with a head full of frizzy, untamed curls. But next to someone like Fleur de Lacre, dazzling and radiant, any girl would start to feel small. And worse, Fleur took advantage of her fellow champion's status to brazenly belittle someone else's choice of partner. In the original story, her unfiltered tongue showed itself in many ways. Oh, Miss Malfoy, people who know would say those two are your dance partners, but people who don't might think they're a couple. Your country's nickname as the land of shipping seems quite well earned. Chapter 450, United Against a Common Foe. Maybe you're the extra one here. Fleur's tinkling laugh sounded sharp and grating now. Draco and Harry had plenty of shippers, whether Draco times Harry or Harry times Draco. Both pairings had massive followings. Even in the original story, their interactions crackled with chemistry. There was that love-hate dynamic. If they couldn't have each other, they'd rather destroy each other. I didn't realize Miss de Lacre cared so much about other people's partners. Or do you simply enjoy the thrill of eating from one bowl while eyeing another? The bond between the three of us isn't something you can stir up with a few words. Don't waste your breath. And I do hope, Miss Delacour, that your second task won't leave you as humiliated as the first. A lady's skirts catching fire is hardly worth celebrating. With the three of us trading barbs, Fleur's face went from red to pale to green. Alone, with only her sharp tongue to defend her, she was no match for our united front. Since English wasn't her first language, organizing her thoughts was always a challenge. Professor McGonagall had no choice but to step in and restore order during rehearsals. She prided herself on being fair, yet she fiercely protected Hogwarts. Although, like Dumbledore, she held certain biases against Slytherin students, she could never tolerate other schools being mistreated. Miss Delacour, please respect the other champions. The ball doesn't require a champion to have only one partner. Therefore, Miss Malfoy isn't breaking any rules. Understood, Professor McGonagall, Fleur Delacour replied reluctantly. She turned to her partner, Roger Davies, and vented her frustration on him. Roger, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, was quite popular at Hogwarts. Like most boys, he was completely captivated by Fleur. He stared at her face, utterly speechless. During meals, he'd even embarrassed himself by jabbing a fork into his own face. Whenever Fleur spoke to him, he would gaze at her with a fawning smile. Roger had risen above many of Fleur's suitors, living in a near-constant state of excitement and pride. I swear Roger Davies looks like an idiot, Draco muttered. Roger's repeated mistakes during rehearsal slowed everything down, forcing other pairs to practice their routines over and over. Because of the Triwizard Tournament, the usual Quidditch matches were cancelled that year. Draco and Harry couldn't even use Quidditch practice as an excuse to sneak away. The frustration among the other pairs continued to grow. When Roger stepped on Fleur's foot again, the half-blood beauty finally snapped in public. Clumsy Englishman. This time, she unleashed her wrath on everyone except Victor Crumb. Even Cedric, usually the calmest, frowned in displeasure. Professor McGonagall, maybe we should end today's rehearsal here. I glanced at the clock on the wall. Thus, our first joint rehearsal ended on a sour note. Do you think Miss Delacour will change partners? I couldn't hide my glee. Fleur Delacour's insult calling us clumsy Englishmen united the rest of us in silent solidarity. Crumb, developing quickly alongside Hermione, already played the role of a devoted English fiancé and naturally sided with us. After every Saturday rehearsal, we would meet at the Three Broomsticks for a butterbeer. Aurora, even here in Gryffindor many are standing up for you, Hermione said, her cup in hand, clearly indignant. I watched that match. Your performance was flawless. The French girl made things up, accused you first, and even tried to twist it at the end. She's just jealous because you're younger and getting more attention. Doesn't matter what she thinks. I waved her off, keeping my expression nonchalant. But for the next match, Madame Maxime is still a judge. If she continues targeting you, Autumn Jang chimed in. Since becoming Cedric's partner, her hostility toward me had lessened considerably. I heard they've issued a new rule. Next competition, scores will be averaged, with the highest and lowest excluded from the final grade, Draco said with a small smile. This had come from his father. Though Lucius had withdrawn from the organizing committee, he still secretly offered me support and protection. Umbridge, desperate to climb the ranks, was recognized as Fudge's pawn, but the Malfoy family had long manipulated her. It was almost as effective as having Lucius there in person. He was the unseen hand behind it all. For my sake, Lucius had maneuvered with the tournament committee to alter the rules. Dumbledore, though outwardly impartial, still wished for the champion to come from Hogwarts. With two Hogwarts champions in play, their chances of victory only grew stronger. In that moment, both Dumbledore and Lucius set aside their political rivalries. Cho Chang froze for a second, then quickly masked the worry in her eyes. I knew she was thinking of Cedric. To them, the first task was riddled with suspicious details. I hadn't truly shown my strength. How could a fourth-year match seventh year's blow for blow? The gap was too great. That I cleared the challenge so easily could only be explained by Malfoy influence working behind the scenes. If Madame Maxime hadn't held back my score, Cedric's path to champion would not have been so smooth. It was simply a matter of perspective. I couldn't fault her for that. As the Yule Ball drew closer, and with more rehearsals, Draco and I grew ever more in sync. Aurora, my mother says a dress rehearsal will feel completely different from our usual practice. Twilfit and Tattings had already delivered my gown, tailored precisely to my measurements. Flowing skirts shimmered as though the constellations themselves had been gathered into the fabric. The fitted cut highlighted the curve of my waist and hips, tracing every delicate line of my figure. I longed to stun the crowd at the ball, which was why I'd never let Draco see it. Even for makeup trials, I'd gone to the boutique alone, asking the designer for help in secret. Now, as I looked into the mirror, imagining Draco's and Harry's astonished faces, heat rushed to my cheeks. I could hardly stand my own vanity. Inside my vault lay the jewelry Narcissa had already chosen to pair with the gown treasures, so rare and dazzling I'd only ever glimpsed their like in Sotheby's auction catalogs. And yet, they had been resting quietly in the Malfoy collection all along. But I want to keep everything hidden until the Yule Ball, I insisted. What, worried someone will steal your idea if you show it early? Draco teased. Why not? Imagine the embarrassment if someone wore the same thing. This gown is an exclusive design. Malfoys have already secured the rights from Twilfit and Tattings. Besides, with workmanship like this, no other shop could copy it. He didn't relent, still coaxing, I'm dying of curiosity. Will you indulge me, Aurora? But it's such a bother to put on, I sighed. The gown had been cut to the exact shape of my body once worn, it fit like a second skin. I had kept my figure in check for weeks, determined to appear at my best before everyone's eyes. I'll help you, Draco said softly. His palm brushed my bare arm. As the sound of fabric slipping to the floor filled the room, I turned away helplessly. No peeking. I shot him a warning glance. All right, he promised with a tender smile. To enhance my silhouette, I had planned to wear shapewear beneath. But the bodice fastened at the back with metal clasps. Blushing, I had no choice but to ask Draco. In a whisper, I murmured, Draco, help me. Oh, his brows arched with amusement. But how can I help if I can't see you? He teased in a slow, teasing drawl. I covered the front of my corset and stepped in front of him. At this moment my back was completely bare. His breath caught. His fingertips, cool and gentle, brushed against my back as if I were a delicate piece of porcelain he couldn't bear to let go of. Draco, help me, I whispered, drawing his wandering mind back. Always bossing me around, he muttered, fastening each hidden clasp at the back of my dress. You don't have to wear it, really. I was just worried you wouldn't be able to eat if you did. He turned me around, but his gaze lingered on me. The corset accentuated my curves. My chest seemed fuller, my waist narrower, as if sculpted to perfection. I tried to cover myself, but he grasped my wrists. My Aurora, all grown up. Nonsense. With the same edge, I could hear the double meaning in his words. My cheeks burned. Let go of me. I need to put on my gown. I regret it, Aurora. Regret what? I knew he was about to say something scandalous. Seeing you like this makes me want to treasure you. Reluctantly, Draco released me. Since you're letting me see first, come help properly. I took off the gown and turned my back to him, asking him to zip up the invisible back zipper. As the zipper climbed, the dress wrapped around me like a second skin. You look beautiful. His hand rested on my shoulder. His gaze traced every inch of me, lingering. I'm not wearing makeup, I protested. Such a formal gown would normally demand full makeup. I can never tell if you're wearing any, Draco shook his head. You're not blind, I didn't believe him for a second. It's true, even Harry agrees, he added, his gaze serious, invoking Harry's taste in a rare show of sincerity. Of course, because you're both straight. Usually, only gay men could discern a woman's lipstick shade. Up the back of my neck. His eyes were filled with a predatory intensity, a sensation unfamiliar to me. I felt like prey being offered up. It dawned on me slowly I had fallen into Draco's little trap. By making me dress up so carefully, he was making me available to him. If we weren't straight, shouldn't we, like Delacour said, produce and consume ourselves? His stray hairs brushed my cheek. A warm, wet heat spread across my earlobe. I let out a soft, helpless moan, terrified that I might lose control right then. Draco's hand covered my mouth, his voice low and warning, quiet. Do you want to attract your parents? I whimpered softly, completely powerless, and closed my eyes. So quick to surrender. I thought you'd at least put up a little more of a fight. Draco's low chuckle brushed against my ear as he laid me down on the bed. You promised your father before marriage you wouldn't, I reminded him quickly. But between a man's and a woman's strength, if he truly forced me. His storm-gray eyes were clouded with desire. He lifted my skirts, baring the length of my legs. I tried to pull away, but he caught me by the ankle. Aurora, you can't run from me. Fear pricked at me like never before. It seemed he really meant to go through with it. Could Draco truly be ready to throw Lucius's words aside? Look at you trembling. Draco pressed my legs together again, smoothing the skirt back down, then sat beside me with a sigh of resignation. Aurora, don't tease me so easily. You know, as I grow older, it gets harder and harder to control myself. That's Rich blaming me? You're the one who insisted on seeing me in that gown. I buried my face under the blanket, too flustered to meet his gaze. Draco knelt before me. It was impossible to ignore the part of him that stood at full attention, declaring itself without shame. Following my line of sight, he glanced down, and then his own cheeks reddened. Sorry, I'll go wash up. The moment he slipped out, I hurried to change out of the gown. It wasn't even that revealing. At least nothing was ruined. Such a heavily crafted dress would take too long and too many resources to replace, with Christmas Eve fast approaching. When Draco came back and saw me already in loose casual clothes, I could swear I caught a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Men really are creatures of sight. Even the boy I'd grown up with was no exception. Clothes do make the man, or in this case, the woman. What? Regretting it now that I've changed back? I teased. Of course not. You should be grateful I was the one who kept your virtue intact. Draco's voice was sharp with barely concealed frustration. Clearly, bottling up his desire had left him no more comfortable than me. As long as we don't go all the way, I suggested in a whisper. Do you even realize what you're saying? His eyes lit up, though he quickly schooled his face into sternness again. Of course, we've always been like this, haven't we? The vines of Draco's desire had never ceased their tireless cultivation. I couldn't believe he hadn't tasted any sweetness in it, only that he was in the habit of disguising our shared pleasure. It was the Malfoy way, outwardly granting control to the woman, while quietly steering every choice she made. The pure Draco was anything but. He'd already mastered Lucius's sly, calculating ways. Only I kept falling for the act, his blushing, flustered, rabbit-like facade. He looked down at me with quiet dominance. Aurora, you said it yourself. You know, that gown was nearly impossible to take off. No wonder they call you Aurora, the convenient, always easy for others, and for yourself. Finally, the day of the Christmas ball arrived. Draco and Harry, to match me, had even commissioned robes in the same style. What am I going to do? The finest companions are all by my side. Draco changed into a sharply tailored suit. His carefully styled hair was slicked back neatly, while his voluminous bangs cast shadows over his perfectly chiseled features, as if carved straight from Greek mythology. Broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, he was a walking clothes hanger. I reached out to adjust his bow tie and fasten his cufflinks. His eyelids drooped slightly, long thick lashes casting a shadow over his eyes. See? No need to hide anything, we live together, so I'll be the first to see you in your ball gown anyway. Draco twirled a strand of my platinum curls against my cheek. What's so great about that? I quickly changed the subject, trying to hide my embarrassment. The styling team filed in, ready for final touches. Draco stood quietly behind me. What's wrong? Eyeshadow and blush were applied in quick succession as I let the stylists work their magic. What do? I don't want you to go out. I rarely wore makeup, let alone collaborate with such a top-tier celebrity styling team. Do I look very different before and after? I asked nervously. A dangerous question. You do, and you don't, I can't really say. I just don't want anyone else to see you like this. He sat beside me, holding my hand, fidgeting with it absent-mindedly. I finally understand how Dad feels, words can't describe it. His brow furrowed slightly, his expression sincere. Lucius's possessiveness toward Narcissa reached a level that left people speechless. If I weren't immune to all spells, I could never handle even a simple disguise charm like the earring that concealed her face. It meant that only Lucius and I could truly appreciate her beauty, a secret delight that bloomed quietly in my chest. Always ignoring the important things and picking up the frivolous, I muttered softly, though a small thrill ran through me. The Malfoy family's possessiveness only appeared for those closest to them. "Miss Malfoy, you're ready." I slowly opened my eyes. I did not miss the awe in Draco's gaze. The mirror reflected a radiant beauty, both enchanting and innocent, elegant yet captivating in every gesture. Platinum waves cascaded over one shoulder, while the rest were pinned in a simple, graceful bun. Star-shaped hair, accessories dotted the style, echoing the sparkling stars along the hem of my gown. "Aurora, it's like you've worn the galaxy itself." Draco picked up the jewelry he had set aside earlier, preparing to adorn me. "Isn't this a bit much?" I murmured. The pieces rested heavily on my collarbone, not overly elaborate. The centerpiece was a large heart-shaped sapphire, tightly encircled by 2 rows of diamonds. Yet this design felt hauntingly familiar. Wasn't this the heart of the ocean worn by Rose in Titanic? And now it had become part of the Malfoy family collection. "Mom said this is your Christmas gift." Draco's hand rested gently on my shoulder. "It's so beautiful," I whispered. No wonder the rebellious Rose had been swayed by this exquisite jewelry into accepting a marriage that was essentially a gilded tomb. "Diamonds are a girl's best friend," Draco teased, borrowing Meryl and Monroe's famous line. True enough, the allure is irresistible for women. No wonder Narcissa was such a loyal patron of high-end jewelers. It wasn't only about beauty, it was an investment. Jewelry carried not just artistic value, but the promise of appreciation over time. Lucius and Narcissa had also been invited to the Yule Ball. She wore an elegant, form-fitting black gown. "Mother, why so understated?" I asked. "One mustn't steal the spotlight," she replied, her eyes sweeping over me like an artist admiring her finished masterpiece. "My Aurora, you've finally grown up." She embraced me warmly. "You cannot imagine how long your father and I have waited for this moment, to see in you both the dreams we never fulfilled ourselves." Unfulfilled dreams? I wasn't Lucius's partner for the Yule Ball in his 4th year, Narcissa admitted, a trace of melancholy flickering across her face. "Then who was father's partner?" "Best not to mention it," Lucius cut in quickly, as if it was a memory he'd rather bury. "I'll tell you the story another time," Narcissa said with a mischievous smile. It was one of Lucius's many regrets. "All right." She took a pair of star-shaped earrings from Draco. Since I'd chosen to wear my hair loose over my shoulders, long dangling earrings would only tangle in it. Narcissa watched as Draco and I left the room. "Lucius, Aurora will surely be the belle of the ball tonight." "Not necessarily." "Oh, you mean that half-Vela from Beauxbatons?" Narcissa cast him a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with disdain. "She's not who I meant, sissy, you seem to have forgotten yourself." Lucius's arm slipped around her waist, fingers tracing her slim figure. "Smooth talker," she murmured. Arm in arm with Draco, I made my way toward the Slytherin common room. "Harry, sorry to keep you waiting." Lifting my skirts, I hurried toward him. Earth to Harry, I waved my hand before his eyes. His gaze was locked on me, wide and unblinking, his usual sharpness replaced with stunned silence. Draco chuckled under his breath. "Aurora, it really is you," Harry stammered, taking my free hand and resting it on his arm. "What, we're just going to walk in like this side by side?" I muttered, suddenly self-conscious. "Or, I could carry your train," he offered, glancing back only to realize my gown wasn't very long. I had deliberately chosen a hem just above the ankle for easier dancing. "No need. This is fine." I tightened my hold on his arm. Pathetic Draco seized the chance to mock. "You've seen Aurora dressed up countless times, you're used to it." "I'm not," Harry shot back, eyes still fixed on me, nearly stepping on other students' feet in his distraction. "Men really are creatures of sight. None of you usually treat me like this," I teased. "Never again, today's the last time you dress like this," Draco muttered sharply in my ear. "Unless you show it only to me." "As if Aurora can dress however she likes, it's her choice," Harry retorted. "You're all talk," Draco sneered in disbelief. "All right, enough, you two children, both of you." I cut them off. I led Draco and Harry to the waiting area. Victor Crumb and Hermione were already there. Hermione, you look stunning. I didn't hold back my praise. In the original story, Hermione's gradient, tiered gown left a deep impression. Her normally voluminous curls, smoothed with Quick's lip conditioner, were now elegantly pinned into a sophisticated bun. Her beauty had been carefully refined. Paired with her large, bright brown eyes, she looked radiant and graceful. Hermione, you've been hiding all this. You were always a beauty in the making, I couldn't help but comment. Thanks for teaching me the makeup charms. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do with all these bottles and jars, Hermione said with a smile. No problem at all. Krum, trying to ease the tension, struck up a conversation with Harry and Draco. Although they talked about Quidditch, all three of them were distracted, their eyes glued to us two girls. So, have you and Krum, you know? Hermione's cheeks flushed. You know what? I don't understand. Are there things the know-it-all doesn't understand? I teased, reaching to tickle her side. Stop it, Victor's very gentlemanly, he'd only if I wanted him to, Hermione lowered her head further, sneaking a glance at Krum across the room. Hermione, are you looking for me? Krum quickly abandoned Harry and Draco to reach his partner. Yes. To avoid answering my excessive questions, Hermione went straight to the source. I gave Krum an encouraging gesture, and he returned it with an understanding smile. Perhaps he misread the signal, it was hard to tell. What did you say to Granger? Her face is red as a monkey's backside, Draco teased. I just asked how far they've gotten, I said. Don't worry, we're definitely ahead of them, Draco said confidently. Enough nonsense. Harry, shall we practice together again? Okay. Harry, still lost in thought, was pulled back to reality by me, giving an embarrassed smile. Draco, like a protective dragon, held me carefully in his arms and whispered in my ear, Harry's so absent-minded. What if he steps wrong later? Maybe we should. Draco, I can hear you. Harry glared at him. I felt like a kindergarten teacher, trying to manage two mischievous toddlers. Thankfully, once the dance began, Harry quickly focused. I returned him a bent knee bow and placed myself in his hands. I floated like a butterfly among flowers, teasing both partners, yet lingering on neither for long. The two boys followed my steps, their eyes filled with longing and desire. Perhaps only what we cannot have is truly precious. I closed my eyes, spinning and leaping. Our gazes intertwined, and the air shimmered with subtle tension. A few crisp claps sounded nearby Cedric and Autumn Jang. The girl wore a silver, form-fitting cheongsam, highlighting her delicate Eastern elegance. She nodded to us, her hand linked with Cedric's, though it trembled slightly. Don't be nervous, we're all attending the school ball for the first time, I said, deliberately softening my tone. Cho as well, but you're in 5th year. At Hogwarts, only 4th years and above could attend the Yule Ball. Still, anyone younger could go if invited by an upper year. By Cedric's reckoning, with Cho Chang's popularity, she ought to have been a regular guest already. Yes, it's my first time too. I did get invitations before, but I always turned them down. She glanced at Cedric as if to prove a point. The boy was sharp as ice, and Snow he caught her meaning instantly. Then I'm honored to be your partner. That's what I should be saying. Cho's cheeks flushed pink. Her delicate nose tapered down to a soft chin, giving her whole face a refined, petite charm. Even in China, she would have been the undisputed campus beauty. Unfortunately, the magical world was too competitive in this regard. First Fleur de Lacquer with her part, Viola Allure, then me with my newly awakened elven blood. Beside that, Cho's beauty was often underrated. And her partner Cedric Diggory was Hogwarts' golden boy. His short brown hair, handsome features, warm and gentle temperament, and reputation for fairness made him the school's undisputed prince. Aurora, may I reserve your next dance? Cedric turned to me with a smile. The first dance was the only truly formal one. After that, partners could stay together or switch freely. Of course, I began, but Harry cut in at once. Hold on, you'll have to get in line. At the very least, Draco and I get our turns first. Aurora's already dancing the opening with the two of you, Cedric frowned. After that, it's supposed to be in pairs. Draco added fuel to the fire, deliberately twisting things. Exactly, which means you'll just have to wait your turn. Cedric looked helpless. Aurora, I'll come find you later then. Jo watched our exchange, her earlier excitement dimming into something more brittle. And was I any different from those men on the internet people scorned, the kind who eat from one bowl while staring at another? Jo lifted her lashes suddenly. Cedric, did Aurora save your life? Cedric's brow furrowed tighter. What do you mean? Nothing. She swallowed the words, unwilling to spoil the Christmas mood. But I already knew where her hostility toward me came from.